Chapter 1344. Time passed day by day. Soon, half a month was about to arrive. During this time, Xiaochen held the bright jade fan and pondered for a long time. The jade fan opened up and a brilliant light shone out. A melodious song echoed in the surroundings, lingering for a long time. The elegant singing sounded like Yu Bingyun was talking to him. The scenes of their time together flashed in his mind. This girl's graceful bearing continuously appeared in Xiaochen's mind. He could feel the misery and sorrow in her heart. She was begging him to help her once and not let this happen. However, Xiaochen wanted to go to the Lunar Palace to obtain the Lunar Palace's help. Xiaochen told Xiaochen not to side with the deity Dao Union. If Xiaochen caused trouble at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony, it would backfire, giving Tianyu Shi and the others a chance. This was also the reason why Xiaochen wanted to bring Emochen along. He was afraid that he would act rashly. Big brother Xiaochen, we're leaving. Emochen pushed the door open and entered. Half a month had already passed. If they did not leave now, it would be too late. Emochen had urged Xiaochen to leave several times, but Xiaochen said there was no rush. But now, he had no choice but to leave, or else he would be late. Xiaochen closed the jade fan and remained silent for a while, before saying, "Let's go." 3 days later, the majestic bright moon city appeared in Xiaochen's vision like a bright moon. Cultivators heading to the Lunar Palace filled the sky, the sea, and the surroundings. There was no need to guess. These were all people participating in the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. They all wanted to try their luck to see if they could draw the cloud moon saber. Xiaochen and Emochen both wore round hats on their heads. There was white gauze around the brim of their hats, covering half their faces. Their appearances could not be seen clearly. It seems like there are quite a few acquaintances. Xiaochen looked around and revealed a faint smile. He saw Yichen, whom he had not seen for a long time. This fellow flew toward the city gate alone, and many people recognized him as the Northern Sea Alliance's young alliance leader. But today, he definitely wouldn't stand out too much and wouldn't attract too much discussion. There were too many outstanding talents in Bright Moon City. When Xiaochen casually looked around, he even saw Di Xinhan and the Heavenly Province Academy's holy son. Now was not the time to greet him. He could not reveal his identity yet. At this moment, Emochen pointed and said, "Look, that looks like Goddess Tianyu Shi." Xiaochen looked in the direction Emochen pointed. He saw a golden warship flying in the sky. Instead of walking through the city gates, he leaped into the city. At the bow of the ship, a white-haired lady stood gracefully. Xiaochen looked somewhat familiar. However, based on this silhouette, he was certain that this person was the divine daughter, Tianyoshi. Who are the two beside them? Why do they look so familiar? Xiaochen noticed that there was a person on each side of Tianyushi. These two people looked familiar, but Xiaochen could not place them. Their auras were extremely grave. Since when did these two people appear beside Tianyushi? In an instant, Xiaochen felt fear in his heart. This time, many unexpected things might happen at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. The matter of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter marrying someone of a lower status surpassed many people's expectations. Before everyone's envious gazes, the deity race's warship flew over Bright Moon City unobstructed. It did not enter through the crowded city gates. Instead, it slowly vanished from Xiaochen's sight. Dong, dong, dong. Just at this moment, the sound of galloping horses came from the sea, accompanied by the howling of a cold wind. The temperature in the air plummeted. The cold suddenly assaulted everyone, making them feel cold for some reason. Xiaochen turned his head to take a look. He saw a handsome man with a frosty face and white sideburns riding on an icy horse. He rode on the icy horse, causing snowflakes to drift down. It's young Master Bi Shui, the Ice Sea's young master. Unexpectedly, he came as well. His father, the Ice Sovereign, is unrivaled in his comprehension of the will of ice. He rules the entire Ice Sea and is no weaker than any of the immortal Holy Lands. The Holy Daughter's charm is truly unstoppable. The Ice Sea was not very large. Because it snowed all year round, most of its surface was sealed in ice. Xiaochen had heard of the Ice Sovereign before but had never interacted with him. Furthermore, This place was very far from the heavenly starry ocean. Previously, Xiaoqun had not put much thought into going to the ice sea. After carefully sizing up this handsome man, Xiaoqun nodded to himself. This person is pretty strong and has many unique aspects. Just his cultivation alone is already a consummation blue-robed emperor. He can undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire at any time and advance to martial emperor. However, it is clear that this person is rather cautious. The other party has probably been stuck at this consummation blue-robed emperor stage for 20 years already. Young Master Bishui, unexpectedly, you are interested in this holy daughter as well. However, I fell in love with the holy daughter at first sight in the storm sea. I think you had better not come. The sound of an intense storm resounded. Then, a young man riding the wind appeared behind young Master Bishui. He had delicate features and could be considered handsome. However, compared to young Master Bishui's frosty expression and icy aura, this person's face was as wild and unruly as a strong wind. His clear eyes flickered with a wild and frenzied expression. Shifeng, that madman is here as well. Is it the Storm Sea's young master? This fellow is young Master Bishui's old rival. His style of doing things is extremely crazy. Young Master Bishui looked back and smiled coldly. Fool, miss, you used all the storm stones she borrowed from your Storm Sea on the Wind Shadow Sword. The ice eyes used in the Cloud Moon Saber were all obtained from my ice sea. Who do you think can draw the Cloud Moon Saber? Shifeng smiled and said, "Ha! In that case, just wait and see. Miss Bingyun told me some of the secrets of the Cloud Moon Saber. Just wait and see." Xiaoqun's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not hear what Shifeng said as he carefully pondered young Master Bishui's words. Could it be that Yu Bingyun really had dealings with this Shifeng and young Master Bishui before? With this thought, Xiaoqun could not help feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He felt strangely frustrated for some reason, but he did not know why. Not long after the two of them left, they heard an urgent whistling sound in the surroundings. This sound contained a saber intent with an unparalleled sharpness. When Xiaoqun looked up, he saw someone flying over in the sky. He was like a powerful treasure saber tearing through the sky and splitting the cloud sea in half. When Xiaoqun saw this person, he could not help exclaiming hoarsely, "Wen Ziren!" Wen Ziren, the personal disciple of the saber sovereign Wu Xiaonan, had not seen him for many years. Unexpectedly, the sharpness and saber intent of this person had already become so terrifyingly strong. When Ziren charged straight ahead, disappearing in a flash and entering Bright Moon City, moving as fast as lightning. However, the saber intent that he left behind lingered for a long time, spreading out in the world. Buzz. The sharp saber intent appeared in the world again. Then, 9 figures appeared in the distance. These 9 people carried a rugged saber intent as they tore through the clouds, looking like a sharp saber flying over. The auras of these 9 people were all different. Some were surging flames, some were drifting snow, some were howling storms, some were flashing lightning, and so on and so forth. The only thing they had in common was that all of them had an extremely strong saber intent. With one glance, one would tremble in fear. There are so many saber sovereign descendants. Aside from the true saber sovereign's descendant, Wen Ziren, the personal disciples of the Inferno Saber Sovereign, the Ice Saber Sovereign, and the Thunder Saber Sovereign are all rushing over. It looks like the rumors are true. I heard long ago that the Lunar Palace's palace master personally sent out invitations to the many saber sovereigns. Now they are all here. It's over. We are probably done for. With so many experts of the Saber Dao and outstanding talents, one of them will definitely draw the Lunar Shadow Saber and marry the Holy Daughter. Many discussions rang out without end. Everyone's tone was filled with disappointment. Originally, they still had some hope that they could take advantage of this. Now, it looked like that was just wishful thinking. This seems to be somewhat difficult. Under the hat, Xiaoqun frowned heavily. Then he took out the bright jade fan and took a look. His frown slowly relaxed. No matter what, since Yu Bingyun made this request, he would help out. He would draw the Cloud Moon Saber and destroy this ceremony. Chapter 1345. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaoqun soared into the air with Mo Chen, heading for Bright Moon City. Instantly, the surrounding cultivators focused their attention on the two. They revealed suspicious expressions. Who is this person? Why does he dare to fly into Bright Moon City like those holy scions? Could he be from another place and not know the rules? That's impossible. No matter how ignorant he is, he would not dare to barge into the lunar palace. He must be an outstanding talent of a holy land or someone who received an invitation from the lunar palace. Just watch. If he is not a holy scion, someone will definitely stop him. Just as Xiao Chen and Emo Chen approached the city, two beautiful female disciples flew over from the air. They said softly, "This is Bright Moon City. If you have not received an invitation, please enter through the city gates." Without saying anything, Xiao Chen took out the bright jade fan and opened it. Immediately, the bright jade fan gave off a bright light, and a melodious song came from it, echoing in the surroundings. The song lingered and drifted about, kicking up tiny waves on the surface of the sea like it was dancing. The bright jade fan. Shocked exclamations rang out in the surroundings. Unexpectedly, this unremarkable person directly took out a bright jade fan. This is really strange. In the past 1,000 years, the Lunar Palace has only sent out 10 of these bright jade fans. It looks like this divine weapon unveiling ceremony is going to be an eventful one. The bright jade fan has not appeared for more than 100 years already. Those who could wield the bright jade fan definitely had extraordinary backgrounds. It was hard not to be shocked. Xiao Chen closed the bright jade fan and showed it to the female disciple blocking the way. After he saw it clearly, he no longer blocked the way. He bowed respectfully and said, "So, it is an esteemed guest. Sorry for the offense earlier. Might I ask if the two of you are here to participate in the divine weapon unveiling ceremony as well?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Just to watch the excitement." "Please, come with me." The two female Lunar Palace disciples did not leave immediately. Instead, they specially led the way for Xiao Chen, appearing very meticulous. With the bright jade fan, one could even meet the Lunar Palace's palace master. One could even casually make a request that was within the normal range. Naturally, the Lunar Palace disciples did not dare to show any neglect, lest they forget etiquette. "My name is Ming Qiu, and this is my junior sister Hong Yan. Since you have the bright jade fan, you can directly bring the two of them to the VIP seats." The delicate-looking woman on the left-hand side spoke. Her voice was like spring water, irregular and graceful. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Just lead the way, we don't need to go to the VIP seats." So. The four of them flew through the air at lightning speed, passing by many pavilions and streets. Many cultivators who were walking on the ground were envious of them. The privilege of flying in the skies of Bright Moon City wasn't something just anyone could enjoy. Under normal circumstances, even Emperor Wu wouldn't dare to do so. An hour later, the four of them arrived at the largest Bright Moon Square in the city. The plaza was filled with the figures of cultivators. Amid the hubbub of voices, there was almost no gap between them. "Since the two of you don't want to sit in the VIP seats, Hong Yan, help them get 2 seats, the delicate female disciple instructed softly. Xiao Chen said politely, "Many thanks. In that case, we won't disturb the two of you any further." The figures of the two female disciples fluttered, disappearing from the two's sight. After the two left, Xiao Chen pulled Emo Chen and quickly retreated, blending into the crowd. There were all sorts of cultivators in the plaza. Who knew how many of them there were? The two's attire was nothing special. Trying to find them among the crowd would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Chen had no choice but to be cautious. If someone discovered his identity in advance, he would definitely be chased out. If that happened, all his previous efforts would be for naught. The many invited outstanding talents and the disciples of the various saber sovereigns were all seated in the VIP seats on the tall platform in front. All of them had dignified appearances as they chatted cheerfully. As they spoke, they revealed strong self-confidence, attracting much attention. Among them, Tian Yushi and the others were the most eye-catching. The various holy scions frequently glanced at them. Some of the saber sovereign's descendants also showed fear in their gazes, withdrawing the arrogance in their eyes. Xiao Chen, who was below the platform, saw everything clearly this time. An expression of understanding appeared in his eyes. It turned out that the two people beside Tianyue Shi were the personal disciples of the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor. No wonder they looked so familiar. After not seeing them for several years, these two's strength had indeed increased significantly. Even the first heaven martial Emperor Wu would not be a match for them. Xiao Chen briefly explained the situation of these two to Imo Qin. She frowned and said, "This is going to be somewhat troublesome." Unexpectedly, so many people came to the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. This is especially so for the descendants of those saber sovereigns. If anyone can seize the opportunity to make a move, they might be able to draw the cloud moon saber. Xiao Chen said softly, "I wonder, how will the lunar palace arrange this sequence?" Just as the two were pondering, a faint yellow light descended from the ethereal palace that looked like a bright moon. It was pure and gorgeous, even more beautiful than moonlight. As the light descended, the lunar palace's 3 female elders, the holy daughter Yu Bingyun, and the lunar palace's vice palace master arrived. When the group landed, the atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Countless fervent gazes stared at Mooncake Cloud. Their fervent gazes contained an additional trace of desire than usual. Mooncake Cloud carried a sword on her back. Her spirited eyes swept across the platform. At the same time, she sent out her perception but did not discover the person she was waiting for. An indiscernible disappointment and grief flashed in her eyes. Then, she bowed slightly and slowly moved to the side. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he felt slightly startled. However, he still resisted the urge to jump out. The 4 Lunar Palace disciples took out a treasure saber and slowly stabbed it into the platform. Whoosh! Immediately, everyone shifted their gazes from Mooncake Cloud to that treasure saber. Without a doubt, this was the Cloud Moon Saber. As long as one could draw it, one could marry the holy daughter, completing the dream of everyone. Since everyone is here, I believe you all know that something unexpected happened at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. As long as anyone can draw the Cloud Moon Saber and is willing to marry into my lunar palace, they can marry the holy daughter. The lunar palace's vice palace master spoke the words that everyone anticipated. So, it is true. As long as one can draw that saber, one can marry the holy daughter. What exactly are the origins of this saber? To think that the lunar palace is willing to spend so much on it. Amid the discussions, the divine daughter Tianyue Shi asked, "Might I ask, Senior, with this saber placed here, who will be the first to draw it?" The first to draw the saber would definitely hold the advantage. If one managed to draw it in one go, the people behind would regret it. However, with so many people here, no matter who drew the saber first, the others would be convinced. It would be hard to avoid disputes. Yu Bingyun glanced at Tianyue Shi and smiled faintly. The person who draws the saber does not discriminate between men and women. If the divine daughter is willing to come to my lunar palace, Bingyun can make the decision to let you try first. Bingyun can make the decision to let you be the first to try. Of course, if you can really pull it out, you'll have to give up your divine child. Haha. Those with discerning eyes knew that the lunar palace's holy daughter was mocking Tianyue Shi. Immediately, loud laughter rang out, making Tianyue Shi feel somewhat embarrassed. Tianyue Shi replied, "The holy daughter's appearance and aura are unparalleled in the world. However, Yoshi is a girl in the end, and she is engaged. If younger sister Bingyun does not mind, you can let me make the decision to be the first." Yu Bingyun glanced at Yu Bingyun. Then she looked at the eager Xingju and Xie Zishuan beside Yu Bingyun. She asked coldly, "Do you think that is possible?" Right after Yu Bingyun spoke, she suddenly threw a palm strike. A shock wave burst out, and the Cloud Moon Saber flew out. The Cloud Moon Saber turned into a beam of golden light, flying towards the spectator stands in front. Whoever is capable will be the first to draw the saber. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, the entire place was startled. The many outstanding talents in the VIP stands were stunned for a moment before they quickly flew up and chased after that beam of golden light. The tens of thousands of cultivators below the spectator stands were even more excited. All of them soared into the sky, wanting to catch that beam of golden light. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Chapter 1346. When Tianyu Shi saw Yu Bingyun's actions, her face turned somewhat sullen. This Yu Bingyun did not give her any face at all, not being polite at all. In reality, how could Yu Bingyun be polite to her? It was already very good that she did not fall out with her immediately. If not for Yu Bingyun representing the deity Dao Yunyan, she would not have given the Lunar Palace's palace master such pressure, causing her to make up her mind. Half of the outstanding talents on the tall platform had already left. The remaining people, including the disciples of the 10 Saber Sovereigns, were not in a rush to leave. The reason was none other than that these people were truly strong and had a chance of drawing the Cloud Moon Saber. They were very confident in themselves. Their mental states were also stronger than that of ordinary people. They would not get flustered at the slightest strange movement. Shifeng, who was in the storm sea, stood up and looked around. Then he smiled and said, "If everyone is not leaving, then I will take my leave first. Miss Bingyun, please wait for a moment. I will go and draw the Cloud Moon Saber now." Shifeng soared into the sky amid maniacal laughter, turning into a storm as he charged at the crowd. "Move aside." The storm surged out, and cracks appeared in space. The strong wind burst out with a tearing force, instantly pulling the people in front of Shifeng away. "Quickly scatter! Quickly scatter! That madman Shifeng is here!" At the sight of this indiscriminate storm attack, the expressions of several cultivators in the air changed drastically. Horror flashed in their eyes. They all scattered, not daring to come into contact with Shifeng and block his way. Below, behind his hat, Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all. However, when he saw the power of this storm, he nodded to himself. The power of this strong wind was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Chen had some understanding of the wind Dao. However, he was far from being able to tear space as berserk as Shifeng. However, there were far more than 100,000 cultivators fighting for the Cloud Moon Saber in the air. Among them were some pretty strong experts. If Xiao Chen wanted to obtain the Cloud Moon Saber, he would have to spend a lot of time. Right now, the Cloud Moon Saber was being passed around. Before the cultivators who caught it could even grasp the saber handle, they would be focused on attacking. In less than a breath of time, they would toss aside their treasured sabers and flee, covered in injuries. Without strength that could shock everyone, no one could truly grasp the Cloud Moon Saber. How strong! If no one stops him, I'm afraid that Shifeng will be the first to truly grasp the saber, Emochen said softly after observing Shifeng's strength. It's not that simple. No one would watch him obtain the Cloud Moon Saber so easily. Xiao Chen did not make a move. However, he kept a strand of his spiritual sense on the Cloud Moon Saber. As long as Xiao Chen wanted to, he could use the fish dragon art to instantly arrive in front of the Cloud Moon Saber amid the chaos of 100,000 people. Furthermore, even if Xiao Chen did not make a move, no one would watch as Shifeng obtain the Cloud Moon Saber. Furthermore, even if Shifeng obtained it, he might not be able to draw it. Indeed, after Xiao Chen, the Ice Sea's young master Bishui, saw Shifeng make a move, he did not hesitate for long. With a flip, he leaped onto the snow horse. The horse galloped through the air. White snow fluttered in the air and the temperature plummeted. A spear appeared in young Master Bishui's hand as he rode his horse and charged forward. No one could block a move from young Master Bishui. The moment they clashed, they were sent flying. The cold young Master Bishui was as sharp as a blade, bone-chilling. No one dared to get close. Even though young Master Bishui moved later, he arrived first. He was like an icy comet riding an ice horse, creating a crystalline path of wind and snow. He actually overtook Shifeng, flying towards the person holding the Cloud Moon Saber. "Hand it over!" Young Master Bishui shouted coldly, and his breath was like a sword. He swung his spear over, scaring the person holding the Cloud Moon Saber into tossing the saber far away. The Cloud Moon Saber spun as it flew, sending out faint moonlight, looking hazy and elegant. In the hazy moonlight, the undrawn Cloud Moon Saber was like a proud woman watching coldly from the sidelines, watching all this. Coincidentally, the direction in which the Cloud Moon Saber flew happened to be in Shifeng's direction. Shi Feng laughed loudly and threw 2 palm strikes, knocking away the people who wanted to compete with him. Then he grabbed the scabbard. So what if you are fast? In the end, I will still be the one to draw the cloud moon saber. Shi Feng quickly grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and pulled. His expression changed slightly, but the treasure saber and the scabbard did not move at all. How can this be? Could it be that I cannot draw this cloud moon saber? Shi Feng did not have much time to think. A cold light burst out like starlight. Young Master Bi Shui's ice spear had already arrived, tearing through the air. Dang! The cloud moon saber was sent flying, soaring into the clouds. Shi Feng's expression changed slightly. He looked up, and a crazed expression appeared in his eyes. No, I have to try again. Clang! Just as the two soared into the air and chased after the cloud moon saber, a resonant saber hum resounded in the world. The saber hum contained a sharp saber intent. It was like a sharp blade stabbing into the clouds. The Inferno Saber Sovereign's personal disciple stood up from the tall platform. At the same time, he drew the treasure saber at his waist. With this saber hum, the cloud moon saber, which was flying high into the sky, was quickly pulled over. Clang! 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 The many saber sovereigns' personal disciples stood up and drew their sabers one after another. The saber hum was like a zither, each louder than the one before, sounding incredibly resonant. The cloud moon saber immediately drifted around in the air together with the saber intent. The few saber sovereigns' descendants clashed with saber intent, fighting for the cloud moon saber. The sharp saber intent nearly turned solid as it clashed in the air. It formed a net of interweaving sword chi. Young Master Bi Shui and Shi Feng tried to charge over several times, but this vast sword intent forced them back. It had to be said that the bladesmen held a great advantage in this fight. They truly live up to being Saber Sovereign's disciples. This saber intent is really terrifying. They probably already have a great perfection saber soul. They are really strong. Even young Master Bi Shui and Shi Feng do not dare to clash head-on with such sharpness. Quick look! When Xiren is going to make a move. A startled cry attracted everyone's attention. Although there were many disciples of the Saber Sovereign here, they were all extremely powerful. Although there were many Saber Sovereign's disciples present, they were all Inferno Saber Sovereign, Flame Saber Sovereign, and the like. Only Wu Xiaotian dared to call himself the Saber Sovereign. As for Wen Xiren, he was the personal disciple that Wu Xiaotian was most proud of. When he drew his saber, the sound of the saber was not the loudest, but it was the one that penetrated deep into the hearts of the people. As Xiaochen drew his saber, the sound of his saber being unsheathed rang in the ears of many cultivators. The saber intent of the other Saber Sovereign's disciples could not be felt at all. It was completely suppressed. This startled Xiaochen, and an expression of understanding appeared in his eyes. His bladesman's intuition told him that Wen Xiren had already comprehended a saber domain. Under the brim of the hat, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Xiaochen had promised Wen Xiren that the two of them would fight in the future. Since Wen Xiren had comprehended a saber domain, then this battle was worth looking forward to. As Xiaochen expected, after Wen Xiren drew his saber, the expressions of the other 9 bladesmen changed drastically. The clashing saber intents in the air stopped listening to Xiaochen's commands and broke off. The cloud moon saber was like a magnet, flying towards Wen Xiren like a meteor. This made the expressions of the other 9 Saber Sovereign disciples change. By relying on his own strength, Wen Xiren forcefully outclassed all of them. There was only one explanation for such might. He had comprehended a saber domain, but the Saber Sovereign disciples did not. Just as Wen Xiren was about to grasp the cloud moon saber, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's descendant, Xie Zishuan, stood up and smiled faintly. Like a phantom, Xiaochen flickered and appeared in front of Wen Xiren. "It is not your turn to make a move yet," Xie Zishuan said indifferently. Then he stretched out his hand and thrust his sword at Wen Xiren. Wen Xiren had no choice but to move back quickly. This sword strike of Xie Zishuan could not be underestimated. If Wen Xiren continued to snatch the cloud moon saber, he would have to pay a high price. It was not worth it. Xingju, who was beside Tian Yushi, smiled faintly. Then, his figure flashed, and the cloud moon saber appeared in his hand. Xiaoju, Feng Wuji, the two of you help guard me as well. Cloud moon saber, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Xiaoju and Feng Wuji stood up at the same time. Together with Xie Zishuan, the three of them each guarded a direction. Immediately, everyone became excited, wanting to charge forward and snatch the cloud moon saber back. Tan Yushi snorted coldly in unison and said, "Whoever dares to mess around will become enemies with my deity Dao Union." As she spoke, she used the mental energy technique of the deity race. Her cold tone struck directly at the heart, creating a strong deterrent. Xiao Chen's heart turned chaotic. He could not help taking a step forward. Don't. It is not time to reveal himself yet. He might not be able to draw it out. Chapter 1347. Emotion pulled on Xiao Chen's arm, fearing that he would act rashly. She did not want him to show himself so early. It was clearly not wise for Yu Bingyun to show herself now and clash with the deity Dao Union. Xiao Chen endured and took a step back. After a while, he stepped forward again and struggled free of Emo Chen's arm. That was right. The cloud moon saber would not be drawn so easily. However, once it was drawn, Xiao Chen would no longer have a chance to change this result. Yu Bingyun's fate would be set in stone. This result would make Xiao Chen regret it for the rest of his life, a grudge he would never be able to let go of. Xiao Chen brought Emo Chen here so that she could use reason to suppress her impulsiveness. However, it looked like there was no need. In life, one had to be more impulsive in some things. Under certain circumstances, absolute rationality and cool-headedness were not a good thing. Xiao Chen grabbed Emo Chen's arm and turned his head back to smile at her. There's no need to be nervous. From the very start, I did not have any idea how to deal with this lunar palace. I have no plan at all. Even now, I do not know where to start. The initiative lies entirely in Tian Yushi's hands. This is not what I want. Hesitating and fearing this and that is not my character. At this moment, Xiao Chen faced his true self. His chaotic thoughts were quickly severed by the saber, allowing him to see them clearly. Emo Chen asked worriedly, "What about you?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I only saw my true self clearly. I might be rash, but that does not mean that I will not act rashly on the platform." When Tian Yushi and the others made a move, no one dared to move. The deity Dao Union's might and tyranny were clear for all to see. While everyone felt upset, they could not do anything about it. Yu Bingyun felt a slight pain in her heart. She gently bit her lower lip, and tears seemed to well up in her eyes. Tian Yushi glanced at her and felt somewhat happy. He said, "Xingju, what are you waiting for? Quickly draw the cloud moon saber and fulfill the holy daughter Bingyun's wish." Yu Bingyun's expression sank. She said coldly, "Tian Yushi, don't go overboard." Tian Yushi laughed and said, "How am I going overboard? You said the rules. Whoever has the ability can be the first to draw his sword." The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master also said that as long as one can draw this cloud moon saber, they can marry into the Lunar Palace. Xingju held the cloud moon saber and played with it for a while. Then he said casually, "Not bad. This is indeed a rare treasure saber." The moon hides in the clouds, looking very proud. When Xiren frowned slightly. Xingju was not a bladesman at all. If Xingju wanted to draw his saber, there was only one way, to forcefully subdue this saber. If it was anyone else, it definitely wouldn't work. However, Xingju was the descendant of a supreme martial artist. Furthermore, he had trained in the star battlefield and his strength was unfathomable. Everything was hard to say. If such a person managed to draw the cloud moon saber, it would be a great regret. The cultivators present were also unconvinced by the tyranny of the deity Dao Union. Their faces filled with dissatisfaction. Xingju placed his hand on the saber's hilt and showed a grave expression. He did not get careless at all. Xiao Chen brought out all his vital qi and released his aura. Strands of hazy emperor's might spread out from his body. That was the aura that Xiao Chen obtained after killing the other Emperor Wu. It already had the vague form of emperor's might. Boom! A strong wind blew, and the clouds churned. The sky suddenly turned dark. A golden full moon was faintly discernible amidst the clouds and moon, aloof and cold. "Come out!" Xingju shouted, and the aura on his body rose to its peak. A terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone to feel a deep sense of fear. "How strong?" "Rumor has it that he killed Emperor Wu." "It looks like it is true." The deity Dao Union is truly strong. To think that it has such an outstanding talent. Compared to him, the holy scions of our heavenly starry ocean seem weaker. I don't know if I can pull it out. The atmosphere of the place turned extremely tense. Everyone knew that Xingju was forcefully subduing the cloud moon saber. The result was very important. Everyone held their breath, waiting in anticipation. The outstanding talents and the descendants of the saber sovereigns all felt dissatisfied in their hearts, cursing in their hearts. They cursed Xingju for failing, for not being able to draw the cloud moon saber. However, the curses did not seem to work. Xingju forcibly drew the cloud moon saber by 1 centimeter. A flash of dazzling bright moonlight spread out. A strong divine might surged out, and a strong wind blew, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. Many of the weaker ones were blown into the air by the gale formed by the god's might. The atmosphere of the place immediately turned even more chaotic. Under the hat, Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes. He gently shifted his body and shielded Mo Chen, helping her block the might of the divine weapon. Xiao Qin thought to himself, "This divine weapon is truly incredible. It only drew the cloud moon saber by 1 centimeter, and it already has such might. If Xiao Qin drew the cloud moon saber completely, that would be incredible. Then he could use it together with the wind shadow sword. What kind of scene would that be? He simply did not dare to imagine it. T, it's over. Don't tell me he really pulled them all out. This fellow's aura is very strong. This is incredible. Damn it. No matter what, we can't let an outsider marry the holy daughter." All sorts of discussions entered Xingju's ears. He felt very cocky and his lips curled up slightly. His aura turned sharp again. Xingju's hairband shattered, and his long hair fluttered messily. Cracks appeared on the ground. His expression was grim and ferocious. Clearly, it was not easy to continue drawing the cloud moon saber by 1 centimeter. On the contrary, it was very strenuous, somewhat forceful. Buzz! After the cloud moon saber was drawn out again, Xingju guffawed and said, "The Lunar Palace's disciples are as pretty as flowers. However, it looks like their strength and talent are indeed slightly inferior." Everyone's hearts sank, and a look of disappointment appeared on their faces. No one had expected this. No one had expected Xingju to be so incredible. He was really going to forcefully subdue the cloud moon saber. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Xingju would definitely draw the cloud moon saber in its entirety. Tianyu Shi revealed a smile on his face. As long as Xingju drew the cloud moon saber, the deity Dao Union would be confident of taking down the Lunar Palace. Even if the Lunar Palace's palace master was not willing, without a transcendent divine weapon that could work together, the Lunar Palace would not have the confidence to continue challenging the deity Dao Union. However, just at this moment, a sharp saber intent suddenly burst out from the chaotic crowd below the platform. It covered the sky like a tsunami surging forward. Boom! The people in front of Xiao Qin could not resist at all. This saber intent immediately blew them into pieces, sending them flying in all directions while screaming. Instantly, a large empty space appeared in front of Xiao Qin. The chaotic and crowded scene turned empty. The vast saber intent was like a horrifying wave, surging towards the platform without stopping. This saber intent could not completely seal it. It penetrated through every opening and bore through every hole. Xingju, who was focused on driving all the energy in his body to forcefully subdue the cloud moon saber, had not reacted yet. He only saw the cloud moon saber in his hand suddenly struggle several times more intensely. What's going on? Steady yourself. Xingju's feet sank as he grasped the cloud moon saber with both hands, doing his best to prevent it from struggling free. When the saber intent from Xiao Qin arrived, the cloud moon saber's struggle reached its limit. Bang! The cloud moon saber struggled free of Xingju's hand with a huge force. A huge force bounced back from the scabbard, knocking Xingju back and making him vomit blood. No! Before Xingju's dissatisfied gaze, the cloud moon saber flew towards Xiao Qin at lightning speed. She looked like a woman who had seen her lover and couldn't wait to meet him. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and happened to grab the cloud moon saber's scabbard. The treasure saber kicked up a strong wind, causing Xiao Qin's clothes to flutter loudly. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Everyone thought that the divine weapon unveiling ceremony was about to end. However, a mysterious person suddenly appeared and burst out with a strong saber intent, snatching the cloud moon saber from Xingju's hand. Who is it? Yu Bingyun stood up from her seat in shock. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the thick hat and see the appearance of this mysterious person. It was not just her. Everyone in Bright Moon Plaza felt curious. Who was so bold to take the risk of offending the deity Dao Union and jump out at this moment? Chapter 1348. Of the 100,000-odd cultivators present, the ones who were the most shocked and astonished were naturally the 10 Bladesmen's personal disciples. As Bladesmen, they understood better than ordinary people the pressure brought by the surging saber technique earlier. This was especially so for Wenziren. His expression changed drastically, and heavy astonishment flashed on his face. Who is this person? The incredibly chaotic Bright Moon Plaza immediately turned quiet. Everyone's gaze focused on the hand of this mysterious person wearing a hat. Tianyu she frowned slightly, feeling suspicious in her heart. This person seemed somewhat familiar. However, she could not be sure if he was the person she guessed. Xingju took 3 steps back, showing both shock and rage on his face. He asked with a sullen expression, "Is he Xiao Qin?" After not seeing Xiao Qin for several years, Xingju was even more uncertain than Tianyu Shi. Xiao Hoju shook his head and said, "His physique is similar. However, how could Xiao Qin come to Bright Moon City? He did not even enter the city. Even if he covered his face, he would still have to be checked when he entered the city." Feng Wuji nodded and said, "It is not difficult to sneak in. However, the Bright Moon Palace's palace master already made it clear that she does not welcome him. If he really did sneak in, the consequences would be even worse. Xiao Qin should understand this." Xie Zixuan smiled coldly and said, "What is the point of thinking so much? Whether he is or not, we just have to remove the hat on his head. Isn't that simple?" As the sound of his voice faded, Xie Zixuan's figure was like a ghost, and as he drifted, he brought along a field of blurry ghostly shadows. With every step he took, he left behind a ghostly image. When the ghostly images landed, they would roar and roar. Thousands of ghostly images flashed, giving off sharp, miserable shrieks that turned into strange and horrifying sound waves. When Xie Zixuan's true body arrived before Xiao Qin, the thousands of ghostly images roared and merged into one. Then, they turned into a 3-kilometer-tall malicious spirit of hell behind Xie Zixuan. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Xiao Qin. "Yaya!" The sound waves formed a tornado, fierce and unparalleled. The sound was sharp and ferocious. The scariest thing was that it could enter the sea of consciousness and cause a mental attack. This ghost shadow steps was not only fast, but it also had many abilities. The moment it appeared, it caused countless spectators to exclaim in shock. The instant the malicious spirit roared, Xie Zixuan narrowed his eyes. The sword in his hand moved like a venomous snake, stabbing towards his chest. Xiao Chen's movement technique and his martial technique worked together seamlessly, flawlessly. If a peak quasi-emperor were to face this attack, their hearts would be pierced through and they would die instantly. Unfortunately, this Xiao Chen ran into Xiao Chen. The malicious spirit's mental attack invaded Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. It bared its fangs and claws, about to unleash its might. In the depths of Xiao Chen's consciousness, the green-clothed Dharma incarnation with a frightening evil aura opened its eyes and shot out a boundless killing intent. The spirit of the evil ghost was terrified. The azure-robed Dharmic incarnation in the depths of the sea of consciousness did not stop, either. Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art. Immediately, the azure-robed Dharmic incarnation chopped down with one saber strike. Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art. Immediately he was like a fish in water. Xiao Chen's body moved slightly, like a fish swaying its tail in the water. It looked like the sword was about to strike Xiao Chen. This startled everyone into taking a deep breath. However, in the next moment, they discovered that the sword only brushed past Xiao Chen's body. Fast. Fish dragon art, blue dragon goes to sea, clouds scatter. Xiao Chen's aura changed. He became like a dragon going to sea, breaking out of the water. His cultivation went from slow to fast. Xiao Chen's figure flashed forward, and he swung the cloud moon saber, still in its scabbard, at Xie Zishuan's face. Pa! The ferocious and unpredictable Xie Zishuan did not even manage to touch Xiao Chen's clothes before he was sent flying. What movement technique is this? Xie Zishuan's ghostly shadow steps already stunned the entire place, inspiring horror. However, this mysterious person's movement technique was clearly superior. Xie Zishuan, who wanted to show off his movement technique, ended up getting showcased instead. This was a genuine showdown. The wound on his face was the mark of Xie Zishuan's humiliation. Kill him! Xingju shouted coldly. Whether this person was Xiao Chen or not, he was now their greatest enemy. Slapping Xie Zishuan's face was equivalent to slapping the deity Dao Yunyan's face. They needed to retaliate. With a ferocious roar, Xingju's clothes tore apart, revealing a robust golden body. That golden body flickered with light. His bulging muscles contained a stifling force. Bang! Standing where he was, Xingju punched. The energy tore through the air, heading for Xiao Chen. The force of this punch caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this Xingju truly lives up to being the disciple of the heaven-punishing corpse god. In terms of physical strength, he already surpasses me slightly. However, that is fine. The other party is an outstanding talent that mainly cultivates the physical body. Furthermore, he has a master who became a prime with his physical body. There is no need to compete with him in physical strength. The cloud moon saber's scabbard gently pushed against the energy. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he used the momentum to fly up, easily dodging that energy. His figure looked very graceful. After the punch, Xingju and the other two charged over with ferocious auras, surging with killing qi. They instantly surrounded Xiao Chen. They all executed their best moves, showing no mercy. However, when facing such a storm-like attack, the four could not even touch a corner of Xiao Chen's clothes. It was like they were trying to catch fish in the water. Instead, they were being toyed with. This fellow is too strong. Let's force the cloud moon saber out of his hand first. If he has the chance, he will definitely draw it. A descendant of a saber sovereign on the platform suggested. The other outstanding talents exchanged glances and nodded. Then, they got up and flew over, joining the group surrounding Xiao Chen. When Xiren hesitated for a moment. After thinking about it, he charged over as well. Such an expert of the Saber Dao was a rare opportunity. If he did not make a move, he would be itching to make a move. Rumble! Immediately, aside from Chu Yang, Di Xinhan, and the other holy scions, who were purely watching the excitement, the other people who wanted the holy daughter all joined the group surrounding Xiao Chen. Even if they could not defeat this fellow quickly, they absolutely could not give him the time to draw the cloud moon saber, preventing him from stopping. However, these people did not know that Xiao Chen was already smiling widely in his heart. Only those people from the deity Dao Yunyan surrounding him would be somewhat problematic for him. After all, the other party was from the same faction. Their cooperation was rather perfect, and their strength was not low either. However, if these people surrounded him, not only would they not be able to cooperate, but they would even restrict each other, even injuring each other. The Taiji Dao was best at fighting against many with few, leveraging force to fight. These people wanted to prevent Xiao Chen from stopping. However, this was exactly what they wanted, giving Xiao Chen a chance. Damn it! You injured me! Scram! You are clearly the one who injured me first, alright? I just lost control and did not control my strength well. I did not do it on purpose. Damn! Which bastard attacked me while I was speaking? Scram! Bunch of trash! Scram as far as you can! Xingju discovered that he could not even see Xiao Chen's figure. Furthermore, there were many wounds on his upper body. This angered Xingju so much that he roared loudly and charged at the two people beside him. It would have been fine if Xiao Chen had not made a move. The moment he made a move, the scene immediately turned even more chaotic. Amid the chaos, Xingju's dazzling golden body was the best target, the center of the chaos. The situation immediately fell into a vicious cycle. The angrier Xingju got, the heavier his attacks became, and the more chaotic the situation became. As for Xingju, who was in the center, his dazzling golden body was already covered in blood. It was a tragic sight, completely losing its initial breathtaking look. All of you stop. The person is already gone. Why are you still attacking me? With so many Saber Sovereign's descendants and outstanding talents attacks, even someone with a refined physical body would not be able to endure. That's right. Where did that mysterious person go? Where is he? Where is he? All of you stop. Look around. Look around. Initially, this group of people attacked individually amid the chaos, unable to stop at all. Now, they suddenly discovered that the person they wanted to surround and attack had disappeared at some point in time. They wanted to prevent Xiao Chen from stopping, but their group ended up in a mess instead. Over there. Xingju narrowed his eyes and found Xiao Chen's figure. Then, he instantly charged over. Xiao Chen's exposed upper body was a tragic sight, covered in wounds. His hair was disheveled, and there were some tattered clothes on his body. He no longer had the air of an outstanding talent or a descendant of a prime. He looked like a miserable beggar, heart-wrenching and pitiful. The group followed Xingju's gaze and saw that Xiao Chen had already appeared several kilometers away at some point in time. Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally in front of him, his right hand grasping the lunar shadow saber's hilt. A sense of shame and humiliation welled up in everyone's hearts. They had been played too ruthlessly. Seeing that the mysterious person was about to draw his saber, Tunyu, she became utterly flustered. She stood on the tall platform and shouted, "Cultivators present, as long as anyone can touch the corner of this person's clothes, my deity Dao Union will reward them with 10,000 essence stones." The moment Xiao Chen spoke, all the 100,000 cultivators present exclaimed at the same time. 10,000 essence stones for touching the corner of Xiao Chen's clothes? If this was not giving away money, what was? Tianyushi's heart bled. However, at this point, she had no choice but to use this method to interfere with the mysterious person drawing his saber. At Tianyushi's words, the 100,000 cultivators all went crazy. They quickly flew toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then he grasped the saber's hilt and casually swung it. An incredible scene appeared. Xingju used all his vital qi and could barely draw the cloud moon saber by 1 centimeter. However, in Xiao Chen's hand he managed to draw it halfway. Night fell, and the moon hid in the clouds. In the night, Xiao Chen released a light from his body. He looked like a moon palace that fell to the mortal realm, cold and aloof. The bright moon hidden in the clouds seemed to be attracted by the light from Xiao Chen's body and leaped out. The two moons in the sky and on the ground merged. The might of the divine weapon surged out. In front of the might of this divine weapon, the 100,000 martial artists that were charging over were all blown away, screaming incessantly. Now, only Xiao Chen remained in the vast bright moon plaza. When the two moons merged, the supreme elegance of drawing the cloud moon saber halfway deeply shocked everyone. As Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt, she felt enlightened. Suddenly, these words appeared in her mind. "I am a bright moon, a lone flower admiring itself. This saber was prepared for me." Xiao Chen muttered to herself. Then she prepared to draw the remaining half of the cloud moon saber. However, just at this moment, a divine light appeared. The sun shone, and the sky brightened again. Chapter 1349. The originally dark scene with only the bright moon illuminating the land was suddenly illuminated by a beam of divine light. Closely following that, the sky turned bright, and light reappeared. A clump of golden light appeared in the sky. That light was even more dazzling than the sun. However, it warmed one's heart and made one feel happy. One would feel an indescribable carelessness and a willingness to approach it. The sudden appearance of this light immediately disrupted Xiao Chen's state of mind. He had been about to draw the divine weapon. Huang Dang! The cloud moon saber returned to its scabbard, and its divine might scattered. Such a situation was truly unexpected. Xiao Chen had not expected someone to pull the wool over his eyes, turning night into day. The divine weapon bounced back and flew out of Xiao Chen's hand. He took 3 steps back, and his complexion paled slightly. When one drew the saber, one's mind, qi, and spirit were all connected to the divine weapon. The might of the divine weapon's rebound was not weak at all. Earlier, Xingju vomited blood and retreated frantically. Although Xiao Chen's injuries were not that severe, his qi and blood surged, and his sea of consciousness shook. This was unavoidable. After a while, Xiao Chen recovered. He squinted and peered through his hat. His expression changed slightly. There was a person hidden in that clump of golden light. Just by looking at the silhouette, Xiao Chen could immediately recognize that it was the deity race's Di Wuk. Whoosh! While Xiao Chen was distracted, Di Wuk stretched out his hand, and the cloud moon saber flew into his grasp. When the light scattered, Di Wuk's true appearance was revealed. His handsome facial features were like those of a deity, exquisitely sculpted and boundlessly charming. Up on the high platform, Tian Yushi's face lit up with joy. At the crucial moment, the divine son, Di Wuk, finally appeared. Xingju and Xie Zishuan looked at Di Wuk in the air, somewhat stunned. Originally, they thought that this Di Wuk would not come. Who could have imagined that at the critical moment, he really managed to rush over? Who is this person? What a powerful aura. He already has the temperament of a big shot. He is Di Wuk. His name has already spread throughout the Kunlun continent. Someone exclaimed in shock when he recognized Di Wuk. Di Wuk? Why is he joining in on the fun? Doesn't he already have a goddess? Who knows? It is a common thing for experts to marry 1 or 2 women in the Kunlun realm. There is nothing strange about it. If he encounters that mysterious man, I wonder who will be the stronger one. Because of Di Wuk's appearance, the originally quiet bright moon square suddenly became lively again. The discussions went on and on. In the air, Di Wuk looked down like a deity. His lips curled up slightly as he said, Azure Dragon King Xiao Chen, since you are already here, why the need to be so secretive? Do you think you can hide your identity by wearing a hat? The moment Di Wuk said that, everyone exclaimed softly. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their gazes filled with incredulity. Is he really Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen? How can he be so bold? The Lunar Palace already said that Bright Moon City would not welcome him. To think that he still dares to appear. Up on the tall platform, Yu Bingyun already stood at the edge, staring at Xiao Chen without blinking. It was like she wanted to see through him. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. He had already covered himself with his spiritual sense. If someone wanted to use their mental energy to see his appearance, they would only see a blurry image. They would only see a blurry image, unable to see anything clearly and unable to determine his identity. However, when Di Wuk appeared, he immediately figured out Xiao Chen's identity. There was only one answer. That was that Di Wuk's mental energy cultivation already surpassed Xiao Chen's, 1 grade higher. Not admitting it? In that case, I'll help you remove this hat. Let's see if I, Di Wuk, am wrong. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, Di Wuk smiled coldly, and his figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, light gathered in front of Xiao Chen and formed a figure. Based on that appearance, it was Di Wuk's true body. What fast speed! Xiao Chen's strange and fast movement technique stunned everyone. Everyone could not help exclaiming softly. Xiao Chen moved at lightning speed, immediately removing the hat on Xiao Chen's head. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, not pausing at all. This movement technique was so fast that it looked like teleportation, catching Xiao Chen somewhat off guard. However, Xiao Chen reacted very quickly. His figure flashed, and he moved like a spirit fish swinging its tail. In an instant he arrived behind Di Wuk. Before Xiao Chen could retract his hand, Xiao Chen moved behind him and snatched the hat away. Didn't anyone tell you that you should be polite? The smile on Di Wuk's face froze. He quickly turned around and retreated. However, Xiao Chen chased after him like a shadow, snatching the cloud moon saber from his hand. Bang! 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 The two's figures quickly turned illusory in the plaza. Di Wuk was like light, scattering and gathering, gathering and scattering again. No one could figure out his trajectory at all. As for Xiaoqin, he was unpredictable. He moved nimbly between fast and slow. No matter how unpredictable Di Wuk's movement technique was, Xiaoqin could always change his trajectory at any time, sticking close to the other party. For a moment, the scene was filled with colorful lights and dazzling lights. A strong aura burst out in all directions, causing cracks to appear in the space around them. The focus of the fight was the cloud moon saber, which spun continuously in the air. No one could keep a firm grip on it. The spectators felt an upheaval in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the fight would be so intense. Originally, everyone thought that Di Wuk's sudden removal of the mysterious person's hat would be sufficient to decide the outcome. Who could have imagined that the mysterious person's countenance would immediately change? Not only did he snatch the hat back, but he also fought so hard that it was hard to tell who would win. 1 hour later, the two revealed themselves at the same time. They stopped fighting and looked at each other. The two each held one end of the cloud moon saber. Di Wuk held the hilt while Xiaoqin held the end of the scabbard. Di Wuk appeared calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Right now, I'm holding the hilt. Do you think you still have a chance?" Under the hat, Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "If I give you a chance, do you dare to pull it out?" The moment Xiaoqin said that, everyone immediately looked at the divine daughter, Tianyushi. Indeed, they saw that Tianyushi's expression was somewhat unsightly. "Who told you that I don't dare to pull it out?" Di Wuk smiled faintly, and a light even more dazzling than the sun burst out from his body. The saber trembled intensely. A strong wind blew, and the sea of clouds churned. This startling aura seemed to force Xiaoqin back. "Is that so? Don't be too naive." Xiaoqin's tone turned sullen. Night descended above his head, and the moon hid in the clouds. An extremely strong saber intent spread out from his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the cloud moon saber felt this aura, it trembled even more intensely. No matter how hard Di Wuk tried, he could not pull it out at all. Half of the world was night, and the other half was day, a clear distinction. The two clashed, neither giving way. They both wanted to force the other back and hold the cloud moon saber in their hands. This wondrous scene was an eye-opener for everyone, inspiring praise in their hearts. Be it Di Wuk or that mysterious person, they were so strong that everyone sighed in amazement. Everyone had to admit that they were inferior. The stalemate attracted everyone's attention, not just the cultivators present. Many of the Lunar Palace's elders focused their gazes on these two. The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master, who was on the high platform, frowned slightly. She did not wish for Di Wuk to draw the cloud moon saber. The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master had forged this divine weapon for the sake of preserving the Lunar Palace's independence. However, if Di Wuk drew it, the Lunar Palace would not be able to go against the Vice Palace's Vice Palace Master. Now, Di Wuk grasped the saber's hilt, holding a clear advantage. The situation did not look good. Yu Bingyun's heart also started to feel nervous. She knew that if Di Wuk really drew it, even if her master was not willing, she would definitely fulfill her promise. Firstly, she could not take back what she said. Secondly, the cloud moon saber and the wind shadow sword concerned the Lunar Palace's survival, whether they could survive the demonic calamity or not. Chapter 1350. Half was day, and the other was night. One held the saber hilt, and the other held the end of the scabbard. It was clear who held the advantage. Di Wuk was on the offensive, trying to draw the cloud moon saber. As for Xiaoqin, he was at the end and could only defend, using his strong saber technique to forcibly delay the other party. Fortunately, Xiaoqin comprehended the saber domain and grasped saber energy. Otherwise, if it were anyone else in Xiaoqin's position, they would not last long against an opponent like Di Wuk. It was even possible that Xiaoqin would only last a few seconds before being defeated. Even so, Xiaoqin found this extremely unbearable, being in a very passive position. The most important thing was still Di Wuk's sudden appearance earlier, illuminating the night with divine light. This caused the divine weapon to rebound and injure Xiaoqin, snatching the initiative. After not seeing him for 5 years, This Diwok's strength somewhat surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. The other party had not advanced to martial emperor yet and had not condensed a heart of an emperor. However, he already clearly had the emperor's might, heavy and withdrawn. This was not strange. Xiao Chen could obtain the Blood Sword Sovereign's inheritance and condense a heart of an emperor in advance. The deity race had deep accumulations. It was possible that they did not have similar inheritances. As long as one was talented enough, one could comprehend them as well. Let go. Give me a chance and I will definitely draw this saber. However, ask yourself, if you are given a chance, will you really draw this Cloud Moon saber? Diwok suddenly said. His eyes narrowed into a line and turned into a saber. Then, his gaze pierced at Xiao Chen with an incredibly sharp gaze. Under the hat, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, not fluctuating at all. He said indifferently, "You do not understand." That was right. Xiao Chen had not really thought of drawing the Cloud Moon saber. If not for that moment of hesitation in his heart, he would not have drawn it. If not for that moment of hesitation in his heart, he would not have given Diwok a chance to injure him and prevent him from drawing the Cloud Moon saber. However, since Yu Bingyun begged him, giving him the bright jade fan and letting him enter Bright Moon City, he needed to stop this divine weapon unveiling ceremony. No matter what the sect did, it could not sacrifice a woman's happiness. If this person had nothing to do with Xiao Chen, he would not meddle in other people's business. However, Yu Bingyun was different. She was a friend who had gone through thick and thin with him, a friend who had gone through thick and thin with him. Since his friend had spoken, he would naturally be willing to go through fire and water for him. When he arrived at Bright Moon City, Xiao Chen had already thought everything through. He was not begging the Lunar Palace to stand on the Dragon's Gate's side or preventing the deity Dao Union from obtaining the Lunar Palace's support. His purpose was simple. He just wanted to help his friend when he was in trouble. That was how it was to face one's heart. Day versus night, the bright moon versus the great sun. From the very beginning, this was not a fair fight. Firstly, it was daytime at the moment, and Diwok occupied the time of day. Secondly, he was holding the hilt of the saber, while Xiao Chen was holding the tail of the saber. With the two factors added together, the situation was really too disadvantageous for Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen were in Diwok's position, he would be able to draw the Cloud Moon saber in a few breaths. Kasi. Xiao Chen drew the Cloud Moon saber by 1 centimeter. The saber light was dazzling, and Diwok's aura soared. The white clouds above pressed forward, pushing back the night sky above Xiao Chen by 1 kilometer. The crowd let out startled cries. Yu Bingyun covered her mouth, somewhat unable to bear to watch. This saber light dazzled everyone's eyes and also pierced many people's hearts. Diwok smiled faintly and started attacking with his words. It looks like I will be able to taste the Holy Daughter soon. After I taste it, I will definitely tell you. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the expressions of several people immediately turned sullen. Rage burned in Xiao Chen's heart, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, the spread-out saber domain quickly gathered back together. Clouds churned in the night sky, representing Xiao Chen's rage. They pounced over like a ferocious monster. Diwok did not panic. He said indifferently, "It's useless. I already nurtured a divine spirit in my sea of consciousness. In terms of aura, you cannot compare to me. You don't know how I managed to get through these 5 years." Suddenly, the white sky above Xiao Chen's head gathered and turned into a huge deity. The deity held a sharp sword and swung it down ferociously. It immediately knocked back the ferocious beast formed by the night sky. Boom! Suddenly, 9 fire dragons of different colors appeared above Diwok's head, roaring as they flew at him. It was Mo Qin charging over while holding the Book of Heavenly Works. "You are seeking death." Without needing Diwok to make a move, Xingju snorted coldly and soared into the sky. Then, he threw 9 punches and easily broke the fire dragons. After that, Xiao Chen punched at Mo Qin. The force was so great that the entire sky trembled. The force transmitted through the formless air, causing the vast Bright Moon Plaza to shake violently. Rumble! Countless buildings shook left and right, looking like they would collapse at any moment. Xingju felt a fire burning in his chest. Just as he had nowhere to vent it, Imochen jumped out and happened to run right into him. As a descendant of a prime, the gap between Imochen and Xingju was clear. Even though Xiaoqin did his best to block, this punch still knocked Imochen down from the sky. Her complexion paled, and her veil turned bright red. That was not all. As Xingju walked over, it looked like he had no intention of stopping. Xiaoqin felt a pang in his heart. He immediately prepared to let go, to give up on fighting with Di Wuk and rush to save Imochen. However, just as Xiaoqin was about to let go, a heavy killing intent burst out from Di Wuk's body, firmly locking onto Xiaoqin. As long as Xiaoqin let go and his aura weakened, Di Wuk would quickly follow up and severely injure him at lightning speed. Right now, the two were fighting at a crucial moment. Whoever let go would have their aura plummet to rock bottom. However, in Xiaoqin's opinion, if he let go, the other party would focus on drawing his saber. Unexpectedly, the other party was so ruthless. The moment he found an opportunity, he immediately wanted to kill Xiaoqin. Di Wuk, don't go overboard. Xiaoqin roared angrily as he narrowed his eyes. Di Wuk smiled coldly and said, "Unexpectedly, your heart of innocence still has not changed. How laughable. Do you still not understand? Right now, in the Kunlun realm, only you and I have a chance to fight for the luck child. With such a heart, how are you going to be the luck child? Your weakness is so obvious. What qualifications do you have to lead the entire Kunlun realm?" Xiaoqin ignored Xiaoqin. He focused all his attention on Xingju. The other party got closer and closer to Imochen. Damn it! Xiaoqin cursed in his heart. Then he did not hesitate to let go. The instant Xiaoqin let go, the blue dragon battle armor instantly condensed, covering every part of his body from top to bottom. Xiaoqin's figure turned into a dragon and broke out of the sea, moving like a meteor. However, while Xiaoqin was fast, Di Wuk, who had been staring at him, was even faster. The white sun above swept out, sweeping away the darkness that Xiaoqin gathered. Xiaoqin stepped forward and thrust the scabbard of the cloud moon saber forward. The precise timing struck Xiaoqin, who was in the air, heavily striking Xiaoqin's chest. Even with the protection of the blue dragon battle armor, a hole still opened in Xiaoqin's chest. Blood flowed endlessly. Although Xiaoqin was severely injured, he used the force of this strike to move his body and shield Imochen. Facing the strong wind, Xiaoqin circulated all the primordial energy in his body and punched at his fastest speed, blocking Xingju's attack. Boom! The two fists clashed. Xiaoqin, who had condensed the blue dragon battle armor, did not take a step back. However, he directly knocked Xingju into the air. Compared to Di Wuk's incredible improvement, Xingju was still weaker. "Are you all right?" Xiaoqin asked softly as he quickly helped Imochen up, ignoring his injuries. Imochen smiled bitterly and said, "He can't kill me. Why are you so stupid? I have managed Heavenly Star Island for so many years. I definitely have some life-saving secret treasures." Xiaoqin now understood. However, it did not matter. Even if Xiaoqin could not kill Imochen, the punch that landed on her would still hurt. Since Xiaoqin brought Imochen out, he had to ensure that she would not get hurt. "Ha! You truly live up to being the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin. You are indeed loyal. However, you will still suffer a crushing defeat today. This cloud moon saber is mine." Di Wuk laughed heartily. He grasped the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right. Then he pointed the saber at the sky, intending to draw it. "Do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Xiaoqin showed a cold expression as he helped Imochen up. Then he removed the hood on his head and casually tossed it away. "It's not that I can't do anything to you. I just don't want to completely expose my identity." His white robes and white hair were spotless. His heart was pure and filled with killing intent. Chapter 1351. When Xiaoqin removed his hood, his white hair fluttered. A cool breeze blew, revealing that delicate and handsome face. Everyone exclaimed softly, "It really is him. Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin. To think that he dares to come to Bright Moon City. How bold of him." It turns out that Di Wuk was right. Now that I think about it, who else could have such a saber move aside from the white-robed bladesman? However, it seems like there is no other way. D-Wuk already has complete control over the Cloud Moon Saber. No one can stop him. Xiao Chen's appearance caused a huge commotion. All the cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza discussed it in shock. However, at the same time, they did not think much of Xiao Chen's current situation. The reason was none other than D-Wuk's strength speaking for itself. Now that he controlled the Cloud Moon Saber, who could stop him from drawing it? Up on the tall platform, Yu Bingyun gently bit her lip. Tears welled up in her pretty eyes. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, Xiao Chen still took the risk to come to Bright Moon City just for her. Xiao Chen. So, it really is you. Shock flashed in Xingju's eyes. After the shock, a horrifying killing qi brewed frantically. However, it was D-Wuk who appeared extremely indifferent. He smiled faintly and said, "You finally decided to remove your hood? However, as I said before, you have no chance. From this moment on, your luck will begin to decline. When the Haotian sect is destroyed, that will be your end." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, thousands of layers of divine light burst out of his body. Golden clouds churned continuously in the sky. The image of the deity race's divine kingdom appeared indistinctly in the clouds. A boundless divine might erupted from D-Wuk's body. Although he had not advanced to martial emperor yet, his aura already suppressed many of the Emperor Wu's. As the divine might spread out, all the cultivators in the plaza quickly retreated. Amid this boundless divine might, D-Wuk grasped the saber's hilt and shouted. The Cloud Moon Saber trembled for a while before it was completely drawn. Rumble. The aura of the divine weapon clashed intensely with D-Wuk's aura. Lightning flashed in the sky, and mysterious phenomena appeared one after another. The entire Bright Moon Plaza shook endlessly. The many stone pillars and buildings collapsed. Cracks spread on the ground, creating deep ditches. The plaza turned into rubble. When all the heavenly starry ocean cultivators saw this scene, their faces all turned dark at the same time. D-Wuk actually managed to draw the divine weapon. It was truly intolerable and unacceptable. This kind of result was something that no one could have predicted. He really pulled it out. It's over. How unfortunate. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is actually going to marry a deity race person. On the platform, Yu Bingyun showed a grave expression, a desolate look flickering in her eyes. When the wind shadow sword on Xiao Chen's back felt the Cloud Moon Saber's struggle, it buzzed and trembled endlessly. A surging sword intent erupted from its body. I, D-Wuk, have been in hiding for 5 years. If I cannot even subdue an insignificant divine weapon like you, then I would have lived in vain. Xiao Chen, even if you are the Blue Dragon King, what can you do to me now? D-Wuk held the Cloud Moon Saber, which flickered with light and struggled endlessly. Then he reared his head back and laughed, looking unparalleled. How painful. You are probably unhappy with such a master, right? Sensing the Cloud Moon Saber struggle, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then he continued, in that case, I will set you free. A sharp light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and a surging saber intent started to gather wildly. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered freely, and his white robes flapped noisily. A strong saber intent burst out of his body. The saber domain that he grasped instantly spread out without holding anything back. 100 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands of dragon-like vital qi, a peak will of thunder, a dermic incarnation hidden in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, and vast magic energy. Everything merged into this saber domain without holding anything back. This was the first time Xiao Chen infused all his trump cards and various powers into his saber domain. With the flawless saber Dao, everything could be used as a saber. In the next moment, the light within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen suddenly vanished. Xiao Chen sank into deathly stillness and darkness. No light could be seen at all. It was like the light had vanished from that world. This was a scene that ordinary people saw. However, the outstanding talents here saw a different scene. Bright, an extremely bright flash of light, a flash of saber light that completely suppressed the blazing sun. Dazzling, piercing, and shocking. Saber domain. The saber in front, the domain behind. The domain was used by the saber, not the other way around. At this moment, aside from the original power of the world, there were also the various powers of Xiaochen within 1 kilometer. When Xiaochen decided to merge them all into one and use them all for the saber, that light naturally competed with the sun in brightness, shocking everyone. After detonating the 3 strands of saber energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness, he drew the lunar shadow saber and executed his peak saber strike. It looked like Xiaochen teleported, appearing in front of Di Wuk out of nowhere. Before Di Wuk, who was laughing loudly, could react, he discovered a saber light chopping down without any warning. This saber strike was too fast. It suppressed space and broke free of the restrictions of space. There was no trajectory that could be figured out at all. Kasi, the saber light directly chopped down on the cloud moon saber in Di Wuk's hand. There was a crisp sound. Before everyone's eyes, the divine weapon, the cloud moon saber, broke in half. Clang! Half of the cloud moon saber fell to the ground. The cloud moon saber gave off a melodious sound. This sound was incredibly desolate, resounding in the world. However, it also contained a strange joy. That was the final sound the cloud moon saber gave off. Only Xiaochen could understand its desolation. As a divine weapon, he was not willing to end up in the hands of a non-bladesman. Furthermore, he was not willing to suffer the fate of dying the moment he drew it. Similarly, only Xiaochen could understand that trace of joy. That was the joy of being freed. After being forcefully drawn, only the fate of being broken and subdued was to fall. However, dying here might be a form of release. Dang, ding, ding. The remaining half of the saber shook. After bouncing a few times, it finally stopped falling. That final sound was a cry to fate, or a helpless wail before death. No one could understand whether it was pride or cowardice. I have a pride higher than the sky. I have a sharpness that no saber can compare to. I have the ambition to break through the Kunlun realm and compete with the divine weapons of the outside world. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao is unfair. The world is unfair. An absolute treasure saber meets the wrong person. Xiaochen was slightly stunned. The final sound of the cloud moon saber rang in his ears. He knew in his heart that he was not the one who broke the cloud moon saber. Instead, the cloud moon saber chose him to break it. Was this pride or cowardice? Xiaochen did not understand. As for the surrounding cultivators, the incredibly interesting expressions of the Lunar Palace's people, and even the pale-faced Di Wuk and Xiaochen, who were very close, did not notice it. Xiaochen's gaze focused on the remaining half of the saber on the ground. How dare you? You are the descendant of the demonic Qing Emperor. Do you really think that I do not dare to kill you? Suddenly, a cold shout came from the Lunar Palace floating in the clouds in the sky. That voice was bone-chilling. Everyone in Bright Moon City felt a chill run down their backs, their bodies trembling. The rage contained in the voice terrified everyone. Fear spread throughout their bodies. No matter who it was, they all felt a terrifying killing intent. The strongest expert of the heavenly starry ocean, the Lunar Palace's palace master, was enraged. Chapter 1352. Without a doubt, the owner of this voice was the Lunar Palace's palace master, the leader of the heavenly starry ocean's 3 primes. The Lunar Palace's palace master, who wore an azure-colored dress and was surrounded by colorful clouds with a bright moon, slowly appeared in the sky and drifted down. After the Lunar Palace's palace master landed, the entire place fell silent. Not only did no one dare to speak, but even breathing became like ice pillars. The reason was none other than because everyone could sense the Supreme Being's anger. She already had murderous intent. Xiaochen, whose back faced the Lunar Palace's palace master, felt the greatest pressure. The might of that prime made one's heart tremble and their entire body turn cold. This was the first time a prime unleashed her aura on him. Only now did he truly understand. How horrifying was the strength of a prime. That was a level that Xiaochen could not imagine. However, Xiaochen did not turn his head back, nor did he explain anything. Even the appearance of a prime could not calm his emotions. Xiaochen waved his hand, and the bright jade fan flew out. The fan unfurled in midair. A brilliant light spread out, looking beautiful and gentle. The sound of a zither and melodious singing came from the fan. When the Lunar Palace's palace master saw the bright jade fan flying over, she showed a stunned expression. Clearly, she was somewhat surprised. The Lunar Palace's palace master stretched out her hand and grasped the bright jade fan. Her eyes flickered, and her expression fluctuated. Clearly, she had some difficult decisions in her heart. Then, Xiaoqun bent over and picked up the remaining half of the cloud moon saber. Then, he stood up and looked at the remaining half of the saber in Diwuk's hand. Then, he said indifferently, "What you want is not a treasure saber that exists purely for the saber Dao. Give it to me." After saying that, Xiaoqun did not wait for Diwuk to refuse. Diwuk was somewhat distracted. He did not struggle, letting Xiaoqun snatch it away easily. "Emo-chen, let's go." Xiaoqun's figure drifted over to Emo-chen's side. Then, he turned his head and smiled faintly at Yu Bingyun. Then, he soared into the air with Emo-chen. Then, they left before everyone's gazes. The Lunar Palace's palace master wanted to say something. However, she saw the bright jade fan in her hand. Xiaoqun recalled what Xiaoqun said to Diwuk. Then, he turned his head back to look at Yu Bingyun, who was staring at Xiaoqun's back in a daze. She sighed helplessly in her heart. With her intelligence, how could she not guess the ins and outs of the matter at this moment? However, Yu Bingyun was unhappy with Xiaoqun's arrangements. She used the bright jade fan to force Xiaoqun to enter and stop this divine weapon unveiling ceremony. However, Yu Bingyun had not expected that the divine weapon unveiling ceremony would indeed be disrupted. Xiaoqun's saber strike actually broke the cloud moon saber. There was no shadow in the wind, no moon in the clouds. The Lunar Palace's preparations for more than 1,000 years went to waste, their blood, sweat, and tears. Had the Lunar Palace's palace master known that there would be such a storm, she might not have held the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. As the Lunar Palace's palace master watched Xiaoqun's figure slowly vanish from Bright Moon City, she clutched the bright jade fan tightly. In the end, she did not choose to make a move. "Perhaps you are still somewhat different from that demon." The Lunar Palace's palace master looked around, and her killing chi vanished. Then, she looked at Diwuk and asked, "You are the divine son, Diwuk?" Diwuk recovered his wits and nodded gently. "That is this junior. I came in a rush and did not report before suddenly coming to Bright Moon City. Sorry for the offense." When facing this prime, Diwuk did not show any stage fright. His reply was appropriate, displaying the air of a major character. The Lunar Palace's palace master looked directly at Diwuk like she wanted to see through all of Diwuk's secrets, making Diwuk feel somewhat uncomfortable. After a while, the Lunar Palace's palace master nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. Before advancing to Martial Emperor, you already comprehended the unique divine spirit of the deity race and cultivated heavenly deity energy. You are indeed incredible. Come with me. I want to have a chat with you." After being stunned for a while, Diwuk reacted. The Lunar Palace's palace master wanted to meet him alone. With the cloud moon saber shattered, the Lunar Palace lost its greatest support and would have no choice but to lower its head to the deity Dao Union. When Diwuk figured this out, he could not help rejoicing in his heart. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks for the palace master's invitation. Wuk is deeply honored." Diwuk felt somewhat cocky in his heart. It looked like Xiaoqun was in the limelight at this divine weapon unveiling ceremony. However, in the end, Xiaoqun still ended up benefiting him. Without Xiaoqun breaking the cloud moon saber, given the pride of the Lunar Palace's palace master, how could she have summoned him alone? This was what Xiaoqun worried about the most before coming to the Lunar Palace. However, it still happened in the end. However, at this moment, Xiaoqun did not regret it at all. He had long since understood his heart. He only came here to help a friend. Since he already achieved his goal, he had no regrets. However, the final sound of the cloud moon saber stirred Xiaoqun greatly. In Bright Moon City, when the Holy Scions saw Diwuk and the Lunar Palace's palace master ascend to the Lunar Palace in the sky, their expressions changed somewhat. This was because the Holy Lands behind some of the Holy Scions had already been convinced by Xiaoqun and agreed to help the Haotian sect at the crucial moment. However, the Lunar Palace's attitude seemed to have changed somewhat, making these holy scions feel somewhat nervous. The lunar palace's influence in the heavenly starry ocean was unprecedentedly strong. If the lunar palace sided with the deity Tao Union, then the Haotian sect, which was already barely able to put up a fight, would immediately be in grave danger. All of these holy scions rushed back and brought this news back to their holy lands. Aside from the myriad law-fiend master's heart, which did not fluctuate at all, the other holy lords all experienced some subtle changes. Among them, the cyclic astral lord's reaction was the greatest. He flew into a rage and cursed out at the holy sun, a rare sight. 3 days later, a piece of news spread out, calming the hearts of the many holy lords. The lunar palace did not side with the deity Tao Union. It only took half a step forward and promised Diwuk that as long as the deity Tao Union could destroy the Haotian sect, the lunar palace would join the deity Tao Union without holding anything back. This was not good news. However, to the various holy lands, this was the best result. After all, they already promised Shaochen to place their future bet on the Blue Dragon King. If the lunar palace sided with the deity Tao Union and they went to help, they would not have any chance of victory. Soon, the divine weapon unveiling ceremony came to an end. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. During this half a month, nothing major happened in the heavenly starry ocean. Everyone talked about the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chen, and that startling saber strike at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. The divine weapon unveiling ceremony was full of twists and turns, stirring up everyone's hearts. It would be hard for it not to become a topic of conversation. This was especially so for Shao Chen. In the end, he actually managed to break the Cloud Moon Saber and leave Bright Moon City alive. Everyone found this inconceivable. In Emperor Wu's circle, this saber strike also caused a huge commotion, inciting widespread discussion. This was because Shao Chen had taken a path that they had never seen before. He used the saber to control space, using the saber to suppress space. This shattered Emperor Wu's long-held understanding of domains. This was simply incredible. In the past half a month, Emperor Wu continuously came to Heavenly Star Island to seek advice from Shao Chen on the various mysteries contained in that saber strike. Shao Chen did not hide anything, openly sharing his understanding with the people who came to seek advice. On this particular day, Shao Chen had just sent off a greater heavenly Emperor Wu of the Storm Sea. When he returned to his residence to discuss with Mo Chen how to deal with the broken Cloud Moon Saber, an unexpected guest arrived. When Mo Chen saw this person arrive, she felt exceptionally shocked. "Elder Sister Bing Yun, weren't you in confinement? Why are you out?" The person who came was Yu Bing Yun, who was rumored to be imprisoned after the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. Yu Bing Yun smiled faintly. Then she looked at Shao Chen and said, "Now, I am no longer the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. I can go wherever I want." Chapter 1353. Clearly, the two had not expected Yu Bingyun's arrival. When they heard her say that she was no longer the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, they were even more shocked. Shao Chen and Mo Chen exchanged glances. They did not know what happened. Could it be that the Lunar Palace's holy daughter and the Lunar Palace's palace master already fell out? "Bing Yun, what do you mean by this?" Shao Chen asked probingly after inviting her in. This might involve some sensitive issues, so Shao Chen did not insist on it. He only asked casually, not putting any pressure on Yu Bing Yun. Yu Bing Yun smiled faintly and said, "It is not as serious as you think. After Master found out about my thoughts, she did not force me and let me leave the Lunar Palace. However, I lived in the Lunar Palace since I was young. Now that I left the Lunar Palace, I could not even think of a place to stay, so I came here. You won't chase me away, right? This is good." Shao Chen and Mo Chen both heaved a sigh of relief. It looks like the Lunar Palace's palace master is not a cold-blooded and emotionless person. Clearly, Shao Chen still had a master-disciple relationship with Yu Bing Yun. Otherwise, he would not have let her go so easily. Mo Chen giggled and said, "That is exactly what he wished for. How could he rush? I will accompany Elder Sister Bing Yun later and arrange a place to stay." However, Shao Chen would not mind Yu Bing Yun staying on Heavenly Star Island. He smiled faintly and did not say anything more. "By the way, I actually came here for another matter." Yu Bingyun said softly as she looked at the broken halves of the cloud moon saber on the table. When Xiao Chun saw Xiao Chen's expression, his heart tightened. He asked, "Are you here for the cloud moon saber?" Now that the divine weapon had lost its divinity and spirituality, it was no longer valuable. "Can you keep it with me? I am willing to return half of the resources to the lunar palace." Seeing Yu Bingyun's gaze on the cloud moon saber, Xiao Chun thought that the lunar palace wanted to take back the cloud moon saber. Xiao Chun did not have any plans for the cloud moon saber. He only wanted to keep the two halves of the saber. The final sound of the cloud moon saber shocked Xiao Chun too much. Perhaps it was out of the respect a bladesman had for a saber, so Xiao Chun kept it. Although most of the cloud moon saber was willing to be broken by Xiao Chun was the one who personally broke it. Taking in the cloud moon saber could be considered as making up for the guilt in his heart, although it was far from enough. Yu Bingyun smiled and said, No, you are overthinking. I would like to ask you if you are willing to merge the lunar shadow saber and the cloud moon saber into a brand new subdivine weapon." A surprised expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He had not expected Yu Bingyun to say such a thing. On a deeper level, could this be the intention of the lunar palace's palace master? Yu Bingyun continued, "Xiao Chen, there is no need to guess. Although master did not say it explicitly, this is her intention. She made 2 moves. On the surface, she promised Di-Wuk, but she didn't give up on you. After all, no matter who it is, no one would truly be willing to be swallowed up by the deity race." Xiao Chun felt shocked in his heart. This lunar palace's palace master was truly incredible. She made 2 moves, one in the open and one in the dark, considering all the possible outcomes. This was especially so for Yu Bingyun's move. The other party was no longer a member of the lunar palace. Even if she came to help Xiao Chen, the deity Dao Union would have nothing to say, unable to find an excuse to make things difficult for him. If the deity Dao Union gained power and really destroyed the Haoyan sect, Yu Bingyun would have publicly expressed her support for the deity Dao Union long ago. She would have obtained a good position as well. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "This master of yours is scheming for the lunar palace at every turn. She treats everyone as a pawn. Has she ever thought about your feelings?" Yu Bingyun said softly, "Don't blame my master. I have never blamed her. Our positions are different, so naturally, our perspectives are different. Furthermore, this time, I volunteered. As long as you are willing, I have a way to perfectly merge the cloud moon saber into the lunar shadow saber, bringing out the characteristics of the cloud moon saber." When Xiao Chen heard this, he entered deep thought. This was indeed a great temptation. However, he had to ask for Ao Jiao's opinion first. "Ao Jiao, do you think this is possible?" Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, nodded and said, "If it is just merging the cloud moon saber, I can agree. Coincidentally, before it becomes a divine weapon, I can upgrade the lunar shadow saber once more." Xiao Chen felt slightly shocked. He asked in his heart, "Even if I merge the two, I still can't upgrade the lunar shadow saber to a divine weapon?" Naturally, it can. However, it will just be an ordinary divine weapon. Either the lunar shadow saber does not become a divine weapon, or once it does, it will definitely charge into the divine weapon ranking. It is just like you. Either you do not advance to martial emperor, or once you do, you will definitely become an influential person among Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. It was not that he could not, but that he was unwilling. Right now, the lunar shadow saber was like the blue-robed emperor, who was accumulating accumulations. This was fine as well. Right now, Xiao Chen was not prepared to have a transcendent divine weapon. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I discussed it with the lunar shadow saber. She agreed. In that case, I'll have to trouble Miss Bingyun." Yu Bingyun blinked, feeling somewhat surprised. To think that Xiao Chen would discuss the matter of modifying a weapon with his own item spirit. After recovering her wits, Yu Bingyun smiled and said, It's fine. It's not really troublesome. The truly troublesome one is younger sister Mo Chin. Without her help, it would be very difficult for me to merge the lunar shadow saber and the cloud moon saber perfectly." Mo Chin said, "No problem. As long as I can help big brother Xiao Chen, Mo Chin is willing to do anything." When Xiao Chen saw the sincerity in the two girls' eyes, he felt moved. It was already a great blessing to have a confidant in one's life. However, Xiao Chen had too. It had to be said that he was very fortunate. Yu Bingyun said, "There is no time to lose. Let's start now and try to finish it before the deity Dao Union launches a full-scale attack on the Haotian sect." At the mention of this, Xiao Chen's heart sank. Worry appeared on his face. The Haotian sect and the three holy masters had already started fighting long ago. Emperor Wu had already clashed with each other several times. As for the sporadic battles, that went without saying. They happened practically at every moment. However, with the Haotian Prime holding down the fort, even though the three holy masters held the advantage, they did not dare to clash head-on with the Haotian sect. Hence, there was no true decisive battle. However, after the deity Dao Union was established, the situation instantly changed. The Haotian sect was immediately at a disadvantage. Once the deity Dao Union was completely reorganized, the decisive battle would start at any moment. No matter how one looked at it, the Haotian sect was the deity Dao Union's greatest enemy on the path to unifying the Kunlun realm. Now, it had been more than 2 months since the deity Dao Union was established. That day was drawing closer. Perhaps it was only 1 month away, or perhaps it would happen tomorrow. Without the lips, the teeth would feel the cold. Once the Supreme Sky sect fell, Xiao Chen would suffer a calamity as well. Xiao Chen's luck would be affected, plummeting. "Bingyun, how long will it take?" Xiao Chen asked. Yu Bingyun thought for a while. "If everything went smoothly," she replied, "it will probably take 7 days. After all, it is just merging and not forging a new divine weapon. Furthermore, there is Mo Chen's Book of Heavenly Works assisting from the side. It will not take long." 7 days. I hope that in these 7 days, the Haotian sect will not cause any trouble. After saying that, Xiao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber and handed it to Yu Bingyun. Then, he said, "The two of you, just focus on merging the 2 sabers. I will stand guard for you during these 7 days. Chapter 1354. While Xiao Chen guarded the 2 girls as they merged the 2 sabers, something happened in the Tianwu domain in the Kunlun continent. Now, the Haotian sect's Haotian province no longer had any ordinary people. The Haotian sect had already sent them to other places. The surrounding provinces also had no ordinary people. Naturally, the reason went without saying. The battle between the 3 holy masters and the Haotian sect had already progressed from the initial scattered battles to full scale. Such a huge battle affected everything within 5 million kilometers of the province. If ordinary people were here, it would be hard for them to survive. The Haotian sect sent disciples to guard all the cities of various sizes in the Haotian province. If one had a bird's-eye view from the sky, they would discover that with Haotian City as the center, a huge formation had already formed. There were formations within formations, layer after layer, a total of 18 layers interconnected. Cities, mountains, and rivers were all important nodes of the formation. These nodes were the center of the battle between the Haotian sect and the 3 holy masters. If the 3 holy masters wanted to break the formation, they would have to destroy these nodes. If the Haotian sect wanted to protect its main sect, it would have to protect as many nodes as possible. The intensity of the battle would be easy to imagine. The many layers of formations guarded the center. The Haotian sect's Haotian City was where the sect's luck was. Once Haotian City was destroyed, the entire sect's luck would end. All the sect's disciples would be affected. Fortunately, although the 3 holy masters were pressing hard, they only managed to break the outermost 3 layers of the 18 layers of formations. Furthermore, the Haotian sect would organize a counterattack, so the fight would be intense. At the periphery of the Haotian province, the disciples of the White Emperor City, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, and the Divine Martial Gate could be seen densely packed in the periphery, wearing uniforms of different colors. There were all sorts of warships in the sky. They covered the sky and cast a large shadow. Among the many warships were 3 incredibly huge Emperor-grade warships: the Divine Tiger warship, the Divine Phoenix warship, and the Divine Martial warship. These were the final warships of the 3 holy masters. They could be used for both offense and defense. Since the start of the battle, they had kept them as trump cards and rarely used them. The three holy lords gathered on the divine phoenix worship of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. The Emperor Wu of the Holy Lands all stood behind their respective holy lords, radiating a baleful aura. If one counted carefully, each of the Holy Lands had more than 10 martial emperors. The depth of their accumulations was clear. Despite such great strength, the many martial emperors did not show any complacency on their faces. Instead, they had grave expressions, and the atmosphere of the entire place was very stifling. The White Tiger Holy Master sighed and said, 3 months have passed. The number of martial emperors that died in our clans has already exceeded 5. Many more blue-robed emperor and martial sages have died. Unexpectedly, the Haotian sect is so difficult to deal with. Under the threat of the 3 holy masters, aside from the Thunder King's Thunder and Lightning Palace, no other sect in the entire Tianwu domain dared to support the Haotian sect. However, the Haotian sect had a prime. No other sect dared to take the risk of following the 3 holy masters to attack the Haotian sect. Even if the Haotian sect was destroyed, the Haotian prime would not die. He would still be able to take revenge on them. Aside from the 3 holy masters, who had deep accumulations, no other sect dared to be so bold as to offend a prime. The Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace added up only had 8 Emperor Wu, less than the 3 holy masters. In terms of accumulations, these 2 sects were far from comparable to the 3 holy masters. However, the Haotian sect had a prime. The 3 holy masters had to work together to defeat Ying Zongtian. Furthermore, Ying Zongtian could leave whenever he wanted. They would not hold him back. Furthermore, the other party had the geographical advantage, relying on the defensive formations. With one attacking and one defending, it was clear that the attacking side would have to put in more effort. For the past 3 months, even though the 3 holy masters held the upper hand, suppressing the Haotian sect to the point of not being able to counterattack, they could not take down the Haotian sect. On the other hand, the 3 holy masters suffered heavy losses. Even more than 6 Emperor Wu died. If they continued to attack, even if they destroyed the Haotian sect, the 3 holy masters would suffer heavy losses. The losses outweighed the gains. The 3 holy masters had no choice but to join the Deity Dao Union's 3 holy masters. There was already no turning back. They had to take down the Haotian sect. Why are the Deity Dao Union's people not here yet? A Phoenix's Passion Palace elder asked, feeling upset. They had already joined the Deity Dao Union for 2 months, but they still had not received any reinforcements. These words could be said to have spoken out the thoughts of many elders. Everyone was worried that they would be the next to fall. The stronger one was, the more they valued their lives. Although the 3 holy masters' attacks had slowed down after joining the Deity Dao Union, Emperor Wu still occasionally fell, making it hard to avoid fear. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord said, "There is no rush. The Deity Dao Union needs some time to organize its internal affairs. We need to discuss how to split the benefits. We also have to consider the unstable factors of the fiend races, the Fox King and the Ghost race. It is fine if the Deity Dao Union does not make a move. However, when they do, they have to destroy the Haotian sect." Suddenly, the expression of the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord, who was speaking, changed. Then, he closed his eyes as if he was communicating with someone. After a while, he opened his eyes, and he revealed an expression of joy. "Pass down my orders. All the Holy Lands cultivators are to stop attacking and defend the nodes that we already occupied. Do not make any movements for 3 days. Just turtle up and defend." The moment the Vermilion Bird said that, the Deity Dao Union immediately broke out into discussion, feeling shocked. "Holy Lord, is the Deity Dao Union coming?" someone asked anxiously. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord replied indifferently, "There is no need to ask so much. Everything will be clear in 3 days. You can all withdraw and just wait for news." Although they did not know what news it was, at least they did not need to fight for now. This was a rare moment of rest, so it was good news. After these elders left, the White Tiger Holy Lord and the Black Tortoise Holy Lord asked one after another, "What news did Emperor Forsaken send? Are they going to make a move?" These 3 were peak 9th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperors. Their perspective of the problem was much broader than that of Emperor Wu, who had just left. They did not feel anxious about the deity Dao Union taking so long to arrive. The smile on the vermilion bird Holy Lord's face vanished. He said sullenly, "I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that with the deity race's help, the internal strife of the ghost race and the corpse race is basically quelled. The deity Dao Union is nearly complete and will arrive in the Tianwu domain in 3 days. Given that, the allied army of the deity Dao Union will definitely have experts of the ghost race and corpse race. And the bad news?" At the mention of the bad news, the vermilion bird Holy Lord's expression turned somewhat unsightly. However, he still had to say it in the end. The bad news is that the divine daughter Tianyushi's activities in the heavenly starry ocean basically ended in failure. The many holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean have been roped in by that little brat, Xiaochen. "What?" The two cried out hoarsely, somewhat startled. The deity Dao Union was already established, yet the holy lands of the heavenly starry oceans still dared to resist. Fortunately, Xiaochen did not convince the lunar palace. Furthermore, the lunar palace's palace master promised that as long as the Haotian sect is destroyed, she will immediately join the deity Dao Union. After a pause, the vermilion bird Holy Lord continued. The white tiger Holy Lord smiled and said, "This lunar palace's palace master is indeed as shrewd as before. However, the lunar palace does indeed have the strength and accumulations to raise such a condition." The black tortoise Holy Lord nodded slightly, agreeing with the white tiger Holy Lord's point of view. However, when he thought of Xiaochen, he found it somewhat strange. This fellow Xiaochen truly lives up to being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. To think that he is so horrifying. It looks like our decision to cut off all means of retreat and work together to make Di Wuk the bearer of luck was the right one. That's right. If we really let him advance to martial emperor, we will all die. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor treated us like cattle and horses. We, the three holy masters, absolutely cannot go through that again. A heavy murderous intent flashed in the vermilion bird Holy Lord's eyes. He continued in a cold voice, "Hence, this Haotian sect must be destroyed. We must cut off its luck, preventing it from advancing to martial emperor." Chapter 1355. In the refining pavilion of Scorching Flame Island, which had already been turned into a refining island in the sea region of Heavenly Star Island, Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun were anxiously helping to merge the Cloud Moon Saber and the Lunar Shadow Saber. Aside from Xiaochen, there was no one else outside the refining pavilion. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Xiaochen had not been idle. He had been trying to comprehend the peak saber strike that he executed during the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. That saber strike gave Xiaochen an extremely wondrous feeling. He had already touched the surface of the state of space. When he swung the saber, he used the saber to control space. He could not feel the existence of space. He was clearly still in the water, but it felt like he had already leaped out of space. It was extremely wondrous. After that, Xiaochen tried several times. His saber domain could still merge all his energy and execute a peak saber strike. However, he could no longer find that feeling of using the saber to control space. It was like it had never appeared before. Since that day, many Emperor Wu came to seek advice from Xiaochen on the mysteries of that move. Xiaochen did not hide anything, honestly telling these people his views on the saber domain. At the same time, he shared his doubts and questions with Emperor Wu, who came to seek advice, helping each other. After chatting openly with many different Emperor Wu and seeing all sorts of ingenious viewpoints, Xiaochen gained a lot. No matter how smart a person was, there would always be things that one could not think of. Perhaps it was these small, unexpected things that one could not think of that would be the key to a breakthrough. Although Xiaochen could no longer find that state of using the saber to control space, he became increasingly familiar with merging all his energy into the saber domain and executing a peak strike. Xiaochen gave this saber strike a name, Void-Breaking Stance. The word break represented the breaking of his understanding of the olden era's saber domain. It represented his rebuilding after breaking, creating a brand new Dao. Xiaochen had a vague idea in his heart. He was preparing to accumulate everything he had learned in his life and create another saber technique, merging all the mysteries of the saber techniques that he had comprehended into this saber technique. This saber technique was called the flawless saber technique, and the void-breaking stance was the first stance of this flawless saber technique. As for how many more stances there were, that would depend on fate and could not be forced. Sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Xiaochen continuously analyzed the saber techniques he had learned in his mind. Many years ago, Xiaochen had been trying to create his own swordsmanship. Even if he obtained the swordsmanship of others, he would try his best to adapt it to his own. The Wukuei saber technique, the rushing thunder chop, the four-season saber technique, and the lightning tribulation saber technique. It looked very tiring and required a lot more effort, and he might not even succeed. But many years later, when Xiaochen looked back on the path he had taken, he was very glad that he had taken this step back then. At sunset, Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes, and a small black dot appeared in his eyes. As the black dot got closer, it turned into a graceful and gentle woman. It was the eldest senior sister, Xue Lingling. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and quickly stood up. For his eldest senior sister to rush over at this time, something urgent had to have happened. First senior sister, what's the matter for you to be in such a rush? Xiaochen asked quickly after he stood up. Xue Lingling frowned somewhat worriedly. Her expression turned grave as she said, the various factions of the deity Dao Union have already gathered in the Haotian province 3 days ago. After a round of ferocious attacks, they have already broken 9 of the 18 layers of formations in the periphery. When Xiaochen heard this, he was mildly startled. The thing that he worried about the most still happened ahead of time. However, this day would eventually come. Xiaochen's mental state was rather good. After a while, he recovered. Xiaochen's expression recovered its calm. Without hesitation, he said, "Do you need my help? As long as Big Brother Ing says the word, I can ask the many seniors of the heavenly starry ocean to help at any time." When Xue Lingling saw Xiaochen's expression, she felt moved in her heart. She smiled and said, "There's no need. It is not that time yet. It is just that we currently lack martial emperor experts to protect the formations. Master has already spoken with the Fox King and is currently searching the entire Kunlun realm for Emperor Wu's help. He got me to come and see if Junior Brother can help." Xiaochen let out a soft cry of surprise, indicating that he understood. Right now, it was not the most crucial moment. Those holy lords were the final trump cards. There was no need to use them yet. Right now, they lacked ordinary martial emperor experts. Big Brother wanted to ask Xiaochen to help. It looked like the Haotian sect had indeed reached an exceptionally dangerous moment. Otherwise, Big Brother Ing would not have asked Xiaochen to help. "That's not a problem. I'll go with you after I report." Naturally, Xiaochen would not reject Big Brother Ying's request. He turned around and headed for the refining pavilion to inform them of this matter. In the refining pavilion, the expressions of the two girls changed drastically. They said at the same time, "No way. How can you go at this time? Your Lunar Shadow Saber and Cloud Moon Saber are only halfway merged. Let's wait for another 4 days." When Xue Lingling heard what happened, she revealed a gentle smile. "It is good that Junior Brother is so kind. Since the Lunar Shadow Saber still needs another 4 days to merge, then wait for another 4 days. I'll just wait for Junior Brother in the Haotian sect." "It's fine. I'll go back with you. Even without a saber in hand, I am confident of fighting with Emperor Wu." Xiaochen smiled faintly to comfort Big Brother Ing. Since Big Brother Ing sought him out, it meant that the situation was dire. He had to go. Perhaps nothing dangerous would happen in 4 days. However, if something did happen, it would be too late for regrets. Xiaochen did not want to regret it. In the refining pavilion, Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. "Big Brother Xiaochen, wait for a while. Elder Sister Bingyun and I will come out soon. Don't be in a rush to leave yet." Mo Chen's voice came from inside. Could there be a turning point? Xiaochen turned his head to Xue Lingling and said, "In that case, let's wait for a while more." Xue Lingling nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to Junior Brother." The two chatted as they waited. During this time, Shui Lingling gave a simple explanation of the Haotian sect's current situation. The Haotian sect could rely on only the Thunder and Lightning Palace to block the attacks of the three Holy Masters. Aside from the Haotian Prime, it also relied on the worldly mountain river Great Sun Formation. If the Grand Formation broke, it would be very hard to defend the Supreme Sky Sect's mountain just by relying on the Supreme Sky Prime alone. As Xiao Chun listened to Shui Lingling's calm explanation, he could sense the overwhelming danger that the Haotian sect faced. Xiao Chun became even more determined to rush over. No matter what, he had to do his part. 1 hour later, Yu Bingyun and Mo Chen worked together to carry a rectangular bronze box out of the refining pavilion. Buzz. After they landed by Xiao Chen's side, they quickly put down the bronze box. The ground immediately shook, and their bodies trembled. Shui Lingling exclaimed in shock, "What is inside? It is so heavy." Mo Chen wiped the sweat off her forehead and panted. She said, "There is a formation in there. It contains 500 tons of frost flame. There is no way to put it in the universe ring." Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" Yu Bingyun explained, "Since you want to leave early, we can only think of a stupid method. After the new lunar shadow saber absorbs all the frost flame, you will be able to use it. The advantage of this stupid method is that there is no need to worry. The disadvantage is that we do not know how long it will take to absorb all the frost flame. Perhaps 10 days, perhaps 1 month. So long? Isn't it just 4 days? After Shui Lingling heard that, she felt somewhat guilty for interrupting Xiao Chen's matters. It's fine. Xiao Chen smiled and picked up the bronze box with one hand. It was indeed rather heavy. However, Xiao Chen's physical body was comparable to that of many experts who focused on cultivating the physical body. It was not too difficult to pick it up. After making some preparations, Xiao Chen carried the bronze box on his back. A warmth immediately came from the bronze box. This warmth turned into a warm flame flowing through the meridians in Xiao Chen's body. His entire body felt warm. Grand mist energy automatically flowed out. With the help of this warm fire, his entire body felt warm. With the help of this warm flame, the primordial energy quickly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Xiao Chen's cultivation speed was about 20% faster than usual. Furthermore, it was very stable. The most important thing was that it was cultivating automatically. This bronze box was extraordinary. You can feel it now, right? This bronze box is the sword box of an ancient powerhouse. Now, the treasure sword in it is no longer around. However, even if this sword box exists on its own, it is still a peak emperor-grade secret treasure, Yu Bingyun said with a smile when she saw Xiao Chen's expression. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It is indeed a treasure. At this rate, even if I am walking, it can still help me cultivate." Yu Bingyun said, "You like it? In that case, I'll give it to you. In the future, I'll tell you about the many other uses of this sword box." Most people would not dare to carry such a heavy sword box on their back. Not only would it slow down their movement technique, but it would also easily distract them. There were pros and cons. That was indeed the case. In that case, I'll leave with first senior sister first. No way. I already discussed it with elder sister Bingyun. This time, I have to go with you, Mo Chen suddenly said in a resolute tone. Chapter 1356. Xiao Chen simply could not convince Yu Bingyun and Mo Chen. In the end, he still brought the two girls with him, returning to the Supreme Sky Sect through the transportation formation with Shui Lingling. A light flickered, and the four appeared at the Haotian Sect's transportation formation at the same time. Xiao Chen was rather familiar with the Haotian Sect's transportation formation. He had used it several times before, so he was familiar with the surrounding environment. As the four sized up the surroundings, they could feel the tense atmosphere in the air. Everyone's faces were solemn, and their brows were furrowed. "Greetings, first senior sister." "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." When the Haotian sect disciples around the transportation formation saw the group appear, they bowed in greeting. Shui Lingling nodded slightly and walked out of the transportation formation. Immediately, a young disciple came over and said, "First senior sister, the sect master has been waiting for a long time already." "I got it. You may withdraw first." With Shui Lingling leading the way, the four soared into the air and flew towards Haotian City. The transportation formation was not far from Haotian City. In just a few breaths, the four saw the majestic Haotian City. The once familiar Haotian City was now filled with desolation. The ordinary people in the city had already evacuated, leaving behind only the Haotian sect disciples. When the four approached the city gates, Xiao Chen, Mo Bingyun, and Mo Bingyun immediately felt a sharp aura coming from the city walls, locking onto the three. It was like a terrifying, ferocious beast suddenly opening its eyes and locking onto the three. Xiao Chen did not panic. He knew that this was a critical period, and the formation in the city must have been activated long ago. The people guarding the nodes of the formation did not know the three's identities, so they had to take precautions and could not be careless. Bush. Two figures tore through the air, each with a scarlet rope tied to their right arms. There was an ancient armband tied to the middle of the scarlet rope. Xiao Chen had some impression of the one on the left. He was a blue-robed emperor elder of the Haotian sect. However, he could not recall his name, having only seen him a few times. As for the one on the right, he was certain that he had never seen him before. He was also a blue-robed emperor-level character, and his body was filled with a thick aura of thunder and lightning. Xiao Chen recalled that the Thunder and Lightning Palace was now stationed in the Haotian sect. If he was right, it should be an elder from the Thunder and Lightning Palace. Miss Shui, please show me your token and armband to prove your identity. Shui Lingling frowned slightly but did not refuse. She took out her identity token. After memorizing the red armband, the two elders' expressions softened. They were so cautious because they were afraid that some Emperor Wu would change his appearance and sneak in. This is my junior brother, also the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. The three of them don't have armbands yet, Shui Lingling explained. The Haotian sect's elder smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm afraid it's impossible to imitate the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen's temperament even if you wanted to. Lingling, it's enough that you can prove your identity. Here are 3 armbands. Give them to them." Shui Lingling received the armbands and handed them to the 3. She explained, "This red string armband looks simple, but it was personally refined by the sect master. Others cannot imitate it. With this armband, one can enter and leave the various formations of the Haotian sect at will. Once it is taken away, it will instantly burn with just a thought." After Xiao Chen and the other 2 dripped their blood on the armbands, they bound them to their right arms. After passing the city walls, the 4 flew to the floating inner city. After a while, they passed through the layers of guards and arrived at the inner hall. A huge sand table was placed in the simple and unadorned inner hall. The sand table simulated the situation of the entire Haotian province. Different from ordinary sand tables, the one before them was a miniature version of the Haotian province. Furthermore, everything that happened in the Haotian sect was displayed in detail. It was very mystical. Xiao Chen focused his gaze. After staring at it for a few seconds, the originally small scene in the sand table suddenly enlarged and was reflected in his mind. He could clearly see the teleportation formation outside the city. There were about 10 people standing outside the sand table. Apart from the Haotian prime Ying Zongtian, Xiao Chen did not recognize the rest. However, they were all experts at the level of Emperor Wu. It looked like anyone who could enter this inner hall either had a high status or had a cultivation similar to Emperor Wu's. Beside the Haotian prime stood a middle-aged man in purple robes. His entire body gave off a sharp light. Xiao Chen only took one look and felt a huge pressure. Apart from this person, there were many other martial emperors present. All of them pressured Xiao Chen. Even if he used his Dharma world, he might not be a match for those martial emperors. As they arrived, all the Emperor Wu raised their heads and looked at them. Ying Zongtian nodded with a smile when he saw Xiao Chen. "Brother Xiao Chen, you're fast. I originally expected you to arrive tomorrow. Since Big Brother Ying invited me, I'll naturally arrive as soon as possible." In front of the big shots, the atmosphere was terrifying. Xiao Chen wore a calm expression and carried the bronze sword case on his back. His state of mind did not fluctuate at all. Many Emperor Wu present nodded in approval at his demeanor. It had to be known that when ordinary juniors saw a group of big shots like them, they would already be in a mess, unable to speak properly. Let me introduce my friends here to you. Ing Zongtian introduced Xiaochen one by one. Apart from the Haotian sect and Emperor Wu of the Thunder and Lightning Palace, the others were friends that the Haotian sect had invited. As for the middle-aged man in purple robes that Xiaochen was particularly wary of, he was the deputy palace master of the Thunder and Lightning Palace. The Thunder King had not been in charge for a long time, so he had become the actual ruler of the Thunder and Lightning Palace. His name was Zishuan, and he had the cultivation of the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu. Xiaochen then realized that this person was Juanqi's father. No wonder he looked familiar. Then, Ing Zongtian introduced the current situation to Xiaochen. The reinforcements of the Ghost race and the Shen race had arrived. Now, the Haotian sect was completely on the defensive. The 18 layers of the Heaven-Earth-Mountain-River-Great Sun formation had been forced to 9 layers. The situation was extremely grim. With every layer that was broken, the Haotian sect's situation would become even more dangerous. Without saying much, Ing Zongtian said, "Little brother Xiaochen, I'm afraid I can't let you rest. Right now, we are short on manpower. If it is convenient for you, can you help guard the 9th layer of the formation now?" Xiaochen nodded and said, "As you wish, big brother." Ing Zongtian revealed a smile on his face. He gently pointed at the sand table, and a scene leaped out from the sand table, appearing before the group. It was a lake in the Haotian prefecture called Maple Leaf Lake. It was one of the many nodes of the 9th layer of the formation. It was extremely important in the entire 9th layer. Take my token and go and take over this place. I'll leave Maple Leaf Lake to you. Ing Zongtian handed the token to Xiaochen and said seriously. He had just arrived at the Haotian sect, yet he was already sent to the front line. Xiaochen did not have any complaints. However, he lamented that the Haotian sect's situation was even worse than he had imagined. Zongtian, this Maple Leaf Lake is extremely important in the 9th layer of the formation. It is only second to the few core nodes. Once it is broken, it will implicate the entire 9th layer of the formation. Shouldn't we be more cautious? One of the martial emperors present said, worried about Xiaochen's strength. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "I think it's a waste of little brother Xiaochen's talent to be placed here. My original intention was for little brother Xiaochen to fight the enemy martial emperors with us." Emperor Wu was shocked when he heard this. The Haotian sect currently had 2 battlefields. One was the battle for territory, which was the defense of the Heaven-Earth-Mountain-River-Great Sun formation. The other was the battle between the peak experts. This was more intense and ferocious than the former. Ing Zongtian wanted Xiaochen to join the latter. Could it be that Xiaochen had the strength to fight against the greater celestial Emperor Wu? Xiaochen laughed when he heard this. Big brother is flattering me. However, I am confident that I can defend Maple Leaf Lake. Please rest assured, seniors. After saying this, he received the token and bowed before leaving the inner hall. Chapter 1357. Xiaochen knew about Maple Leaf Lake. Hence, he did not get anyone to lead the way and rushed over with the 2 girls. Along the way, Xiaochen did not see any ordinary people in the vast territory of the Haotian province. Many of the originally bustling cities were empty because they were not strategic nodes, looking desolate and cold. As Xiaochen flew, he spoke softly to the 2 girls. When he recalled the past scenes of the Haotian province, he sighed in his heart. Bush, bush, bush. Occasionally, the Haotian sect disciples brushed past them. They all appearing to be in a hurry. However, they all showed a common hatred for a common enemy, their fighting spirit still present. Suddenly, a group of people flew over from the front, coincidentally meeting with Xiaochen's group. When they looked up, both sides were slightly stunned. The person leading the group was tall and stout. His eyes contained a strong fighting spirit. The person beside this person had delicate features and looked ordinary. However, there was a black chi on his forehead. Xiaochen thought for a while and quickly recalled the identities of these 2. The stout one was Sidugang, an outstanding talent from the battle realms. Unfortunately, he did not rise up. When Xiaochen first arrived at the Kunlun realm, he had sought trouble for Xiaochen. The one on the right was Zhui Yushi. When Xiaochen first arrived at the Kunlun realm, he had a good relationship with this person. However, Xiaochen discovered that this person did not have a firm heart for the Tao, so they broke off contact. The matters of the world were unpredictable. Unexpectedly, they met again today. Sidu Gang felt somewhat bitter. When Xiaochen came out of the Kunlun realm, his cultivation was lower than Sidu Gang's. Now, the difference was like heaven and earth. Xiaochen had already become a truly major character. He founded the Dragon's Gate and could compete with martial emperors. After a long time, Sidu Gang and Zhui Yushi said together, "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Just address me as Senior Brother Xiao. Based on your poor complexion, you must have just returned from the battlefield." Situ Gang nodded and said, "We just returned from Maple Leaf Lake. I'm fine, but Junior Brother Zhua is rather injured. His internal injuries are rather serious." Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. He went over and said, "Let me take a look." When Xiaochen placed his finger on Zhui Yushi's body, he immediately frowned. Death qi flowed through Zhui Yushi's meridians. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels had sustained significant damage. If he delayed any longer, his condition would worsen. Making a prompt decision, Xiaochen mobilized his primordial energy and directly swept away this deathly qi as easily as breaking dry weeds. Puchi. Zhui Yushi spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his complexion became much better. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, Senior Brother." Yu Bingyun stepped forward and handed Zhui Yushi a bottle of medicinal pills. She said, "These are Yang Essence pills. They are very good for recovery for cultivators injured by death qi." Yang Essence pill. This is the Lunar Palace's holy medicine. Zhui Yushi felt startled. When he looked up and saw Yu Bingyun's fairy-like appearance, he was shocked. "Are you the Lunar Palace's holy daughter?" Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "Bingyun is no longer the holy daughter. Now, I am just an insignificant guest elder of the Dragon's Gate." Xiaochen was more concerned about the attack on Maple Leaf Lake. He asked Situ Gang, "Junior Brother Situ, you said that Maple Leaf Lake was attacked earlier. What is the exact situation? Can you tell me more about it?" Situ Gang wondered why Xiaochen asked this. However, he still answered honestly, "The deity Dao Union launched a surprise attack on Maple Leaf Lake's node. 2 corpse race Emperor Wu and many corpse race experts came at once. Right now, the battle is in a stalemate. The elders said that the inner palace already sent new experts to hold down the fort. So, they told us injured disciples to withdraw for now." Xiaochen nodded. After saying his goodbyes, he quickly rushed to Maple Leaf Lake with the 2 girls. As Zhui Yushi and Situ Gang watched Xiaochen leave with the bronze sword box, they could not help revealing envious expressions. Once upon a time, Xiaochen had been on the same starting line as them. This was especially so for Zhui Yushi. Back then, he had been on pretty good terms with Xiaochen. Now, it looked like even the Lunar Palace's holy daughter had become Xiaochen's confidant. However, back then, Zhui Yushi had hesitated over whether he should call her a friend or not. 1 hour later, Maple Leaf Lake appeared in Xiaochen's vision. It was a vast lake. On the mountain beside the lake, there were red maple trees as far as the eye could see. When the wind blew, fiery red maple leaves would fall like rain. This was how Maple Leaf Lake got its name. In the past, it was a famous scenic spot in the Haotian province. Now, the peace of the lake was broken. A group of corpse race cultivators was on the lake. These corpse race cultivators controlled the demonic corpses unique to the corpse race to charge at the small island in the middle of the lake, wanting to uproot this node. 2 of the corpse race cultivators attracted Xiaochen's attention. These 2 people sat cross-legged on a coffin in the air, coldly watching the battle below. The 2 had a golden armband on their right arm, a stark contrast to the red armband of the Haotian sect. It was clear that the 2 corpse race Emperor Wu had not made a move yet. This was because the person in charge of Maple Leaf Lake had not used the power of the formation yet. The 2 corpse race Emperor Wu swept their gazes around and discovered Xiaochen and Emochen rushing over. Are the reinforcements sent by the Haotian sect? There is not even 1 Emperor Wu. To think that the Haotian sect looks down on the two of us. Old Yuan, I'll leave these three to you. I'll keep an eye on the situation below and see if there is an opportunity to severely injure this node. Whoosh! A dark-skinned, hemp-robed old man radiating death chi laughed maniacally as he quickly flew over on the coffin. In a few breaths, this old man arrived before Shaoqun. Insignificant blue-robed emperor, and you dare to come and provide reinforcements? This hemp-robed old man was not willing to waste time with Shaoqun. He did not even bother to refine the demonic corpses under the coffin. He leaped up and flew towards Shaoqun, throwing a palm strike. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. A skinny, white bone hand crawled out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, looking exceptionally scary. Shaoqun's lips curled up in a smile. To think that the first Heaven Emperor Wu dared to be so arrogant before him. Truly, he must be tired of living. Carrying the bronze sword box on his back, Shaoqun did not move at all. With a flip of his hand, he sent out 1,000-year flame. Even after 1,000 cups of wine, the lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness in one's chest were all in this 1 month. The bright moon was like fire. With the force of Shaoqun's palm strike, the bright moon descended from the sky and smashed into the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The horrifying, mysterious phenomenon immediately scattered. That hemp-robed old man was immediately covered in wounds. He flew back in a sorry state and landed on the coffin. Primordial energy. You, a blue-robed emperor, actually no primordial energy. You are Shaoqun, the Blue Dragon King Shaoqun. The hemp-robed old man on the coffin revealed a horrified expression. He no longer had any desire to fight, so he turned and fled. At the same time, he sent a voice projection to the other corpse race Emperor Wu, "Quickly leave. Quickly leave. The Blue Dragon King Shaoqun is here. You and I are not a match for him. Quickly retreat." In the heavenly starry ocean, Shaoqun had even killed the fifth heaven greater heavenly Emperor Wu. This had caused a huge commotion in Emperor Wu's circle. Although they knew that Shaoqun had used some kind of magic treasure or secret technique, who knew if Shaoqun could do it again? These two corpse race emperors wanted to snatch military merits in this sneak attack. They were not willing to die here for nothing. It's him. The other corpse race Emperor Wu was greatly startled. He shouted to the corpse race cultivators below, "Retreat!" The corpse race cultivators on the small island in the middle of the lake could not understand what was going on. They clearly held the advantage. 2 Emperor Wus came to sneak attack this maple leaf lake. Why did they retreat? However, the higher-ups already gave the order, so they had no choice but to retreat. They immediately dove into the water like the receding tide. The disciples on Maple Leaf Island were similarly shocked. They did not know what was going on. Why did the corpse race cultivators suddenly retreat in such a panic? Even the 2 corpse race Emperor Wus fled in panic. There was clearly no third Emperor Wu present. This meant that there was no Emperor Wu among their reinforcements. However, why did the other parties suddenly retreat? "I'll be right back," Shaoqun said to the 2 girls beside him. Then, he carried the bronze sword box on his back and executed the fish dragon art to give chase. If he let 2 First Heaven Emperor Wus escape, then Shaoqun would not be able to forgive himself. Chapter 1358. Shaoqun carried the bronze sword box. Although his speed had decreased, his fish dragon art had already broken through the limits of space. In a few breaths, he caught up to the 2 fleeing corpse race Emperor Wu, who were less than 10 kilometers away. How can he be so fast? The 2 corpse race Emperor Wu were frightened into a fluster. They hardened their hearts and chose to take the risk of tearing space, intending to flee into the void to increase their speed. Without comprehending the state of space, traveling in the void was extremely dangerous. The space-time flow there was always present. If one was not careful, one would get struck by it. Otherwise, one would be sliced into countless pieces or forever lost in the space-time flow. Hence, although the Emperor Wu could tear space, he rarely used it when fleeing. He was afraid of panicking and getting struck by the space-time flow. Only when he was relatively calm would he choose to flee into the void and travel. Of course, this only applied to the Kunlun continent, where space was relatively stable. If they were in the boundless starry heavens, given sufficient time, they would not dare to casually tear space. If they were careless and triggered a starry heaven storm, they would not even have a corpse left. When Xiaochen saw this, he was not in a rush. Even when he entered the void, he was not in a hurry. Even if he fled into the void, these two Emperor Wu's speed would not be able to match his. As long as he attacked fast enough, he could force them out. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiaochen's figure flashed twice in the air. Every time he stopped, he would throw a palm strike at the void. When Xiaochen threw a palm strike, the primordial energy infused with it shook the entire space. Every time Xiaochen threw a palm strike, he would knock a corpse race Emperor Wu out of the void. By the time Xiaochen threw 2 palm strikes, he had already arrived in front of the 2 corpse race Emperor Wu, blocking their path. The 2 corpse race Emperor Wu on the coffins showed extremely sullen expressions. The hemp-robed old man said, "Blue Dragon King, why are you in such a rush? If you force us into a corner, even if you kill us, you will suffer. Get out of the way. The 2 of us are willing to offer 50,000 origin essence stones." The amount of time that Emperor Wu could cultivate primordial energy was limited. Most of the time, he still cultivated the power of the demonic laws. Essence stones were the hard currency that Emperor Wu used. 50,000 primary essence stones was already a large sum of money. The 2 corpse clan Emperor Wu were also very sincere. Unfortunately, Xiaochen was not willing to accept this. Xiaochen said indifferently, "I can let you go, but you have to swear an oath to leave the Haotian state for 10 years. At Emperor Wu's level, he knew that the seemingly ethereal oaths and karmic luck, as well as the heavenly Tao, truly existed. An oath absolutely couldn't be made recklessly. Once it was violated, one would absolutely suffer a backlash from the heaven Tao. The 2 corpse race Emperor Wu did not say anything. They transmitted their voices to each other, discussing something. After a while, the hemp-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "You might not be too naive. The 2 of us came here to accumulate military merits. We want to obtain sufficient primordial pills and other treasures from the deity Tao Union to raise our cultivation. You can forget about leaving." In that case, there is no point in saying anything more. Xiaochen did not waste his breath. His figure flashed as he flew towards the hemp-robed old man, wanting to kill one of them first. A pained expression flashed in the hemp-robed old man's eyes. He slapped the coffin lid he sat on, and a demonic corpse with overwhelming death chi charged out. The other corpse race Emperor Wu also had a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes as he released the demonic corpse in the coffin. The 2 corpse race Emperor Wu intended to give up on the emperor-grade demonic corpse that they had worked so hard to refine to delay Xiaochen and give themselves a chance to survive. Emperor-grade demonic corpses were not easy to refine. For the 2 to be able to steal their hearts and give up on them, they were extremely decisive. The demonic corpses did not fear death. They directly launched themselves at Xiaochen. Dense death chi spread from their bodies, dyeing the clouds in the sky pitch black like ink. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. If it were in the past, he would have found these inanimate objects with no spirituality extremely difficult to deal with. However, he now comprehended a saber domain. His saber intent was much stronger than before. When Xiaochen punched, 100 dragon force surged in his body. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness surged and gathered on his fist. The 100 dragons behind Xiaochen appeared and roared ferociously in unison. However, the moment Xiaochen punched, the sound of a treasured saber being drawn completely drowned out the dragon roars. Xiaochen punched like a saber, showing an unparalleled sharpness. The 100 dragon images behind him seemed to turn into sharp blades, forming a sharp saber wind. With 2 punches, Xiaochen shattered one of the demonic corpses that the other party valued. A berserk saber intent surged everywhere, shredding the demonic corpses into countless pieces. No matter what, they could not reform. The demonic corpses could not stop Xiaochen at all. Instead, they allowed his aura to soar higher. Xiaochen roared, and his body moved like a fish in water. Then, he turned into a dragon that went out to sea again. Xiaochen moved incredibly fast, catching up to the 2 corpse race Emperor Wu again. After Xiaochen got close, he brought out the Taiji force field. This time, the two corpse race Emperor Wu could no longer flee. Bang, bang, bang. In the air, Xiaochen fought 1 against 2. However, he held the upper hand, suppressing the two corpse race Emperor Wu. On the island in the center of the lake, a purple-clad old man appeared somewhat entranced as he watched the scene in the air. The crowd of cultivators at the side was also somewhat dumbfounded by what they saw. White robes and white hair. It looks like this really is the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen. The rumors are true. Although our Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi and First Senior Sister Shui Lingling could defeat Emperor Wu, they did not seem to have it as easy as he did. Xiaochen forced the two corpse race Emperor Wu to the point where they could not even flee. This is simply incredible. How incredible! I wonder, why did the Blue Dragon King pass by our Maple Leaf Lake? As these people spoke, 2 girls in their prime flew over to the island. One wore a veil, making it impossible to make out her appearance. However, based on her graceful figure and her spirited eyes, it was clear that she was a great beauty. When the other girl's appearance became clear, everyone on the island was shocked. The purple-clad old man guarding this place felt it was strange. He asked, "Isn't that the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun?" While it was strange, the 2 girls had the red armbands refined by the Haotian Prime on their arms. There was no mistaking their identities. The purple-clad old man led his subordinates out of the island in the center of the lake to welcome the 2 girls. "I am the Thunder and Lightning Palace's Elder Ma, guarding this island. Might I ask why the Holy Daughter is here?" Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "Now, I am no longer the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter. Elder Ma, there is no need to be so polite. This is my sister, the Dragon's Gate's Vice Sect Master, Mo Chen. The 2 of us are here to wait for someone." Wait for someone? The purple-clad old man looked at the battle in the sky and said subconsciously, "We are waiting for the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen." The Blue Dragon King received orders from the Haotian Prime to come and take over Maple Leaf Lake. "The 2 of us can be considered to be accompanying him," Yu Bingyun explained softly. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, the purple-clad old man's group immediately revealed expressions of joy. They asked quickly, "Really?" "Of course. When the Blue Dragon King comes down later, you will be able to see the Haotian Prime's command token." Mo Chen smiled, her voice as pleasant as a flowing mountain stream. "That's great. That's great. With the Blue Dragon King here, we will definitely be able to defend this node." "That's right. In the past, we always bullied Maple Leaf Lake because there was only one Emperor Wu. Now, let's see who dares to sneak attack us." The purple-clad old man's group could not contain their joy. With Xiaochen here, not only would the group's chances of survival increase significantly, but they might even be able to obtain many military merits. As the 2 of them were chatting, 2 violent explosions came from the sky. Rumble! The world shook, and pillars of water shot up into the sky. A black whirlpool storm appeared in the air. These were 2 corpse race Emperor Wus choosing to detonate their hearts of an emperor in despair. However, these 2 were only First Heaven Emperor Wus. Xiaochen sensed them long ago and dodged far away, suffering only some aftershocks. Xiaochen gently flung his sleeves, and a strong wind blew, scattering the dense black fog of death chi. Then, his figure drifted down and landed on the island in the center of the lake. "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." Such elegance convinced the many disciples on the island. When they saw Xiaochen descend, they all bowed in greeting. By now, Xiaochen was already used to these rules. He did not feel restrained, much less vain. Xiaochen stepped forward and handed the Haotian Prime's command token to Elder Ma. After the purple-clad old man looked at it, he returned it to Xiaochen. Then he said with a smile, "The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation. He killed 2 Emperor Wus with 1 move. That is enough to accumulate 100,000 military merits to exchange for 10 primordial pills." Xiaochen felt startled, somewhat surprised. He had not expected that killing 2 Emperor Wus would be enough to exchange for 10 primordial pills. Chapter 1359. Blue Dragon King, this way please. I want to discuss the handover with you in detail. I will send someone to arrange lodgings for Miss Mo Chin and Miss Bingyun. What do you think? The purple-clad old man said respectfully. Although he was as strong as Emperor Wu, he had to be respectful to Xiaoqin, who easily killed 2 First Heaven Emperor Wu martial emperors. However, the purple-clad old man felt that the rumors were somewhat exaggerated. Based on the strength that the Blue Dragon King displayed, he was merely a peak minor heavenly Emperor Wu. However, his emperor's might and aura were clearly weaker than the 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. Perhaps he had used some secret treasure or secret technique to kill a 5th Heaven martial emperor. Of course, no matter what, the peak minor heavenly Emperor Wu was already sufficient for the purple-clad old man to be respectful to. There was no need to think too much. Xiaoqin nodded and followed the purple-clad old man to a pavilion on the island in the center of the lake. As for Mo Chin and Yu Bingyun, they were given a small courtyard near the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the purple-clad old man brewed a pot of tea for Xiaoqin. After he personally filled it up, he said, "Blue Dragon King, it is like this. The handover is not complicated, but it is extremely important. However, it is very important, so do not be careless. I hope that the Azure Dragon King understands this responsibility." Xiaoqin nodded, indicating that he understood. "Elder Ma, there is no need to address me as Blue Dragon King. You can just call me by my name. Right now, we are all on the same side. There is no need to be so polite. There is no need to hide anything." Elder Ma smiled and said, "In that case, I will not stand on ceremony. Brother Xiaoqin, this is how it is. There are 2 main points to guarding this Maple Leaf Lake. The first is what you just experienced. Stopping the deity Dao Union's sneak attacks and destroying the nodes of the formation are rather common. The second point is that when the deity Dao Union launches a large-scale attack, activate the formation plate and resonate with the entire 9th layer of formations. Normally, this is the most troublesome aspect. Once the enemy launches an all-out attack, the pressure will be immense. Only by relying on formations can one withstand it." After saying that, Elder Ma handed a fiery red array card to Xiaoqin. The front side of the array card had mountains and rivers imprinted on it, while the back side had a fiery red sun. Xiaoqin took it, refined it again, and held it in his hand. Immediately, he felt that his entire body was connected to Maple Leaf Lake. In this Maple Leaf Lake, he was able to control a huge amount of energy. Both his offense and defense were greatly enhanced. This is the formation plate near Maple Leaf Lake. The Haotian disciples in the formation will be strengthened by the formation. Since you have the formation plate, the support you receive will be even greater, and you can summon the formation spirit to battle at any time. Elder Ma explained to Xiaoqin the various details of the array formation in detail. He was exceptionally serious in his explanation. Xiaoqin was naturally intelligent. He only needed to listen to it once before he understood most of it. All Xiaoqin needed to do was try a few times to understand the rest. Normally, these are the 2 points. Right now, we cannot lose even 1 layer of formations. If we lose 1 layer, the might of the formation will decrease significantly. The Haotian primes and those martial emperors will be able to draw less energy from the formation. Elder Ma smiled and said, "However, with the Blue Dragon King guarding Maple Leaf Lake, this node should be fine." After that, they chatted for a while. Then, Xiaoqin mentioned military merits. Earlier, Elder Ma casually mentioned the 10 primordial pills. Xiaoqin still remembered this. The primordial pills that the Flame Rock Sovereign obtained had greatly benefited Xiaoqin, giving him a deep understanding of the importance of primordial pills. Elder Ma said, "Since this is a battlefield, both sides will have military merits as incentives. I do not know about the deity Dao Union. The Haotian Prime said that if one kills a First Heaven Emperor Wu, they will be rewarded with 5 primordial pills. As you know, for primes, primordial energy has already been cultivated to the limits and cannot advance any further. Hence, they can easily refine primordial pills. Furthermore, I heard that before the Thunder King left, he handed a large number of primordial pills to the Haotian Prime. Hence, the military merits on our side are very bountiful." Elder Ma said enviously as he looked at Xiaoqin. As a fellow Emperor Wu, he naturally knew the wondrous effects of the primordial pill. After chatting for a while, Elder Ma took his leave. The other party still had many things to do, so Xiao Chen did not try to keep him. After Elder Ma left, Xiao Chen left the pavilion alone. He wanted to see for himself what the Haotian province had become. Maple Leaf Lake was actually very far from Haotian City. If it were an ordinary person, even riding a horse, it would take 3 days and 3 nights. However, there was an even vaster territory in front of Maple Leaf Lake. That place used to be peaceful. At this moment, Xiao Chen stood at the summit of a tall mountain by the lake and looked into the distance. Everything he saw had turned into rubble. The cities, mountains, and rivers were all destroyed beyond recognition. The deity Dao Union cultivators occupied the capital cities that were in better condition. The sky was dark, filled with the various warships of the deity Dao Union. Their banners fluttered loudly in the wind. As Xiao Chen stood on this tall mountain and looked at all this, he felt how insignificant his individual strength was. In such a large-scale battle, his individual strength was extremely limited. Even if he was just in this 9th layer of formations, he would not be able to play a decisive role. He could only do his best. The battlefront was too long and involved too many cultivators. He could only rely on the strength of a team. Xiao Chen watched for a long time on this tall mountain filled with maple trees. Then he stepped back and walked on Maple Leaf Lake. The sun set in the west, and the stars flickered. Night arrived quietly. Xiao Chen calmed himself and started practicing the first move of the flawless saber technique, the void-breaking stance, on Maple Leaf Lake. At the same time, he quietly comprehended to see if he could come up with the second move. Thus, he was rather free. As for the deity Dao Union's headquarters, which was responsible for destroying the formations, it was a different scene. In a small room, the 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu of the corpse race, ghost race, deity race, and human race sat in the front row. A group of minor heavenly Emperor Wu followed behind them. There were a total of 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu and 46 minor heavenly Emperor Wu in this room. Nearly all the Emperor Wu that the deity Dao Union sent to destroy the formations were gathered here. As for the stronger Emperor Wu, they were like the Haotian sect, coordinating with each other. This was not the time for them to make a move yet. In reality, this was also a formless contest. The side that could not hold on first would send out the peak Emperor Wu, and that side would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. For example, if the Haotian sect's formations could no longer hold on, they would need to send out the greater heavenly Emperor Wu to put out the fire. As for the deity Dao Union's greater heavenly Emperor Wu, he would smile like a flower, watching these greater heavenly Emperor Wu exhaust their energy. When the other side was almost exhausted, it would be much easier for the deity Dao Union to make a move. 2 of the corpse race's Emperor Wu died in the direction of Maple Leaf Lake. This is somewhat abnormal. None of the corpse race cultivators that accompanied them returned alive. This is already somewhat abnormal. We have to figure this out. Otherwise, it will affect the overall attack tomorrow. The deity race's greater heavenly Emperor Wu, who sat in the middle, was called Lungjun. He was the nominal commander of the allied army of the 4 races. What is there to check? The corpse race's Emperor Wu was only average in the first place. He was greedy and took risks. Due to his carelessness, he ended up getting wiped out. I think this is quite normal, the ghost race's greater heavenly Emperor Wu said with a smile, not minding it. This infuriated the corpse race's greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Everyone knew that the corpse race and the ghost race were not on good terms. It would be strange if they did not fight when they met. Lung Jingyang shook his head and looked at the human race's greater heavenly Emperor Wu. An elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace asked, "Brother Qianxing, what do you think?" This old man's name was Su Qianxing. He held a high position in the Phoenix's Passion Palace. This deity race martial emperor did not dare to underestimate him. Su Qianxing said, "It is not a big deal. Maple Leaf Lake is not the main node. Our primary target is still Meteor Trail City. That is the main node of the 9th layer. But it is settled. The plan for tomorrow's overall attack will not change. We will do our best to destroy the 9th layer of formations within half a month." Chapter 1360. As Xiao Chen walked over Maple Leaf Lake, he practiced the first move of the flawless saber technique, the void-breaking stance. After a few more deductions, his comprehension of this move became more and more perfect. The various aspects of this move became increasingly clear in his mind. The initial void-breaking stance was simply infusing all the energy into the saber domain with the flawless saber Dao. After that, he used the explosive power of the 3 sabers to draw out this saber strike, achieving a miraculous killing power. Previously, the Cloud Moon Saber broke. Although the Cloud Moon Saber took the initiative to seek death, it also had something to do with the might of Xiao Chen's saber strike. If it were another person given a chance to break, the saber in their hand would still break. This was because that person was Xiao Chen, the Xiao Chen who walked out of his own flawless saber Dao. When he executed the void-breaking stance, he used the saber to control space, shocking the heavens. That time, the void-piercing slash was executed in a hurry and was completely improvised. As a result, no matter how he tried, he could not achieve the effect of using the saber to control space. However, as Xiao Chen continued to perfect it, this saber strike had already taken form. As long as he continued to practice it and reached consummation, it would naturally achieve the effect of using the saber to control space. More importantly, he had already completely comprehended this move. He could start comprehending and practicing the next move. Xiao Chen already had a vague idea of the second move of the flawless saber technique. The day it took form was not far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 graceful figures flew over the calm lake surface. They were Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun, who had settled down, flying over to him. At this moment, it was almost dusk. The 2 girls flew over close to the lake surface, basking in the light of the setting sun. She moved through the fiery red maple leaves. Her exquisite figure was like that of a fairy. Xiao Chen revealed a smile as he stopped comprehending and stood up to welcome the 2 girls. After walking around, what do you think? Mo Chen asked with a smile. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, to think that you can still smile. Furthermore, you are still comprehending and cultivating. It looks like your mental state is rather stable. With the army approaching, it is already pretty good that you can remain so calm. The 2 women asked and answered, and Xiao Chen said what he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chen said, adapt to the circumstances and do your best. Although the deity Dao Union was strong, it was not without weaknesses. It looks astonishing and covers the sky, but it might really be to hide the fear in their hearts. If they could bear the price, they would have launched an all-out attack long ago. Pausa. The 2 women looked at each other. They both felt that Xiao Chen's words had a hidden meaning, and they seemed to have discovered something. That's right. After walking around, Xiao Chen did find something. He said, the deity Dao Union is very strong, at least twice as strong as the Haoyan sect and the Dragon's Gate combined. But they haven't launched an all-out attack yet. They only want to take down the Haoyan sect at the lowest cost. It might seem safe, but it exposes the schemes between the various powers. No one is willing to make more sacrifices, afraid that they will have to bear the price. This is our chance. The true strength of a force can't be judged by its appearance, but by its internal sharpness. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Chen continued, if a person loses his sharpness, he will lose his sharpness. If a faction loses its sharpness, no matter how strong it is, it will just be a pile of loose sand. You sound like that makes sense, Mo Chen said with a mischievous smile. In that case, big brother Xiao Chen, have you thought of any way to defeat the enemy? Can you share it with us? When Xiao Chen heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he laughed loudly and said, little girl, why are you always so smart? I can't bring you out anymore in the future. After saying that, the 3 started laughing. Xiao Chen had said so much. While it seemed like he made sense, it was actually all futile. They could only do their best. However, this was not the main point. What was important was the mentality of the 3. Even in such a precarious situation, they could still laugh heartily, looking down on everything. In life, how could everything go as one wished? There was a way to resolve everything. One just had to adapt to the situation and do one's best, doing one's best. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, the 3 used the lake as a table. As the maple leaves drifted about, they tasted wine and chatted leisurely. Boom! When the sky brightened, rumbling suddenly came from the distance. Following that, it sounded like thunder rumbling endlessly. Xiao Chen stood up and looked into the distance. Then he muttered to himself, "They are really fast." He felt somewhat nervous in his heart and somewhat expectant at the same time. In a moment, he would personally witness this great battle, one that the Kunlun continent rarely saw in 10,000 years. Big brother Xiao Chen, is the deity Dao Union attacking? Mo Chen asked softly. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "They are. However, this place does not seem to be the main focus. Let's return to the island in the center of the lake first." Right? The three gently pushed off the ground and flew to the island in the center of the lake. The many disciples on the island were already prepared. Clearly, this was not their first time experiencing such a scene. The purple-clad old man quickly flew over to Xiao Chen's side and asked for Xiao Chen's instructions. Xiao Chen said politely, "Old sir, there is no need to do this. I'll leave everything to you. If a strong enemy attacks, I'll fight them personally." Combat was Xiao Chen's forte. However, when it came to commanding, he felt that he was still much weaker. When the purple-clad old man heard that, he revealed a smile on his face. It is rare for brother Xiao Chen to be so magnanimous. In that case, this old man will do as you say. Blue Dragon King, please hold the line. Just leave everything else, big or small, to this old man. Xiao Chen nodded. This was the effect that he wanted as well. This was to his liking. After 10 breaths, the deity Dao Union's warships appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The largest warship headed straight for the core node of the 9th layer, Meteor Trail City. It did not pay much attention to Maple Leaf Lake. Whoosh! In the next moment, the ancient demonic energy cannons on the warship tilted down. Beams of gorgeous light crisscrossed, looking like rain as they descended on the various nodes of the 9th layer. Whoosh! Meteor Trail City sent out surging energy to the left and right of the warship. Closely following that, the various nodes of the 9th layer activated the formation plates in their hands. The 9th layer of the worldly mountain river Great Sun Formation formed a circle. The various nodes were at least 500,000 kilometers away from each other. However, at this moment, with the activation of the formation, all the nodes were tightly connected. Mountains, rivers, and cities occupied the nodes of the formation, all of them tightly connected. As Xiao Chen stood in the middle of the formation, after Meteor Trail City activated the formation, he infused law energy into it. Rumble! As for the situation elsewhere, Xiao Chen did not know. All he could see was a blurry barrier appeared in the sky above Maple Leaf Lake, blocking the incoming ancient demonic energy cannons. The lake water surged, and pillars of water soared into the sky. An enormous explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth, deafening the crowd. The entire world seemed to tremble. At this moment, the land for millions of kilometers around did not remain calm. The ground was like the sea, rising and falling with surging waves. No matter where one stood, one could feel the strength of the wind and waves. The Haotian sect and Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples on the island in the center of the lake showed anxious expressions as they grasped their weapons, waiting for the upcoming battle. Xiao Chen closed his eyes. His white robes and hair did not change at all. After a while, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The 4 Deity Dao Union warships in front flew straight for Maple Leaf Lake. The many Deity Dao Union cultivators descended from the warships and charged towards Maple Leaf Island. Xiao Chen formed hand seals and infused a strand of primordial energy into the formation plate. Immediately, the cultivators on the island received the support of the formation. Their bodies glowed with a sun-like light, looking as warm as the sun. The Deity Dao Union cultivators who landed on the lake all radiated sinister auras. Their complexions were pale, looking like spirits from hell. These were all Ghost Race cultivators. 4 Ghost Race Emperor Wu stood on the bows of the 4 warships, looking coldly at Maple Leaf Lake with sinister expressions. They are Ghost Race cultivators. Panic appeared on the faces of the disciples on the island. The enemies that they did not want to run into the most were Ghost Race cultivators. The methods of the Ghost Race were mysterious and unfathomable. Aside from cultivating death chi, They could also use human souls to fight, inspiring great fear in others. The purple-clad old man on the island in the center of the lake also showed shock on his face. Why are the ghost race cultivators not attacking Meteor Trail City but coming to our Maple Leaf Lake? Chapter 1361. The ghost race cultivators gave Xiao Chen a headache. If only he had not used up the Taoist divine lamp in the Yellow Springs Hell. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's mental energy had increased significantly. He even condensed a dermic incarnation in the depths of his sea of consciousness, which gave him strong resistance to the attacks of the spirits. More importantly, his mental state was now stable. The ghost race's methods should have difficulty affecting him. Outside the invisible barrier, hundreds of ghost race cultivators formed hand seals at the same time. As the ghost race cultivators' hands moved, evil spirits of various shapes appeared. Some of the strong cultivators even summoned 4 or 5 spirits in one go, looking exceptionally scary. With the appearance of these specters and evil spirits, the temperature of Maple Leaf Lake dropped a little more. A chill spread to the island. Several disciples trembled in the depths of their bones. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This won't do. Before the battle started, they were already afraid. Even with the support of the formations, they would not have much of an advantage. One should not underestimate these hundreds of ghost race cultivators. Although the strongest among them was the blue-robed emperor, when they worked together, they only had the ability to kill Emperor Wu. When Xiao Chen fought with the ghost race Emperor Wu, these ghost race cultivators broke through the island and destroyed the nodes of the formations. Even if Xiao Chen killed all 4 of the other party's Emperor Wus, he would still be the one defeated. In such a huge battle, one had to consider the overall situation. Blue Dragon King, do you have any ideas? The purple-clad old man asked worriedly as he stood beside Xiao Chen. He had not expected so many ghost race cultivators to charge to Maple Leaf Lake. Xiao Chen shook his head. There was no way to quickly dispel his fear of the ghost race cultivators. He could only think of other ways. Let's end the battle quickly and minimize our losses. Later, Bingyun, Emochen, accompany Elder Ma to fight. Deal with these ghost race cultivators before they reach the island. I will deal with their Emperor Wu. The moment Xiao Chen said that, Elder Ma, Yu Bingyun, and Emochen looked at him in shock. The purple-robed old man said, that won't do. They are 4 Emperor Wu, and I'm one of them. It should be Emperor Wu of the 3rd heavenly layer, and Emperor Wu of the Ghost Clan. I have to help you. Xiao Chen said, Elder Ma, you don't have to worry about me. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still protect myself. Given the current situation, Xiao Chen's plan was the best solution. The other side would never have imagined that Xiao Chen would dare to take on all 4 of them by himself. Let Elder Ma, this Emperor Wu, participate in the battle below Emperor Wu. As long as he eliminated or repelled the 100 ghost race warriors on the lake, the other side would have to retreat even if they did not want to. So. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, hundreds of ghost race cultivators appeared on the lake, leading even more specters and malicious spirits. After entering the range of the formation, he charged at the island in the middle of the lake with surging killing chi. The instant the ghost race cultivators entered the range of the formation, their auras and speed weakened visibly. This was the might of the formation. However, when facing the ghost race, their auras were not very strong. Since that was the case, they could only forcefully bring out their auras. Before Elder Ma could say anything, Xiao Chen soared into the sky, heading for the warship carrying the ghost race's 3rd heaven Emperor Wu. Before Elder Ma could recover from his shock, he saw half of the flag falling from the sky. The instant Xiao Chen charged onto the warship, he killed the 2 ghost race cultivators guarding the banner. Then he chopped off the banner with a palm strike. Immediately, the disciples of the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace on the island were startled. After being stunned for a while, they recovered their wits and cheered. It's the Blue Dragon King. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, came out and chopped off the other side's banner. When the ghost race cultivators, who had been charging forward, saw the banners suddenly fall, they all paused. Their charging footsteps paused for a moment. How can this be? The banner broke in an instant. Who is this person? He is very fast. Panic spread in the hearts of these ghost race cultivators, and their auras immediately weakened. Emo Chen, who was beside Elder Ma, stepped forward and said, "Elder Ma, if we do not fight now, when will we?" A brilliant light flashed in Elder Ma's eyes. His emperor's might spread out as he shouted, "Disciples guarding the island in the middle, heed my orders. The Blue Dragon King has already chopped off the other side's banner. We will definitely win this battle. Everyone, come with me and kill all these ghost race cultivators." Kill. With Xiao Chen chopping off the banner and Elder Ma and the two girls leading the charge, the many disciples on the island in the middle burned with fighting spirit, charging forward with a flourishing aura. A fierce battle broke out on the vast lake surface in an instant. When Xiao Chen suddenly appeared in the sky and chopped off the banner, the ghost race Emperor Wu, who stood on the bow of the warship, showed an extremely sullen expression. The black-robed Emperor Wu's pale face filled with murderous intent. He looked at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "I was wondering what was going on." The two corpse race Emperor Wu never returned. It turns out that the famous Blue Dragon King is here. The white-robed Xiao Chen, who carried a bronze sword box on his back, stood on the warship's railing. Aside from the broken banner, there were also the corpses of two ghost race martial sages. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There is no need to delay. I'll give you a chance to bring your companions over." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure flew over from each of the other three directions. The ghost race Emperor Wu from the other three warships appeared at the same time. They each took a position and surrounded Xiao Chen. The black-robed Emperor Wu at the front was a third heaven martial sage. He did not fear Xiao Chen. When he saw his companions coming over, he smiled and said, "It is good to be courageous. However, being too courageous makes one arrogant and ignorant. The ghost race is far stronger than you imagine. Today is the day you die. Remember this old man's name, Su Muqing." With his companions here, Su Muqing no longer bothered speaking nonsense with Xiao Chen. His figure flashed, and he charged over like a phantom. Su Muqing's footsteps were swift, and his afterimages flickered. It was like there were three people moving. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. When Xiao Chen got close, he discovered a specter with auras no weaker than his own on each side. While it looked like only one person made a move, there were actually three strong Emperor Wus attacking at the same time. The other three ghost race First Heaven Emperor Wus also took advantage of the situation to charge over at this moment. Each of them had an Emperor-grade specter that was no weaker than the main body. The situation immediately turned into 9 against 5. No wonder this Su Muqing did not panic when facing Xiao Chen at all. This was a critical moment. There was no time for Xiao Chen to think. Xiao Chen's figure moved left and right. It looked like he had two more clones, clashing with the attacks of Su Muqing and his two specters. Bang! The three sounds of fighting overlapped. Su Muqing took 10 steps back, and the two specters each took 100 steps back. The afterimages merged, and Xiao Chen stood at the warship's railing. He did not move back at all, and his robes fluttered loudly. Only then did Xiao Chen discover that Xiao Chen did not have any clones. It was just that he was too fast. After attacking 3 times, the afterimages did not have time to fade away, giving the illusion of him splitting into 3. What vast primordial energy! This fellow has not advanced to Martial Emperor yet. How does he have such accumulations? Su Muqing felt startled in his heart. He revealed a grave expression as he shouted, "Don't hold anything back. Kill him directly. The contribution we will make will be much greater than conquering Maple Leaf Lake." Xiao Chen, who was at the bow, did not have much time to rest. He had just knocked back Su Muqing when the other 3 Ghost Race Emperor Wu's specters surrounded him. Xiao Chen stood at the warship's railing, using his palm as a saber. His figure was like a fallen leaf in the wind, swaying up and down. Xiao Chen faced the Ghost Race Emperor Wu's relentless barrage of attacks like a storm. Xiao Chen's body seemed unsteady at times, falling over. However, the moment he was about to fall, he suddenly straightened up like a dragon. Xiao Chen tumbled back and forth, swaying left and right. Occasionally, he stood on one leg and spun around. Xiao Chen's figure changed unpredictably, leaving behind countless afterimages. In this small space, he brought out the fish dragon art to its limits. It looked like there were thousands of changes, but in reality his feet had not moved at all from start to finish. Xiao Chen brought out the profoundness of the fish dragon art to its fullest. Several of the attacks looked like they had struck him. However, he was like a fish in the water, separated by a layer of water. Being hit was just an illusion, but in reality, he had still brushed past Xiao Chen. Big Brother Su, the brothers below can't hold on any longer. A ghost race cultivator, who was distracted by the battle below, asked somewhat anxiously. His mental state had clearly turned anxious. Su Muqing said coldly, "Don't worry about it. As long as we kill him, we'll make a huge profit. I don't believe that he can outlast the four of us. No matter how profound his movement technique is, this old man will drag him to death." During the intense battle, Xiao Chen fought to his heart's content. When he heard this, he said coldly, "That's right. Indeed, I cannot outlast the four of you by myself. However, when did I say that I would definitely outlast you? From the start to the end, it has been me, Xiao Chen, delaying you, not you delaying me." When Su Muqing heard that, his expression changed. Before he could react, he saw a powerful saber intent within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen. Suddenly, a powerful saber intent with unparalleled sharpness appeared in that strange force field. That was the result of Xiao Chen merging his saber domain and the Taiji force field. Saber intent gathered in Xiao Chen's eyes. His clothes fluttered, and his aura suddenly changed. It was like his body was a powerful treasure saber with a wanton sharpness. Xiao Chen ferociously pushed with his left and right hands. A melodious saber hum came from his body and spread throughout the place. Like a treasure saber being unsheathed, as Xiao Chen pushed with his hands, the incoming saber intent turned into a strong wind, pressing at the 4 ghost race Emperor Wu. The sharpness of this saber intent inspired fear. The 4 ghost race cultivators, who had been attacking Xiao Chen nonstop, saw a saber light flash before their eyes. A saber light flashed before everyone's eyes. When they saw the incoming saber wind, their attacks paused, and they had no choice but to block. When Xiao Chen pushed with his hands, it was like a treasure saber being unsheathed. The fighting spirit in his heart blazed like a blazing fire, burning endlessly with hot-bloodedness. "Many thanks to the 4 of you for your relentless attacks, turning the situation around on this island in the center of the lake. It has been hard on you. This Xiao will borrow your heads again." Xiao Chen laughed loudly, filled with lofty sentiments. Then he kicked ferociously, and the huge king-grade warship under his feet exploded. The few Emperor Wus exchanged moves in the sky, causing the clouds to churn and the sky to change color. Countless mysterious phenomena appeared in the clouds. As Xiao Chen laughed, winds blew and clouds churned, shaking the surroundings. Normally, this would definitely attract the attention of many cultivators. However, at this moment, such scenes were happening everywhere in the Haotian province. The phenomenon before them was just an inconspicuous wave amidst the surging waves of phenomena. However, there was no rush. After this battle, this unremarkable wave would kick up a huge wave with the support of the Blue Dragon King's name. Chapter 1362. Following the King-class battleship's violent explosion, the entire void began to shake violently. Xiao Chen, who had been defending, suddenly turned sharp. The merger of the Saber domain and the Taiji force field was the start of Xiao Chen's transition from defense to offense. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he dodged Su Muqing's attack. Then, he arrived before the ghost race Emperor Wu, who was only a first heaven martial emperor. Using his palm as a saber, Xiao Chen executed a profound martial technique. For thousands of years, the dynasty will not be destroyed. As he chopped down with the force of his palm, many cities, rivers, and mountains materialized under Xiao Chen's feet. When Xiao Chen got close, an imperial city appeared under his feet. As he stood at the peak of the imperial city, he gathered the luck of a dynasty. Many figures knelt in the tens of thousands of cities, rivers, and mountains for tens of thousands of kilometers, shouting, "Long live." Invisibly, Xiao Chen's aura soared up again. The cultivator that Xiao Chen attacked felt space and time change. He felt like he was not facing a person but a bona fide dynasty. Before that aura, the cultivator suddenly felt an urge to kneel and worship, scaring him into breaking out in a cold sweat. After the cultivator recovered his senses, he quickly retreated. However, he was shocked to discover that the surrounding air was as viscous as water. The ripples in the air even twisted space slightly. Space was like water, so one could use water as a saber. As a result, this ghost race Emperor Wu found it extremely difficult to take even one step back. Furthermore, he had to face the ever-present yet formless saber chi. After taking just 10 steps back, several wounds appeared on his body. Left without a choice, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Then, he led the Emperor-grade specter beside him and roared ferociously as he clashed with Xiao Chen's saber. "Specter burst!" Emperor Wu shouted, and the eyes of the Emperor-grade specter beside him suddenly turned scarlet. Then it charged straight at Xiao Chen. Bang! The specter directly exploded. A formless soul storm burst out like a tsunami, instantly charging into Xiao Chen's mind. Confusion appeared in his eyes for a moment, and his movements slowed down. "You bastard, you caused me to lose an Emperor-level specter. I want your life." That ghost race Emperor Wu was heartbroken. It wasn't easy to raise an Emperor-level specter. It was his lifeblood. Seeing the confusion in Xiao Chen's eyes, he roared furiously and charged at Xiao Chen. However, it was this decision that caused him to lose his life. If he had taken the opportunity to leave, he would have been able to live. Life and death are often separated by a thin line. Xiao Chen's boundless sea of consciousness suddenly surged in. Hordes of evil spirits practically occupied the entire space in his sea of consciousness. They turned into a tsunami, trying to occupy the entire sea of consciousness. It directly devoured Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, turning him into a living dead with only a physical body but no soul. At this moment, tens of millions of negative emotions rushed into his mind. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. He was momentarily at a loss and was on the verge of death. However, at this critical moment, the azure-robed dermic incarnation with a startling baleful aura in his sea of consciousness suddenly drew his saber. A saber light swept through the entire sea of consciousness like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. This saber light was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Thousands of negative emotions died under this saber light. When the ghost race martial emperors arrived before Xiao Chen, they suddenly discovered that the ghost race martial emperors had already arrived. A vicious light flashed in Xiao Chen's confused eyes. Before he could react, Xiao Chen's saber, which had paused for a moment, chopped down. "How can this be? You are not of the deity race. How can you resist the soul storm of an emperor-level specter's self-detonation?" This startled the ghost race Emperor Wu. He had not expected Xiao Chen to wake up so quickly. Xiao Chen said coldly, "There are many things that you do not know." Xiao Chen's palm descended, and a saber light of the dynasty's luck materialized. This made his palm radiate a saber light even more dazzling than the sun. Whoosh! The resplendent saber light directly knocked back the ghost race Emperor Wu, causing him to vomit blood. Xiao Chen stepped forward, and electric light burst out from under his feet. Then he punched again. 100 dragon force surged out and exploded this person's body. The physical bodies of the ghost race were much weaker than those of the corpse race in the first place. The ghost race was already severely injured in the first place. Now that Xiao Chen punched again, he naturally did not even have a corpse left. The heart of an emperor shattered, and a large amount of life essence scattered. Specks of light fell like rain. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, moving like a fish in water. At the critical moment, he dodged Su Muqing, who came to help. Then, like a dragon swinging its tail, Xiao Chen moved as fast as lightning. Su Muqing's reinforcements arrived too late. When he saw the ghost race martial emperor die without a corpse, his expression turned extremely sullen. As Su Muqing watched Xiao Chen's figure flicker like a saber light, appearing and disappearing, he forced the other two ghost race martial emperors into a fluster. Su Muqing immediately felt dispirited. Only now did Su Muqing discover that Xiao Chen had been holding back all this time. Xiao Chen had not been delayed at all. Instead, he had forcefully delayed the four of them. This caused the ghost race martial emperors below to suffer a crushing defeat. Under the lead of Elder Ma and Emochin, the two women, the ghost race martial emperors, slaughtered their way out. "Let's go. I'll block him." Su Muqing was extremely decisive. Once he made up his mind, he did not hesitate to charge over and block Xiao Chen. Right now, Su Muqing only had one thought. He could not allow the losses to continue increasing. This time, he completely admitted defeat. "Elder Su, many thanks." "Elder Su, take care." The two ghost race martial emperors heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly turned and fled, not daring to linger for even a moment. Xiao Chen was currently in a killing frenzy. He used the Taiji Saber domain to fight the two ghost race martial emperors and two emperor-level specters alone, forcing them into retreat. After Xiao Chen heard Su Muqing's words, he immediately felt disappointed. The other party did not let anger get to his head. This somewhat exceeded his expectations. As long as Su Muqing still hoped to get lucky and kill Xiao Chen, then Xiao Chen would have no problem killing two more ghost race First Heaven Emperor Wu. Now that the other party realized his mistake and blocked him, allowing the other ghost race Emperor Wu to flee, Xiao Chen could only sigh. After all, Xiao Chen could not use his saber right now. He also did not want to expose his Dermic World trump card, so he did not have the ability to take down Su Muqing instantly. After withdrawing his aura, Xiao Chen showed no intention of giving chase. He looked at Su Muqing and smiled. "You are a smart person. Even after suffering such losses, you can still maintain your final bit of rationality." Su Muqing gritted his teeth in hatred. This time, Xiao Chen had tricked him too badly. When he heard Xiao Chen's words, he wanted to eat Xiao Chen alive. "Don't give me a chance. If you give me a chance, I will definitely pull out your soul and let you experience all sorts of torture." After saying that, Su Muqing prepared to turn and leave. He was a peak Third Heaven Emperor Wu. He believed that if he left, Xiao Chen would not be able to do anything to him. Xiao Chen retorted coldly, "Who allowed you to leave? What's wrong? Are you thinking of keeping me here?" Su Muqing turned around and said with a mocking smile, "I have a rough idea of your strength. You are just a peak minor Heavenly Emperor Wu. You are just relying on the advantage of that mysterious force field and the saber domain. If you really force me into a corner, you will be the one crying indiscriminately." Su Muqing smiled coldly, thinking that he had seen through Xiao Chen and had nothing to fear. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "You are right. However, you are only half right. If you want to leave, you will have to receive a saber strike from me first. If you cannot receive it, then there is no need for you to leave today." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the area within 1 kilometer of him suddenly turned pitch black. When Xiao Chen reappeared, he brought with him a saber light that was even more dazzling and resplendent than the sun. He soared into the air in an unparalleled manner and sent out a palm strike. This was the first move of the flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. The smile on Su Muqing's face froze. He had not expected Xiao Chen to erupt with such a sudden saber strike. The intense saber light immediately blinded Su Muqing, making him see only a hazy light. Within the hazy saber light, a figure bathed in golden light appeared, looking like a deity. In a moment of desperation, a beam of light shot out of Su Muqing's body and formed an ancient stone pagoda, encasing him within. This was Su Muqing's life-saving trump card. At a crucial moment, it could block the full power strike of an ordinary greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Kasi. The saber light landed, and the stone pagoda shattered, turning into countless shards shooting in all directions. Pitch-black cracks appeared in space, densely packed and even more complicated than a spiderweb. With his life-saving trump card shattered, blood leaked out of a corner of Su Muqing's lips. He was frightened into a fluster and quickly fled. At this instant, Su Muqing regretted what he said earlier. If he had another chance, he absolutely would not have stopped Xiao Chen and let his companions flee first. Xiao Chen watched Su Muqing flee miserably. Then, he scattered the saber light and the Taiji force field around him. Then, he said calmly, "I hope that you will be as lucky next time." This fellow actually had a defensive emperor-grade secret treasure. Otherwise, that saber strike would have taken half his life. Chapter 1363. Emperor Wu killed one fleeing, and 3 more fleeing. The ghost race cultivators below nearly all died. No matter how one looked at it, this was a complete victory. Shao Chen gently drifted down and landed on the lake. Elder Ma was currently directing the cultivators to clean up the ghost race corpses and some war trophies on the lake's surface. When Elder Ma saw Shao Chen land, he immediately flew over with a smile. "Little brother Shao Chen, you are really something. This battle was really delightful." Shao Chen had a clearer understanding of reality. He smiled softly and said, "It is just that the deity Dao Union does not know that I am here. Next time, when the other party is prepared, it will be much more difficult." Elder Ma thought for a while, and his face sank. "It looks like I rejoiced too early. However, no matter what, with little brother Shao Chen here, I am very confident of defending Maple Leaf Lake." "Right, that's right. As long as the Blue Dragon King is here, Maple Leaf Lake will definitely be able to defend." The disciples of the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace laughed at the same time. Clearly, Shao Chen was now like a stabilizing force in these people's hearts. Shao Chen felt worried, but he could not show it in front of everyone. After chatting with Elder Ma for a while, he returned to his wooden hut alone. It was already noon. However, many mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Space trembled endlessly, causing the clouds to churn. The sky was dark, not a single ray of sunlight could be seen. The battle at Maple Leaf Lake had ended. However, that did not mean that the battles at the other nodes had ended as well, especially the core node of the 9th layer, Meteor Trail City. At this moment, Meteor Trail City was enduring wave after wave of intense attacks. Most of the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu and the King Grade warships were gathered there. As long as they broke Meteor Trail City, the 9th layer of formations would shatter and cease to exist. The deity Dao Union's front lines would advance as well. Inside the wooden hut, Shao Chen did not care about the situation elsewhere. He sat cross-legged and placed his hands on his knees. He circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the world to nourish his law energy. In the heart of an emperor, the 100 strands of primordial energy intertwined, forming a purple whirlpool. At the bottom of the vortex was a lake that was formed by the pure power of the laws of the world. Countless purple specks of light fell like raindrops, nourishing the lake. Then, the lake began to feed back the purple vortex, condensing 100 strands of primordial energy. This was a rather troublesome cultivation method. If one could directly absorb primordial energy, then there would be no need to continue cultivating the laws of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, in this land of exile, the absorption of primordial energy was limited. It was rumored that only after reaching the Supreme Being level would there be no more restrictions. This was also the reason why Supreme Beings could calmly refine the primordial pill. While Shao Chen was silently cultivating, the mysterious sword box on his back also released a warm current. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that Shao Chen had absorbed was strengthened. It was extremely miraculous. 2 days had passed, and the weight of the sword box had lightened considerably. However, it was still unknown when it would be completely unsealed. Without a saber, Shao Chen's strength dropped by a quarter. Furthermore, this was under the condition that he comprehended the flawless saber Dao. If it were any other bladesman without a suitable saber, their combat prowess would drop by at least half. Dong, dong, dong. Knocking rang out, and Shao Chen opened his eyes. Then he casually waved his hand, and the door gently opened. Elder Ma, Mo Qin, and Yu Bingyun entered at the same time. They handed Shao Chen 3 jade bottles and said with a smile, "Little brother Shao, these are your rewards. There are 3 bottles of primordial pills, and each bottle contains 5 primordial pills. They correspond to the 3 Emperor Wu pills that you killed. The envoys of the inner palace were all stunned by your military merits. No one has ever obtained so many primordial pills before." Shao Chen's eyes lit up. The primordial pill. That was truly good stuff. Right now, Shao Chen had 100 strands of primordial energy because the Flame Rock Sovereign had given him the primordial pills. As Elder Ma handed the jade bottles to Shao Chen, he could not hide the envy in his eyes at all. Shao Chen smiled. This was human nature. He would not bother about this. How are the battles at the other nodes? Xiao Chen asked as he received the medicinal pills. He clearly felt that the deity Dao Yunyan's attack this time was exceptionally ferocious. Elder Ma sighed and said, "It was very dangerous. Several nodes nearly fell. Fortunately, the fiend race's reinforcements arrived. The battles in most areas have already ended. The casualties are very severe. Only Meteor Trail City is still fighting." The fiend race's reinforcements arrived? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he asked, "In that case, should we go and provide reinforcements?" Elder Ma shook his head and said, "There's no need. Our nodes are also very important. If Meteor Trail City needs reinforcements, there will be a meteor soaring into the sky. Anyone within 5 million kilometers will be able to see it." Xiao Chen nodded. Just as he was about to say something, the entire defense suddenly trembled intensely. Undercurrents surged in Maple Leaf Lake, and the fallen leaves on the lake's surface scattered everywhere. What's going on? Horror flashed on the faces of Emo Chen and Elder Ma as they asked in confusion. This horror came for no reason, appearing out of nowhere. It was incredibly strange. Only Xiao Chen and Elder Ma felt horrified. They exchanged glances and roughly guessed what happened. These two had the heart of an emperor and were extremely sensitive to the aura of experts. If they guessed right, a prime had appeared. Elder Ma said with a grave expression, "Right now, the deity Dao Yunyan has 3 primes on the surface: Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. It is impossible for Emperor Forsaken to appear. If he did, his aura would be even stronger. It can only be the heaven-punishing corpse god or the Dongyue Ghost Emperor." Xiao Chen added, "The aura of the ghost race is extremely sinister. If it is the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, we should be able to feel a chill. It might very well be the heaven-punishing corpse god." Emo Chen exclaimed in shock, "A prime appearing so early? Are they bringing forward the final battle?" Elder Ma rejected that idea. "No. Neither side can bear the consequences of the final battle now. This should just be a probing exchange. However, when primes fight, even if it is just a probing exchange, the shockwaves will spread far and wide. Furthermore, if anyone ends up at a disadvantage, it will be a huge blow to their morale." Xiao Chen agreed with Elder Ma's opinion. In reality, he had always believed that the crux of this battle was not with primes. It had never been among primes. Instead, it was among martial emperors below primes. Primes were existences that stood at the peak of the Kunlun realm. They would not fight to the death with each other. Even if they were mortal enemies, they would have a tacit understanding with each other. "Ing Zongtian, since you became a prime, you have not fought with anyone yet. Do you dare to fight with this corpse god?" A boundless laughter rang out in the sky, which was filled with strange phenomena. Following this laughter, a loud laughter rang out. Following this laughter, the many mysterious phenomena in the sky vanished like smoke. The continuously churning clouds split in half and retreated. Whoosh! The long-awaited sunlight reappeared. The dark and gloomy sky was swept away, and sunlight illuminated the surrounding 5 million kilometers. Gazes peered through the wooden window into the wooden hut that Xiao Chen was in, leaving mottled spots of light behind. Xiao Chen looked at the sky through the window. He vaguely saw a stocky, middle-aged man with his upper body bared walking towards the sky above Meteor Trail City. Instantly, the auras of the deity Dao Yunyan cultivators attacking Meteor Trail City soared, and their attacks became much sharper. "Corpse God? Big Brother Xing Tian, we both know that there are no gods in this world. Why do you have to be like those deity race cultivators, deceiving yourselves?" A blazing sun rose in Haotian City. This sun looked like fire, burning the sky for 5 million kilometers around. A figure slowly walked out of the sun. His gaze pierced into the heaven-punishing corpse god from a boundless distance. Gods or not, those are just minor details. There is no need to speak nonsense. Let me ask you this. Do you dare to walk out of the worldly mountain river Great Sun Formation and fight? The heaven-punishing corpse god said as he met this gaze. It had been 1,000 years since the heaven-punishing corpse god became a prime. He was very confident in facing Ing Zongtian, So he challenged the heaven-punishing corpse god again. Why not? Ying Zongtian stood on the sun and soared into the sky. A battle between primes was about to begin. Chapter 1364. This was a battle between primes. Xiao Chen's heart surged with excitement as he rushed out of the wooden hut. The others quickly followed, not willing to be slow, either. Primes were already rare. A battle between primes was something that had not happened in the past 1,000 years. It was hard not to be excited. The other disciples on the small island in the middle of the lake had already left their wooden huts long ago, staring at the sky without blinking. High up in the sky, Ying Zongtian, who stood on the sun, crossed 5 million kilometers in a few short steps. From the distant Haotian city, Xiaochen directly arrived above Meteor Trail City. Clearly, he already grasped some state of space. He was not like Xiaochen, who only scratched the surface and did not even cross the threshold. When the stout Xing Tian, who looked like a deity, saw Ying Zongtian arrive, he smiled and said, "Just 10% of my strength. How about playing a little?" Ying Zongtian wore long robes and looked rather frail. The instant he left the formation, the sun under his feet vanished as well. Then, he said indifferently, "That's exactly what I wanted." Clearly, the two could not truly engage in a life-and-death battle. At their level, there were many things that they did not care about. There would not be any deep grudges between them. Once they truly fought to the death, the shockwaves would be too great. Neither side would be able to bear it. "I have not fought for a long time already. Ying Zongtian, I hope that you will not lose too quickly." The Xing Tian laughed loudly and clenched his right fist. "Kasi. His bones crackled and winds blew. Clouds churned as thousands of dragon images appeared behind him. This startled Xiaochen. This was 1,000 dragon force. 10% of his strength was 1,000 dragon force. In that case, wouldn't his full strength be 10,000 dragon force or even higher? Furthermore, the dragon images behind him were clearly more realistic. The dragon images appeared indistinct, hard to distinguish between real and fake. The Xing Tian's use of vital qi was probably much more brilliant than Xiao Chen's. Even if they both used 100 dragon force, Xiao Chen would not be able to defeat the Xing Tian. I've long heard that the heaven-punishing corpse god is the first person to prove his Tao with his physical body. His physical body is now comparable to a top emperor-level magic treasure. Ordinary magic weapons will not be able to injure him, Elder Ma said with slight surprise. It was obvious that the heaven-punishing corpse god's combat prowess was deeply shocked. Boom! The heaven-punishing corpse god pushed off the air and appeared in front of Ying Zongtian in an extremely phantom-like manner. He raised his hand and punched out. 1,000 dragons roared behind him and gathered in his fist. His entire right arm transformed into a dragon, shining with a resplendent golden light. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He saw through this heaven-punishing corpse god's movement technique with one glance. This was using force to control space. The principle was the same as Xiao Chen's using saber to control space. In truth, the heaven-punishing corpse god did not move. He merely used his vital qi to control space. His body didn't move, but the space around him seemed to shift, and he was now directly in front of Ying Zongtian. This was the final mystery of the void-breaking stance. However, the heaven-punishing corpse god was already very familiar with this set of moves. It was like he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. As for Xiao Chen, he was still bitterly pursuing it. There was a huge gap between them. Xiao Chen no longer dared to look away. He had a feeling that after watching this battle, his flawless saber technique would improve further. When the heaven-punishing corpse god punched, it was like a true dragon came to life, charging over forcefully. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that Ying Zongtian was not as strong as the other party and would not clash head-on with this punch. However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, Ying Zongtian did not choose to dodge. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in his palm. It vaguely seemed like a sun was forming. Facing the heaven-punishing corpse god's punch, Xiao Chen pushed with a flip of his palm. At this instant, it seemed like dawn had broken. A blazing sun leaped out of Ying Zongtian's palm. The blazing light dyed the sky for millions of kilometers behind Ying Zongtian red, as if half the sky was dyed red with blood. When the fist and palm met, the sun clashed with the true dragon. The entire sky trembled intensely, and space immediately turned blurry. The two sides fighting in Meteor Trail City felt this the most. Countless shock waves turned into motes of starlight as they descended. When the motes of starlight touched them, they exploded, radiating for 5,000 kilometers around. However, even under such circumstances, the two sides still fought intensely for Meteor Trail City. Looking at the sky again, in just a single glance, Ying Zongtian and the heaven-punishing corpse god had already exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Their movements were so fast that Xiao Chen could no longer see them clearly. He could only catch some traces of their movements from their trajectories. However, even if there were only a few traces, Xiao Chen felt that he benefited greatly, unable to take his eyes off them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fiery red mote of light mixed with the true dragon's fragments, falling towards Maple Leaf Lake like a rain of light. Oh no! Quickly run! Elder Ma's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in extreme panic. This was an undeserved calamity. Although the two primes fought with only 10% of their strength, the shockwaves from this clash were not small. Be it the Deity Dao Union or the Haoyan sect, they were both affected and suffered significant losses. Don't panic. Xiao Chen remained calm. He waved his hand, and the formation plate appeared in his palm. Then, he formed hand seals with one hand and sent primordial energy into the formation plate at the same time. Suddenly, water splashed up on Maple Leaf Lake. The formation spirit at this node turned into a huge water bird shining with spiritual light and broke out of the water. As Xiao Chen held the formation plate, his figure flickered like a divine dragon swinging its tail, kicking up a strong wind. Then, he landed on the formation spirit water bird bathed in a gentle light. Riding on the huge water bird shining with spiritual light, Xiao Chen soared into the air. As he stood under this formation spirit, Xiao Chen could clearly feel the wind blowing and grass moving within 5,000 kilometers of Maple Leaf Lake. He could feel the pulse of the tall mountain, the breathing of Maple Leaf Lake, and the surging spiritual energy in the formation's patterns. Xiao Chen felt like he had completely merged with the formation. With every move, he could easily drive vast energy. The energy of the formation. This was the support of the formation. Xiao Chen felt very confident. As he faced the descending rain of light, he threw two palm strikes. One palm strike was called Thousand-Year Flame and the other was called Thousand-Year Death. Two full moons soared up from behind Xiao Chen. When the two moons appeared together, they shone with boundless light and clashed with the descending rain of light, not letting a single drop fall. Boom! The rain and the full moons clashed. A startling explosion rang out in an instant. The shock wave surged over, and Xiao Chen could not dodge in time, getting struck by it. Xiao Chen tumbled a few times in the air before landing safely. Casually wiping off the blood at a corner of his lips, Xiao Chen looked at the sky and smiled bitterly. Is this really just 10% of a prime strength? Just the shock wave alone had caught him off guard. If not for the fish dragon art allowing him to dodge at the last moment, he would have been severely injured. Big brother Xiao Chen. Mo Chen and the others rushed over and asked about Xiao Chen's injuries. Xiao Chen stood up and waved his hand. He smiled and said, "It's just a superficial wound. It's worth it." Xiao Chen only suffered some internal injuries in exchange for the safety of the entire Maple Leaf Lake. Of course, it was worth it. When some of the Maple Leaf Lake disciples saw this scene, they immediately felt incredibly moved. Xiao Chen could have avoided getting injured. However, at the crucial moment, he still charged forward without hesitation. Just as the group was about to speak, their eardrums suddenly trembled. Several of them revealed pained expressions, temporarily going deaf. Xiao Chen looked up and saw the 10 blazing suns in Ying Zongtian's palm in the sky slowly entering his palm. The surrounding afterglow turned into rainbow light and slowly faded away. The heaven-punishing corpse god retreated quickly. Dragon patterns covered his exposed upper body. The dragon patterns flickered with light, looking like huge dragons swimming around Xing Tian's body. As the heaven-punishing corpse god retreated, the scenery in the sky seemed like a reflection in water, moving forward. Ying Zongtian performed a cupped fist salute and said with a smile, Brother Xing Tian, I defeated you by half a move. Many thanks for going easy on me. After saying that, Xiaochen flung out his long sleeves and directly returned to Haotian City. Xing Tian's expression turned sullen. Clearly, he could not accept this fact. However, he was someone with status, after all. Even so, he could control his temper. After snorting coldly, he turned around and stepped back, feeling depressed and unresigned. After reacting, Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He clenched his right fist tightly. Victory! Big Brother Ing won. Xiaochen thought about how the heaven-punishing corpse god came in a ferocious manner and left in a depressed mood. Chapter 1365. The short fight between the two supreme martial artists ended with Ing Zongtian winning by half a move. Only 10% of their strength was enough to affect the camps that were thousands of miles away from each other. After the heaven-punishing corpse god lost by half a move, the morale of the deity Dao Union's side plummeted. Furthermore, the fiend race reinforcements arrived. The deity Dao Union could not take down the heaven-punishing corpse god even after a long time, so they could only retreat helplessly. The mountains around Meteor Trail City were no longer mountains, and the rivers were no longer rivers. The battles of several martial emperors had destroyed the landscape of the mountains and rivers, which were not supported by formations, beyond recognition. Although the battle had stopped, the mysterious phenomenon in the sky showed no signs of disappearing. Dark clouds covered the dusky sky, stretching for thousands of miles as far as the eye could see. There were explosions in the sky from time to time. That was the power of the sun of the Haotian supremacy. Dragon roars could be heard within the black clouds. That was the heaven-punishing corpse god's surging vital qi. There were also all sorts of mysterious phenomena, which were the martial techniques executed by the other martial emperors. On the city wall, the three old men looked at the destroyed battlefield and did not say anything for a long time. The three of them had powerful auras and dense battle intent that had yet to dissipate. The person in the middle was the vice-sect leader of the Haotian sect. He was a genius. 10 years ago, he was only a hair's breadth away from Emperor Wu. Now, he had reached the 6th level of Greater Celestial, Emperor Wu. He was much stronger than many of the seniors who had advanced to Martial Emperor earlier. He was the leader of the entire 9th layer of formations. On his left was a supreme elder of the Thunder and Lightning Palace. His cultivation was at the 5th heavenly layer, and his name was Wang Su. His comprehension of the Tao of Thunder and Lightning was astonishing. As for the person on the right, he looked travel-worn. He was the great emperor of the monster race, Jiang Chuan. The Haotian sect's vice-sect master, Fang Baiyu, said, "This time, many thanks to Brother Jiang Chuan for coming to help." Jiang Chuan smiled and said, "It's fine. We're here on the Fox King's orders, so there's no need to be polite. Furthermore, given the current situation of the Kunlun continent, after the Haotian sect falls, the deity Dao Union will definitely target the fiend race. The fiend race had the most people, and Emperor Wu also had the most. However, there were only 2 sovereign martial emperors. They were actually the weakest of the 5 races. If the Haotian sect fell, the fiend race would definitely not be a match for the deity Dao Union. Helping the Haotian sect now was the same as helping himself. The Fox King could see it clearly. Wang Su said at an opportune moment, "The deity Dao Union does not seem to have any intention of launching an all-out attack. They have been testing the waters these days." Fang Baiyu nodded, expressing his agreement with Wang Su's opinion. He continued, "The other party is probably very ambitious and wants to defeat us in one fell swoop. It's not as simple as the 9th layer of the formation. Let's not talk about this. After today's recuperation, gather the people in charge of each node and discuss it together. Yes, it's time to discuss countermeasures." In Maple Leaf Lake, after the battle ended, Xiaochen immediately chose to meditate. He had gained a lot from the Battle of Primes and gained many new ideas for the flawless saber technique. At a rather desolate area on the vast lake, Xiaochen stood on it with his eyes closed in deep thought. The scene of the heaven-punishing corpse god controlling the air with force flashed in his mind. Controlling the air with force was a very difficult technique. It required extremely high attainments in the state of space to accomplish. Xiaochen could not do it. He was far from it. He did not have such thoughts, either. Xiao Chen only had one thought: to advance the flawless saber technique's void-breaking stance further, to consummation, to the point where he could control the air with the saber. Even a space of 5,000 kilometers could be called space. The state of space was abnormally profound. Even Emperor Wu could only grope around the edges, unable to fully grasp it. Forcefully tearing space like how Emperor Wu did was not comprehending the state of space. That was the stupidest and most barbaric method. Only the heaven-punishing corpse god and big brother Ing Zongtian could be considered to have grasped the state of space slightly. The space Dao was ethereal and unpredictable, controlled by the saber. Originally, Xiao Chen had inadvertently achieved controlling the air with the saber once. Now that he saw the battle of primes, he gained a lot of comprehensions. Countless strands of light formed clues in Xiao Chen's mind, intertwining with each other. Many ideas appeared, but they were quickly rejected. Xiao Chen eliminated the clues in his mind. At the same time, Xiao Chen's body started to move slowly. The lake water under his feet alternated between being calm and moving. That was Xiao Chen's continuous trial and error. Time passed slowly. After some time, only one of the complicated clues remained in Xiao Chen's mind. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, he instantly executed the first move of the flawless saber technique. The instant the light vanished, Xiao Chen's body vanished as well. When Xiao Chen reappeared, he was 100 meters away. Then he used his palm as a saber and slowly descended. A crack that was 1,000 meters long silently appeared on the smooth surface of the lake. Looking down from the crack, one could see the silt below with the naked eye. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The crack that had appeared on the surface of the lake still hadn't closed. It was like an invisible wall had forcefully parted the lake water in half, looking exceptionally strange. However, only Xiao Chen knew that the thing spreading through the crack was the saber intent of his void-breaking stance. What was even stranger was that such a mighty saber strike did not cause any commotion on the lake surface. Xiao Chen revealed an excited expression as he muttered to himself, "This is really wondrous. Controlling the air with the saber. So this is how it feels. Controlling is not truly controlling space. Instead, it is leaping out of space, turning it into a flat ground and moving about. This saber strike of mine can be considered to be truly perfected. Next, I will use this battle to derive the second move of the flawless saber technique." Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with strong confidence. He had a premonition. He had a premonition that the day this flawless saber technique was completed would be the day the Kunlun realm's saber sovereign would change hands. Naturally, it would be Xiao Chen. Blue Dragon King, the Vice Sect Master invites you to Meteor Trail City. Just as Xiao Chen was savoring the many mysteries of this move, Elder Ma quickly flew over. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and withdrew his joyful and excited expression. Then he asked calmly, "Elder Ma, do you know why the Vice Sect Master is looking for me?" Elder Ma smiled and replied, "He did not say the specifics. However, I heard that the Vice Sect Master gathered all the people in charge of the 9th layer. He probably has something important to discuss. In that case, I'll go." Meteor Trail City was very far from Maple Leaf Lake, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Even when Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art to rush over, it took him 4 hours. The Emperor's aura lingered at the city gates, but it still did not scatter. When Xiao Chen looked up, he could still see the remnant marks in the sky where the 2 primes had fought. It was like the 2 primes were still fighting. As Xiao Chen stood below the city gates and looked back, he could not help but sigh when he saw the shattered mountains and rivers. That place had once been a bustling city of the Haotian province. Now, it had turned into a patch of yellow soil, flattened. "Is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen below the city gates?" Someone shouted from the city walls. Xiao Chen found this voice somewhat familiar. When he looked up, he saw a person dressed in purple with a sharp gaze. This person's handsome face gave off a resolute air, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. How familiar! Xiao Chen thought for a moment and immediately recalled who this person was. The Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi, the former leader of the Tianwu Domain's 7 giants. The first time Xiao Chen saw this person, the might of his whip had shocked him greatly. However, it was not strange for this person to be in Meteor Trail City. So many experts of the Thunder and Lightning Palace had come, including the Vice Palace Master. And Juanxi's presence here made perfect sense. If Xiao Chen guessed right, Juanxi should be like Xiao Chen, responsible for guarding a node. When Juanxi saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he smiled and said, "It looks like Brother Xiao remembers who I am. Activate the formation plate in your hand, and you can pass through the barrier and enter directly." Just as Xiao Chen was about to go up, a small head suddenly appeared on the city walls. This person looked pure and charming. Her skin was as smooth as snow, and her eyes looked like pearls and gems. "Elder brother Xiao Chen, quickly come up. Quickly come up. Bai has been waiting for a long time." Chapter 1366. Bai. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his calm face. Back then, when he learned that the fiend race reinforcements were rushing over, he wondered if Bai would come. Unexpectedly, she really did come. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and activated the formation plate in his hand. Then he easily landed on the city wall. Xiao Chen saw not only Juanxi and Bai on the city wall but many of his friends as well. First, senior sister Shui Lingling, the fiend race's Peacock King Kong Yuan, and the Fox King's personal disciple, Yuan Su, were all there. When Bai saw Xiao Chen arrive, she immediately stepped forward without any fear and grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. Then she giggled and said, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, why are you only here now? Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I was already very fast. If I had known that Bai was here, I would have been even faster." When Xiao Bai heard these words, a blush appeared on her fair face. She did not look like the famous adopted daughter of the Fox King, the next successor of the Fiend King. Shui Lingling knew about the relationship between Bai and Xiao Chen, so she did not mind. She smiled and said, "Let's go. Don't let the Vice Sect Master and the others wait too long." The conversation between people of the same generation was very lively. As the group spoke, they arrived at the Palace Lord's residence. Along the way, Xiao Chen discovered many buildings in the city. Although there were formations supporting them, they were already significantly damaged. Dusk hung over the city walls, making everyone feel somewhat worried. This made everyone feel somewhat worried. After the repeated attacks, the damage that Meteor Trail City received was slowly increasing. Over time, the more time passed, the greater the pressure of defending the city would be. Formations also needed time to be maintained. However, the Deity Dao Union's attacks rarely stopped. The speed of repair was far slower than the speed of damage. However, there was no fear of the city breaking. The fear was that the moment the city was broken, they would not be able to retreat easily and the other party would break through several layers of formations. For example, it was like this at the start. The reinforcements of the Deity Dao Union's Ghost Race, Deity Race, and Corpse Race suddenly arrived. The Haotian sect was caught off guard, and the martial artists at the outermost perimeter retreated one after another. As for the Deity Dao Union, they did not give Xiao Chen any time to catch his breath, frantically giving chase. The Haotian sect only managed to regain their footing after breaking through 5 layers of formations. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. The group chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the Great Hall of the City Lord residence of Meteor Trail City. In the main hall, the people in charge of the other nodes had already arrived. Sitting in the middle was Vice Sect Master Fang Baiyu. The Fiend Race Great Emperor Jiang Chuan and the Thunder and Lightning Palace's Wang Su sat on his left and right. In the entire hall, there were only 3 people who had the cultivation of Great Emperor, and the rest only had the cultivation of Emperor Wu. Before the arrival of the monster race Emperor Jiang Chuan, there were only 2 greater Celestial Emperor Wu guarding the entire 9th layer of the formation. The pressure of the Deity Dao Union's attack was easy to imagine. It was not that the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace did not have other greater Celestial Emperor Wu. It was just that the other greater Celestial Emperor Wu had even more intense battles to fight and could not free himself. Seeing Xiao Chen enter, the 3 greater Celestial Emperors smiled faintly and stood up at the same time to welcome him. Fang Baiyu walked over with large strides and sized up Xiao Qin. He said, "Not bad. I still remember the first time I met you. You were not even a martial sage. Now, in a mere 10 years, you have already become an influential person in the entire Kunlun realm. Everyone, let me make introductions. This is the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin, the Dragon's Gate's master. He is also the disciple that my Haotian sect is most proud of. After guarding Maple Leaf Lake for 2 days, he already killed 3 Emperor Wu of the deity Dao Union." Whoosh! The crowd was shocked. Killing 3 martial emperors in 2 days, this result was too valiant. Normally, even if Emperor Wu could not defeat his opponent, he would still be able to flee. Unless the difference in strength was too great, there would be no way to kill Emperor Wu. After all, the Haotian sect and the deity Dao Union had been at war for a long time. They had severely injured many Emperor Wu. However, the number of Emperor Wu killed could be counted on 2 hands. Bai opened his eyes wide and said with a smile, "Elder brother Xiao Qin is really incredible. You are still as incredible as before." And Juanxi and the others also revealed shock in their eyes. They had long heard of the Blue Dragon King's name. Now that they personally heard of his accomplishments, they realized that he truly lived up to his name. Immediately, everyone present stood up and greeted Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had already experienced many situations. He smiled and dealt with them calmly, not arrogant or impatient. After exchanging greetings, Fang Baiyu got everyone to take a seat and discuss countermeasures. At the same time, the upper echelon of the various races gathered in the headquarters of the deity Dao Union, which was responsible for attacking the ground. They frowned heavily as they read the battle reports. There was a total of 6 people in the room: the deity race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor Leng Zhiyang, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Su Qianxing, 2 old men from the White Emperor City and the Divine Martial Gate, and 2 Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors from the Ghost Race and the Corpse Race. Without exception, these 6 people were all Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. They were also the ones responsible for attacking Meteor Trail City. Compared to Meteor Trail City, which only had 3 Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors, the deity Dao Union's side was more than twice as strong. "What does everyone think about this node at Maple Leaf Lake?" Leng Zhiyang asked softly as he put down the report in his hand. At Maple Leaf Lake, the Ghost Race elites were completely wiped out. Of the 4 Emperor Wus, 1 died and 3 were injured. Of all the nodes of the battle, the casualties were the most severe, nearly unbearable. The Corpse Race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor smiled and said, "The Ghost Race Emperor Wu is only the... He seems even weaker than my Corpse Race." Some time ago, the Corpse Race lost 2 Emperor Wus. The Ghost Race Old Man mocked the Corpse Race Old Man. Now that there was an opportunity, the Corpse Race Emperor Wu naturally retorted rudely. The Ghost Race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor snorted coldly and said, "That is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin. Even if it were you, you would not be able to do anything to him. Stop arguing. In my opinion, we might as well give up on this node. The 6 of us have to attack Meteor Trail City and cannot get away. As for the other minor Heavenly Emperor Wus, they are just cannon fodder. As long as we take down Meteor Trail City, he will have no choice but to retreat." The Phoenix's Passion Palace's Su Qianxing suggested. "Speaking of which, when are the 3,000 Emperor Wus of your deity race preparing to make a move? As long as the deity race steals themselves, the 3,000 Emperor Wus will be able to sweep through the entire Haotian sect in an instant." The old man from the White Emperor City said with some dissatisfaction. The moment this old man said that, the Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors of the other races immediately looked at Leng Zhiyang. The deity race relied on the power of faith. They claimed to have 3,000 deities, all of them as strong as Emperor Wu. Although those that relied on faith to advance to Martial Emperor were weaker, there were too many of them. If they attacked at the same time, even a prime would fear them. Leng Zhiyang's expression turned serious as he said, "That is the trump card of my deity race. How can we use it so easily? I heard that the Corpse Race has been raising several hundred Emperor-grade demonic corpses for the past tens of thousands of years. Why do I not see the Corpse Race taking them out? There is also the Ghost Race's Demon Soul Army and the 3 Holy Masters' Holy Beast Totems. I have not seen you use any of them. No one was a fool. The various races all had strong trump cards. However, they would definitely not use them so easily in the Haotian sect, a battlefield that had not reached its bottom yet. Once the various races lost their trump cards, the damage would be to the luck of their entire race. If things went wrong, they might even face extinction. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. It was clear that although the deity Dao union was strong, the various races and factions might not be of one mind. They all held back from each other, each harboring their own little schemes. In any case, your deity race is the strongest. This deity Dao union is also something that your deity race gathered. In this war, you should put in more effort, the corpse race greater heavenly martial emperor said coldly. Su Qinsheng tried to smooth things over, saying, let's not talk about this anymore. After all, we are just minor characters and cannot really make any decisions. Even if Brother Lung wants to use more of the deity race's strength, he would have to get the deity sovereign's permission first. It is the same for us. The resistance of the disagreements still stemmed from the fact that the Haotian sect was simply too difficult to deal with. Even with the strength of the greater heavenly martial emperors present, they felt that breaking the 9th layer of formations would be somewhat difficult. If they continued fighting, the losses would only increase. The fall of every Emperor Wu was a heart-wrenching loss. My deity Dao union is so strong, breaking the other party's 9th layer of formations. It looks like the Haotian sect will be destroyed soon. Why is it that the more we fight, the less confident everyone seems to be? Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out outside the room. Di Wuk led Tian Yushi, the 3 holy masters, Xingju, and Xie Zishuan in with large strides. Di Wuk looked radiant, his face brimming with smiles. His countenance brimmed with confidence. Greetings, divine son. The many greater heavenly martial emperors in the room quickly stood up and greeted him. Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. I am here with the orders of the Alliance Chief and the various Vice Alliance Chiefs. The great decisive battle will arrive soon. No matter how the Haotian sect resists, it will find it hard to escape destruction. Chapter 1367. The discussions in Meteor Trail City were somewhat dull, as most of them could not make any substantial suggestions. They knew very little about the deity Dao Union. However, in today's battle, the Haotian Exalt had defeated the heaven-punishing corpse god by half a move, causing everyone's morale to be higher. In addition, Shaochen had killed 3 Emperor Wu in 2 days. Therefore, the group of people present were quite optimistic about defending the 9th formation circle. Xiao Chen's expression was calm and unruffled. He only listened quietly and didn't speak much. Xiao Chen's opinion was different from the others. Right now, the deity Dao Union had not truly displayed its might yet. The situation was not optimistic, even somewhat pessimistic. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Speak your mind. There's no need to keep silent. Fang Baiyu, who was sitting in the middle, smiled and pointed at Xiao Chen. After being called out by the vice sect master in front of everyone, Xiao Chen had something he wanted to say. After organizing his thoughts, he said, in the past 2 days, although the battles at the various nodes were intense, I feel that the deity Dao Union is far from exerting its full strength. Be prepared to retreat at any time. Otherwise, you might be caught unprepared and lose several positions. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar and incessant discussion. Blue Dragon King, aren't you boosting their morale by saying that? During this period of battle, although our defense was dangerous, none of the nodes were breached. The deity Dao Union's losses are more than 3 times ours. It would not be wrong to say that they suffered heavy losses. That's right. Not to mention that our fellow demons have also arrived. Isn't that even more impregnable? Blue Dragon King, you are too humble. Now, there are only 9 formations left. If we retreat 1 formation, we'll have 1 less. When the final battle arrives, the Supremes and Great Emperors will be in a very passive position. That's right, we can't retreat. There were many opinions, but most of them shook their heads and disagreed with Xiao Chen's view. Bai blinked and said, everyone, don't be in a hurry to deny it. Let's listen to Big Brother Xiao Chen first. Big Brother Xiao Chen must have other ideas. Fang Baiyu was also astonished at Xiao Chen's opinion. Although he had guessed that the deity Dao Union would make a big move, he had never thought of retreating. This was because they no longer had any capital to retreat. After exchanging glances with the two people on his left and right, he smiled and said, "Brother Xiaochen, we are now at a critical juncture of war. You can't say such disheartening words. Let's end our discussion here. Everyone, please go back and guard your nodes well. As long as the node is not broken, no matter how strong the deity Dao Union is, we will wear them down." When Bai heard this, he immediately became anxious. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Kong Yuan and Yuan Su. Xiao Chen laughed bitterly in his heart, not giving him a chance to speak at all. However, he also understood Fang Baiyu's actions. At this juncture, retreating would greatly affect their morale. Right now, everyone still had some morale. If they took the initiative to retreat and that morale scattered, the consequences would be dire. Hence, Fang Baiyu did not argue. Then, the people in charge of the nodes walked out of the hall calmly, not revealing much on their faces. Junior brother Xiaochen, wait for a moment. First senior sister Shui Lingling, Bai, and the others chased after Xiaochen. Xiaochen stopped and turned his head back. First senior sister, what's the matter? Shui Lingling sighed and said, "Don't take it to heart. Right now, the vice sect masters and the others are under a lot of pressure. They are not purposely not giving you a chance to speak." However, Bai was clearly dissatisfied. She said softly, "What elder brother Xiaochen says is definitely right." Bai does not understand why elder brother Xiaochen is not given a chance to speak. Xiaochen said seriously, "First senior sister, I understand what you are saying. However, it is fine if you don't say it. I will not get angry over such a small matter. There is no need to worry for me." After saying that, he looked at Bai and said, "Little lass, there is no need to complain about this. There is no absolute right or wrong in this world. It is just that the perspective is different." And Juanxi, who was at the side, said, "Actually, I agree with Xiao Chen's view. However, right now, Haotian City does not have much capital to retreat." The first senior sister added, "Haotian City's formation circles are in groups of 3. If we give up on the 9th layer, the 7th and 8th layer will have to retreat as well. In other words, we only have 3 chances to retreat. We simply cannot do so." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "There is no need to worry. No matter what, I will do my best to guard the node, Maple Leaf Lake. After the battle is over, we will find an opportunity to meet up." And Juanxi smiled and said, "All right, it's a deal. We all have to live." "Bai will work hard as well," Bai said seriously as she clenched her fists. "Take care." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and bid farewell to everyone, then rushed to Maple Leaf Lake. Inside the Great Hall, the fiend race greater heavenly martial emperor Jiang Chuan showed a somewhat grave expression. He rapped his knuckles on the table and said, "This Xiao Chen does not seem to know how to conduct himself. He is not like a greenhorn youth, speaking without thinking." The Thunder and Lightning Palace's Wang Su added, "At the crucial moment, he said to make preparations to retreat in front of everyone. This is simply immature. Now, it is hard to take back what is done. The people in charge of those nodes are probably thinking of holding back." Fang Baiyu, who sat in the middle, appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, Xiao Chen was still considered a member of the Haotian sect. Xiao Chen did not know the rules. Even if he felt dissatisfied, he could not say anything. The 3 powerhouses immediately felt somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Chen. All this was because of a careless remark. Never mind, never mind. No matter what the people in charge of the other nodes are thinking, let us bear more responsibility. Young people are still somewhat inconsiderate. I apologize to the 2 of you." Fang Baiyu performed a cupped fist salute. When Wang Su and Jiang Chuan saw the situation, they could only accept it helplessly. However, they could not help but feel some dissatisfaction in their hearts. They had gone through so much trouble to come here to guard Meteor Trail City. Yet, their own people attacked them in front of everyone, saying to prepare to retreat at any time, completely ignoring their efforts in the past few days. After returning to Maple Leaf Lake, Xiao Chen told his children about what happened in the hall. Mo Chen's and Yu Bingyun's expressions changed slightly, finding this somewhat strange. They exchanged helpless glances. The two girls were very intelligent. How could they not understand that Xiao Chen had committed a great taboo? There were some things that could not be said in front of everyone, even if they were the truth. Fang Baiyu gathered everyone together to discuss countermeasures and boost morale. At this difficult moment, he wanted the people in charge of the other nodes to not be disloyal. However, Xiao Chen said some things honestly. Naturally, the situation turned somewhat strange. Mo Chen consoled, "Big brother Xiao Chen, there is no need to overthink. This bit of grievance is nothing. Just remember your original intentions in coming to help the Haotian sect. You are indebted to the Haotian sect. Just do your best." Yu Bingyun added, "Xiao Chen, no matter what, we will support you from the side." Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, a small matter could cause so many people to worry for him. He shook his head and smiled. "Naturally, I understand the ways of the world. However, there are some problems that I can clearly see through. However, because of some external factors, I have to hold it in and not say anything. This is not in line with my character. If something really happens, I will find it hard to calm down. Even if I have to suffer some grievances, I will not feel bad about it." This was how Xiao Chen was. If it were a sect that he did not have a deep relationship with, no matter how much he saw through it, he would not say anything. However, Xiao Chen's feelings for the Haotian sect were too deep. Even if he knew that no one would accept what he said, he had to say it. Time passed day by day. However, Xiao Chen's words were not verified. The deity Dao Union attacked continuously. However, the Haotian sect, which still relied on the advantage of formations, could not do much. Instead, the deity Dao Union suffered losses, suffering unspeakable misery. While the intense battles continued in the other nodes, Maple Leaf Lake, where Xiao Chen was, became peaceful. For the past half a month, Maple Leaf Lake had not suffered any attacks, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to make a move. Meteor Trail City's side also did not summon Xiao Chen to help. Xiao Chen, who had been preparing to make a move, found peace instead. This vast battle that changed the color of the sky for thousands of kilometers around no longer had anything to do with him. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. The more things were like this, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Amid this chaos, his heart became even more calm. He worked day and night, perfecting the flawless saber technique's second move, Dragon Subduing Stance. Chapter 1368. The second move of the flawless saber technique was derived from the Dragon Subduing Slash. However, this time, Xiao Chen had a new understanding and view of it. His main focus was on his own strength. When Xiao Chen's vital qi reached close to 1 million vital qi dragons, he could naturally turn into a dragon and move about in his body, roaring in all directions. This was a natural mysterious phenomenon that did not require much tempering. With a thought, he could produce a mysterious phenomenon, 100 dragons dancing wildly. This was especially so when Xiao Chen saw the heaven-punishing corpse god move his fingers slightly and drive out 1,000 vital qi dragons, easily subduing it with one palm strike. At that time, Xiao Chen wondered if it was possible to subdue 100 vital qi dragons with one saber strike. After a few more deductions, it became even more perfect and suited to him. First, Xiao Chen used his vital qi to form the most realistic mysterious phenomenon, materializing a soaring true dragon with an unparalleled berserk aura. Then he used his strong mental energy to add the finishing touch, making this mysterious phenomenon indistinguishable from the real and fake. After that, he gathered primordial energy and infused it into the true dragon's body, turning the fake into the real mysterious phenomenon, making it even more tyrannical and ferocious than a true dragon's. Finally, he executed the flawless saber Dao, using his body as a saber to suppress and subdue the 100 true dragons. Xiao Chen used the might of the true dragons to strengthen his saber. The more ferocious the might of the true dragons, the stronger the saber technique would be. This simple saber strike brought out Xiao Chen's vital qi, mental energy, and primordial energy to the fullest. For the past half-month, Xiao Chen had a rare moment of leisure. He spent most of his time studying and perfecting this saber strike. Suddenly, explosions rang out on the calm lake surface. 5 huge dragons emerged from the lake under Xiao Chen's feet. The dragons roared, and another 5 huge dragons flew out from behind Xiao Chen. 10 dragons flew up and circled around Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen continuously simulated the many true dragons he saw in the distant sea dragon grave in his mind. At the same time, magic energy burned continuously in his sea of consciousness. 10 dragon souls made of pure mental energy suddenly formed. With a thought, Xiao Chen leaped out of his forehead and entered the 10 true dragon mysterious phenomena in front. Instantly, it was like adding a finishing touch to a dragon. The huge dragon that was formed from vital qi was like a huge finishing touch. In an instant, he had a soul, becoming very lively. This was especially so for his pair of eyes, which carried the natural might of a dragon, making people not dare to look directly at him. Xiao Chen drove the primordial energy in his heart of an emperor. Then he pushed his palms forward. Each of his palms contained 5 strands of primordial energy. Powerful primordial energy seeped into the true dragon manifestations like blood coursing through their bodies. Thump, thump. The fish swimming in the lake leaped out of the water in a panic. With a splash, all the fish within 10,000 meters fled. Within the surging waves, there were even more enormous ones that shot up into the sky. That was the powerful spirit beast at the bottom of the lake, which had sensed the threat and was fleeing as fast as it could. Suddenly, one of the 10 true dragons flew over and bared its fangs and claws at Xiao Chen, roaring non-stop. Xiao Chen squinted and saw that this true dragon mysterious phenomena was covered in dragon scales. Its mouth had dragon fangs and dragon tongues. Even though Xiao Chen clearly knew that he materialized these true dragon mysterious phenomena, his mental state still fluctuated. He thought that a true dragon was going to swallow him up. Scatter! Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the 10 true dragon mysterious phenomena instantly vanished, turning into strong winds that scattered. The berserk aura and horrifying dragon might disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "I'm too slow. I have to execute the 3 steps at the same time. Finally, I have to turn into a saber and use the saber to subdue the dragon. Otherwise, the success rate will not be high." The progress was not very smooth. However, it was still fine. Over the past half-month, Xiao Chen had already figured out the general direction. All that was left was the problem of familiarity. Now, there were only 10 dragons, and they already had such a strong aura. In the future, the might of the 100 dragons, 1,000 dragons, and 10,000 dragons would be unimaginably strong. When Xiao Chen looked up, the night sky was dark. There were no stars or moonlight. A suppressive feeling lingered in his heart, lingering. Xiao Chen was not in a good mood due to some worries in his heart. He was no longer in the mood to continue cultivating. He carried the sword box on his back and gently pushed off the lake with his feet. Then he drifted away like a wild goose. Taking advantage of the night, he went to Yu Bingyun's room alone. Without knocking, Xiao Chen just silently entered. Yu Bingyun, who was reading in the room, was startled. "Young Master Xiao, what are you doing here so late at night?" The moment Yu Bingyun said that, she suddenly revealed a bashful expression. Sneaking in the middle of the night, a man and woman alone, it was like, with this thought, Yu Bingyun could not help blushing even more. She felt conflicted in her heart as she buried her head. It was rare for the holy daughter to show the bashfulness of a young girl. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was not in the mood to appreciate it. He said, "Miss Yu, sorry for disturbing you so late at night. Can you help me see how much time I have left?" This disappointment immediately appeared in Yu Bingyun's heart. So, that was the case. However, she quickly covered it up. The meaning behind Xiao Chen's words was unclear. Others might not understand, but Yu Bingyun instantly understood. The first person to discover Xiao Chen's physiological lifespan was Yu Bingyun. Now that the 5 years were almost up, it would be best for Yu Bingyun to help check again. At the mention of this, Yu Bingyun immediately dispelled those petty thoughts, her expression turning grave. Then, she placed her hand on Xiao Chen's wrist and started to check it seriously. Xiao Chen felt a cold aura penetrate deep into his bones, traveling everywhere in his body. When it finished traveling through his entire body, Yu Bingyun's expression turned somewhat unsightly. Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you only have 1 month left. If you still cannot advance to Martial Emperor in 1 month, you will not be able to do so. If you still cannot advance to Martial Emperor in 1 month, the hidden injuries deep in your bones will erupt, and your body will immediately decline. It will be very difficult for you to advance to Martial Emperor in this life. After thinking for a while, Yu Bingyun still said this, something that she was unwilling to say. 1 month. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. Originally, he estimated that he still had at least 2 months. Unexpectedly, he only had 1 month left. Fortunately, he was more cautious and asked Yu Bingyun in advance. I suggest that young Master Xiao leave the Haotian sect now and undergo your tribulation in peace. Furthermore, right now, all the major characters are attracted by the Haotian sect. This is the best time for you to undergo your tribulation. After thinking for a while, Yu Bingyun gave her suggestion. Xiao Chen fell silent. Originally, he had intended to wait for the Haotian sect's crisis to pass before undergoing his tribulation in peace. However, right now, the Haotian sect's war seemed to be in a stalemate. It seemed like this would continue for a long time. I can't wait any longer. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, and a scene immediately appeared before him. The Emperor's bridge that spanned the chasm was already completed. The Emperor's door was in sight. Xiao Chen was just 1 step away from crossing the chasm and summoning out the Emperor's door. Yu Bingyun continued, as for the helpers of the oceanic world, you can hand the summoning token to Emo Chin. When necessary, younger sister Emo Chin can activate it. You should also know that after this war, your strength alone is not enough to change the entire situation. Xiao Chen was a decisive person. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and determination flashed in them. He nodded and said, "It looks like that is the only way. I can only help the Haotian sect to this extent. I believe Big Brother Ing will understand me. I will speak to him tomorrow." Right. When Yu Bingyun heard that, she revealed a smile on her face. If Xiao Chen stubbornly insisted on staying, she would not be able to dissuade Xiao Chen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just at this moment, the tea sets, porcelain, and other decorations in the room suddenly started shaking for no reason. Kasu. Closely following that, all the tea sets shattered, turning into shards flying everywhere. Xiao Chen released his aura slightly, and the shards flying at the two froze in the air. Come, let's go out and take a look. The two's expressions changed slightly. After Xiao Chen said that, he immediately rushed out with Yu Bingyun. Whoosh! Whoosh! The instant Xiao Chen opened the door, he was immediately blinded by a red light. When they got used to this intense light, they were shocked to discover that it came from the sky above Meteor Trail City. Elder Ma had said that such flames would appear only when Meteor Trail City was in great danger. Oh no. Xiao Chen, what you worried about probably happened, Yu Bingyun said with a worried expression. Yu Bingyun said worriedly. Coincidentally, just as Xiao Chen made his decision, this happened. Elder Ma and Emo Chen rushed over at the same time. They said in a fluster, "Blue Dragon King, Meteor Trail City is in danger. We need to go and provide reinforcements." Chapter 1369. There was no need for Elder Ma to say anything. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew that Meteor Trail City needed reinforcements. All of you withdraw. There is no need to guard Maple Leaf Lake. Retreat as far as you can. It would be best if you can retreat to Haotian City. Xiao Chen made a prompt decision, speaking calmly. Why? Elder Ma and the others looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. They could not understand why Xiao Chen did not want them to guard Maple Leaf Lake but wanted them to withdraw at this moment. Don't ask why. Elder Ma, lead the people and leave quickly. Xiao Chen looked straight at Elder Ma, and an invisible might erupted from him. Xiao Chen's tone was calm, but it exuded an irrefutable pressure. After looking at Elder Ma for 3 seconds, he helplessly made his choice. The Blue Dragon King has ordered us to retreat quickly. Under Elder Ma's call, the disciples guarding Maple Leaf Lake retreated helplessly despite feeling dissatisfied and confused. The main reason was that Xiao Chen's prestige was sufficient to convince these people. Even if the orders were strange, no one resisted. After a while, Maple Leaf Lake emptied, leaving only Yu Bingyun and Mo Chen. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. I knew that the two of you would not leave. However, if you really encounter danger, please retreat immediately. Promise me, and I'll bring you to Meteor Trail City. If not, I won't. Yu Bingyun and Mo Chen exchanged glances, apparently discussing something. Soon, Mo Chen smiled softly and said, Big brother Xiao Chen, don't worry. Elder sister Bingyun and I are not stubborn people. We will not hold you back or cause you trouble. We will definitely take care of ourselves at crucial moments. Don't say that. Don't ever think that way. Being able to get to know you is my greatest fortune, Xiao Chen. No matter when or where, you will not be a burden to me, Xiao Chen, forever. After Xiao Chen said that, he stretched out his hand and beckoned. The formation spirit of Maple Leaf Lake broke out of the water and turned into a huge bird shining with spiritual light. The three soared into the air one after another and landed on the back of the huge bird. The huge bird gave a sharp cry and quickly carried the three to Meteor Trail City. At the same time, the people at the node whereby was located in the 9th layer of formations also panicked. They all stared dumbfoundedly at the fiery light that shot into the sky, making the night more piercing than day. Young miss, Meteor Trail City is going to provide reinforcements, Yuan Su said with a grave expression. Yuan Su said with a grave expression. He had not expected that the battle, which had been going very smoothly, would suddenly turn into a crisis for Meteor Trail City. Xiaobai was no longer the same as before. She nodded and said, You and Kong Yuan will accompany me. The rest of you guard here and prevent the Deity Dao Union's sneak attacks. After he finished speaking, he lightly waved the array plate in his hand. Strong winds gathered, and a ferocious tiger array spirit with wings appeared. The three rode the tiger and flew for Ji for Chen for spirit. Similar scenes were happening at the other nodes. And Juanxi, Shui Lingling, and the others also rushed to Meteor Trail City with the formation spirits in the shortest time possible. The hundreds of formation spirits gave off a flickering light as they tore through the air like beams of light. The light was like fire, as resplendent as the stars. The cries of all kinds of formation spirits resounded in the sky. Within a radius of 10 million kilometers, they all responded to each other. In that instant, the cries of the formation spirits rang out endlessly. In the inner hall of the Haotian sect, Ying Zongtian and the other greater heavenly martial emperors looked at the sand table in front with extremely grave expressions. The sand table showed the situation of the battle. Every move could be seen clearly. Not only were the formations of the impregnable Meteor Trail City broken, but most of the vast city was also destroyed. The fiery light that shot into the sky was exceptionally piercing. The allied army of the Deity Dao Union's 4 races gathered in the dilapidated city, massacring the Haotian sect disciples. However, the main force was the deity race. Occasionally, beams of golden divine light descended in the sky, looking like stars. Those were the deities of the deity race. The deity race claimed to have 3,000 deities. Each deity was as strong as Emperor Wu. Furthermore, 1/3 of them came to Meteor Trail City. When 1,000 Emperor Wu-level existences worked together, they immediately broke Meteor Trail City's formations. This instantly plunged Meteor Trail City into desperate straits. Everyone thought that the deity race would not use their trump cards in this battle. Unexpectedly, after the deity race numbed the crowd, they suddenly decided to make a move half a month later. This is truly unexpected. Now, even their retreat path is sealed. If we had made preparations to retreat in advance, we would not be as flustered as we are now. The Thunder and Lightning Palace's Vice Palace Master shook his head and sighed softly. The inner hall was filled with greater heavenly Emperor Wu-level deities, and there were quite a few of them. However, this force could not help Meteor Trail City, as they had their own opponents as well. The lesser heavenly Emperor Wu was in charge of defending, while the greater heavenly Emperor Wu was in charge of dealing with sneak attacks. They could be considered as 2 different battlefields, independent yet affecting each other. We have to think of a way to rescue Emperor Wu, who is trapped in Meteor Trail City. Otherwise, all of our formations will be lost. One of the monster race emperor analyzed calmly. On the side of the Haotian sect, most of the lesser heavenly Emperor Wu-level deities were gathered in Meteor Trail City. Once he was surrounded, the 6th and 3rd formations would be useless without Emperor Wu to guard them. If all of the outer formations were lost, the Haotian city alone would not be able to unleash the full might of the Heaven and Earth Mountain River formation. Furthermore, with the lesser heavenly Emperor Wu being surrounded and killed, the situation would be even worse. The entire Haotian sect would be in grave danger. The emperors present shuddered at the thought of this, and were slightly flustered. This is so frustrating. If we head over, we will definitely be stopped by the 3 holy masters. We can only watch on helplessly. The god race is really insane. They even used their trump card. They want to exterminate us. Are they really not afraid that both sides will suffer? Damn it. If the Thunder King was still here, the celestial race would not be so arrogant. Brother Haotian, what should we do? You make the decision. All the greater heavenly Emperor Wu-level deities turned their gazes towards the supreme being who could even win against the heaven-punishing corpse god. Ying Zongtian looked at the scenes on the sand table and fell silent. After a while he spoke, "Let's go. Whether or not we will be stopped by the 3 holy masters, we cannot just watch our brothers die. Everyone follow me and kill our way over." After saying that, Shaochen looked at a fiend race Peacock King and said, "Brother Peacock, I'll have to trouble you to inform Brother Spirit Fox." The greater heavenly Emperor Wu and the sovereign martial emperors who surpassed greater heavenly Emperor Wu could all sense the determination in Ying Zongtian's words. Actually, it was still far from the time for the final battle. If they fought now, the deity Dao Union would have complete control of the tempo. The situation was extremely disadvantageous. However, out of concern for the safety of his subordinates, Ying Zongtian decided to go all out. "We'll leave everything to Brother Haotian. This great me has long been sick of those traitors of the 3 holy masters." That's right. Before the Thunder King left, he clearly handed the martial god medallion to Brother Haotian. No matter how you look at it, Brother Haotian is the legitimate successor to the Bushin Palace. However, this group of people is not convinced. Let's go. Let's kill to our heart's content. Oftentimes, the attitude of the backbone could affect the morale of the entire team. If Ying Zongtian cowered at this moment or did it out of self-preservation, the morale of the group of people in Meteor Trail City would plummet significantly. In merely a moment, the many major characters in the inner palace tore space and rushed towards Meteor Trail City. In the distance, the many major characters in the inner palace tore space and rushed towards Meteor Trail City at lightning speed. Far behind, Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the 3 holy masters immediately sensed this fluctuation. Behind them, the greater heavenly Emperor Wu and the sovereign martial emperors of the deity Dao Union also gathered. Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said calmly, "Indeed, it is as I expected." In the end, Ying Zongtian still could not hold back. "Holy lords, it will be up to you to block them." The Phoenix's Passion Palace's vermilion bird Holy Lord nodded and said, "That's easy. Since the deity sovereign even mobilized 3,000 deities, naturally, we will not hold back either. With the 3 of us making a move, we guarantee that we will be able to block Ying Zongtian and not let the 3 primes make a move." Based on Xiao Chen's tone, it sounded like he was going to use the trump card of the 3 holy masters, the holy beast totems. Emperor Forsaken nodded in satisfaction. Then he watched as the 3 holy masters led half of the greater heavenly martial emperors away. A ghost race greater heavenly martial emperor present pointed to the water screen in front, at the image of Xiao Qin and asked, "Deity Sovereign, what should we do with this variable, Xiao Qin?" Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and retorted, "How is he a variable? If I really want to kill him, I can squash him to death at any time. I just fear Ying Zongtian using the same method to kill the Divine Sun. The only problem is the gathering token in this fellow's hand. However, it is fine. I naturally have a way to deal with that group of Emperor Wu and primes of the oceanic world." Xiao Chen's expression was calm, as if victory was in his grasp. This gave everyone a strong sense of confidence. The sudden attack of more than 1,000 deity race Emperor Wu had caused most of Meteor Trail City to fall. It seemed like the true decisive battle would start early because of this sudden attack. Clouds started to rise, signaling the arrival of a storm. Chapter 1370. The ant that Emperor Forsaken said could be easily squashed to death was currently riding the huge bird formation Spirit Bird, heading for Meteor Trail City with an indomitable will. Elder brother Xiao Chen, promise us to hold back a little. You cannot unleash too much power. Please, do not undergo your tribulation here, Imochen pleaded as she grabbed the corner of Xiao Chen's clothes from behind. Yu Bingyun had already told Imochen about Xiao Chen's physical condition. These words were the two's shared thoughts. Right now, the Haotian province had already become the center of the entire Kunlun realm storm. The risk of undergoing a tribulation here was easy to imagine. Young Master Xiao, how about you give the convening token to younger sister Imochen and leave alone? Yu Bingyun suggested. Xiao Chen did not know how to answer. After some thought, he said, let's go over and take a look first. Originally, Xiao Chen planned to leave the next day. However, with such a situation happening, how could he leave? Boom! Just at this moment, a deafening sound came from an extremely distant place. Along with the voice, a terrifying spatial tremor appeared in the three's field of vision. The space in the distance moved like ripples on water, moving closer and closer as they surged over. The spatial tremor spread so fast that no one could resist it at all. The ripples quickly passed through. Even the towering flame in the sky above Meteor Trail City trembled intensely, looking like it would scatter. Intense pain assaulted them, and blood leaked out of the three's lips. Their complexions paled. Fortunately, this spatial tremor lasted only for an instant. Furthermore, it was just some remnant shockwaves. The three only suffered some internal injuries and were fine. What's going on? The epicenter of the spatial ripples does not seem to be from Meteor Trail City. Clearly, it was not from Meteor Trail City. If the spatial ripples were so close, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Xiao Chen stopped and opened the heavenly eye on his forehead. His vision immediately extended infinitely. 50,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, all the way until it reached 5 million kilometers. Everywhere Xiao Chen's vision passed, he could see the cities, pavilions, mountains, rivers, plants, insects, and ants. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Meteor Trail City, which was 50,000 kilometers away. The city walls were in ruins, and most of the buildings in the city were destroyed. A huge golden deity race warship circled high in the sky. Di Wuk stood at the bow of the warship, together with the other deity Dao Union members. He appeared very spirited, looking like he was in charge of everything. Rays of light would occasionally shine down from the giant warship, each ray containing a slight monarch might. That emperor's might wasn't pure, mixed with a lot of faith power, easily distinguishable. However, there were many of them. Light flickered about, and there were no less than 1,000 of them. When the emperor's might linked together, it was exceptionally frightening. More than 1,000 gods surrounded the sky-reaching flames and kept attacking. It seemed like the remaining martial emperors of Meteor Trail City and the other cultivators were all hiding in the towering flames, preparing to defend themselves. Seeing this, Xiao Chen already knew why Meteor Trail City had been breached. 1/3 of the god race's 3,000 gods had come. However, this was not the focus of Xiao Chen's attention. His gaze continued to extend. Finally, he saw a startling battle in the sky outside Haotian City in the distance. The deity Dao Union and the Haotian sect's sovereign martial emperors, Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, and the primes were all engaged in battle. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The deity Dao Union had expected this long ago. The moment Big Brother Ying's group left the city, they were blocked. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was controlling the formation outside the city, this group of martial emperors directly tore space and blocked the group. Closing his heavenly eye, Xiao Chen said sullenly, "That is a fluctuation from Haotian City. The sect master's group is blocked by the deity Dao Union's martial emperors. They probably won't be able to come." Upon hearing that, Emo Chen's expression changed slightly. "Should we activate the convening token?" It seemed like the decisive battle was about to start in advance. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "There's no need. None of the deity Dao Union's primes appeared. Perhaps they are just waiting for me to shatter the convening token. Let's speed up and rush over. As long as the Vice Sect Master and the others can retreat safely and stabilize the 6 formations behind, it will be fine." The situation looked extremely dangerous. However, the crux actually lay in the remaining Emperor Wu of Meteor Trail City, who was surrounded by the deity Dao Union. After a while, Meteor Trail City appeared before them. Before they entered the city, 3 beams of light headed for where Xiaochen was like meteors. "Be careful," Xiaochen said softly. Then he stopped and closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the 3 deity races' so-called deities to arrive. From here, they could already feel the temperature of the flames in Meteor Trail City. The miserable state of Meteor Trail City was a startling sight. There was also the huge deity race warship and the surging emperor's might it gave off, which was very startling. Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun felt somewhat nervous, their palms sweating slightly. The situation in Meteor Trail City was much more severe than they had imagined. "Blue Dragon King Xiaochen, my clan's divine son would like to invite you on board to reminisce." The 3 deity races' deities gave off piercing golden light as they approached and spoke at the same time. Xiaochen opened his eyes. His eyes looked very ordinary. However, the instant he opened his eyes, the light on the 3 deity races' deities dimmed. The 3 deity races' deities revealed extremely horrified expressions, feeling incredibly flustered. Indeed, someone who relied on faith to advance to martial emperor can only be called a false Emperor Wu. You are just some foolish mortals. To think that you dare to call yourselves deities, Xiaochen said coldly, completely ignoring the 3's words. Then, he threw both palms, instantly executing 1,000-year death and 1,000-year flame. The 2 moons clashed with each other, hot-bloodedness and grief intertwining. This vividly displayed Xiaochen's current emotions. This was Xiaochen's strongest palm technique. When executed together with pure primordial energy, the brilliant emperors might press down on the 3 false Emperor Wus. They could only brace themselves and resist with all their might. Boom! The 3 deity race false Emperor Wus sustained severe injuries. Blood flowed continuously from their mouths as they fled in panic, frightened out of their wits. "Since you are here, there is no need to leave." Xiaochen's figure flashed, moving like a fish in water. Thousands of changes occurred, flashing 3 times in a row. Every time he flashed, he sent out a palm saber. When he returned to the huge bird formation spirit, the 3 fleeing deity race false emperors had no corpses left, only a speck of divine light shooting into the sky. Rumor had it that as long as the deity race's deity statues still existed, they would have another chance to revive. One had to destroy the last strand of divine light before they could kill them completely. Whether the rumor was true or not, Xiaochen could not be bothered to continue attacking. He still had more important things to do. Mo Chen felt it was strange. She asked, "These deity race cultivators clearly have emperor's might. Why are they so weak?" Xiaochen explained, "They relied on faith to advance to martial emperor and did not undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire. Naturally, they cannot compare to the true Emperor Wus. However, having too many of them is problematic. I would not be a match for even 100. Xiaochen, the reinforcements from the other nodes seem to be under attack." "I know. Right now, the most important thing is to gather these people together and see if we can break through the deity race's blockade, carving out a path for the people inside." On the huge deity race warship, Divine Sun, that Blue Dragon King did not know how to appreciate kindness. He killed the 3 deity race cultivators who sent the message, someone reported quickly. This Blue Dragon King is really too much. The Divine Sun gave him face, but he does not appreciate it. He is really bold. Why doesn't he look at his current situation? On the warship's bow, the deity Dao Union's various races Emperor Wu crowded around Di Wuk, fighting to be the first to speak. Di Wuk snorted coldly and said, "How stubborn. Now that I invited you, you are not coming. Later, I will make you kneel before me." Chapter 1371. Oh no! The huge deity race warship is turning around. The expression of one of the node managers at Meteor Trail City's gates changed as he pointed into the distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw that all the light on the God Race's giant warship had converged and gathered together. The warship slowly turned around, pointing at the various node managers of Meteor Trail City. A moment later, everyone sensed a dangerous aura enveloping them. Suddenly, pillars of light shot out of the huge deity race warship. Each pillar of light had a white-haired deity race cultivator standing in it. A total of 1,000 pillars of light surrounded the divine daughter, Tianyu Shi, like stars surrounding the moon. Tianyu Shi held the divine halberd in her hand, looking like a goddess. She formed hand seals with one hand and continuously absorbed the surrounding divine energy. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He felt that something was wrong. Di Wuk probably let them gather together on purpose. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this moment, wanting to use the might of the formation to kill them all in one fell swoop. This place was about 50 kilometers away from the huge deity race warship. For this formation to be able to maintain its might without scattering even after such a long distance, it was probably extraordinary. That is the deity race's world-destroying divine tribulation. Its might is extremely horrifying. I once saw it in the astral battlefield. This should be a simplified version. Its might is somewhat weaker, but it is equal to the peak strike of the Sixth Heaven Emperor Wu. Shui Lingling said somewhat anxiously with a grave expression. No matter who was here, not even Xiao Chen, they could not withstand the peak strike of the Sixth Heaven Emperor Wu. If it really landed, even if everyone here did not die, they would be severely injured. Let's go. Shui Lingling shook her head and said, we cannot leave. It has already locked onto us. No matter where we go, the world-destroying divine tribulation will descend. Shui Lingling had seen this world-destroying divine tribulation kill dozens of Demon Emperor Wu at the same time in the astral battlefield. It was extremely horrifying. In that case, let's end it early, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then he looked at the huge deity race warship in the distance and said, the plan will not change. You all go. Leave this huge deity race warship to me. After saying that, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and shot off like an arrow. He tore through the sky and headed for the huge deity race warship. Xiao Chen. This sudden action caused Mo Qin and the other girls to cry out in a daze. Come, follow me. As Juanxi watched Xiao Chen fly towards the huge deity race warship alone, his heart felt somewhat heavy. However, at this moment he had to race against time. Otherwise, the opportunity created by Xiao Chen would be sacrificed in vain. That wouldn't be worth it. On the bow of the deity race's warship, Di Wuk's group watched the fleeing people in high spirits. But where can you run to? You're enveloped by the divine might. No matter where you run, you'll have to accept the baptism of the divine tribulation. Divine Son, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen is flying towards us. Someone exclaimed in shock as he pointed at the white figure in the air. The expressions of the people on the warship changed at the same time as they quickly looked in the direction that Xiao Chen was rushing in. Should we send someone to stop him? A ghost race martial emperor asked with a frown. Xiao Hoju said, he probably wants to rely on his own strength to break the world-exterminating divine tribulation. No matter what, it is better to stop him. A brilliant light flashed in Di Wuk's eyes. He laughed loudly and said, no one move. Let him come. Don't scatter the might of the world-exterminating divine tribulation. Focus it all on Xiao Chen. What a fool. You came at the right time. With so many people sharing the world-exterminating divine tribulation, it will not hurt you. However, since you are seeking death by charging over alone, don't blame me for being impolite. Murderous intent surged in Di Wuk's eyes. He felt somewhat excited in his heart. This was a rare opportunity. If Xiao Chen got struck by the world-exterminating divine tribulation, there would only be one result. Not even dregs would be left. When the crowd heard what Di Wuk said, they no longer cared. Compared to the huge deity race warship that was as huge as a mountain, the deity race warship was much smaller. Compared to the massive deity race warship, Xiao Chen was as insignificant as an ant. Trying to shake the deity race warship by himself was simply a pipe dream. Di Wuk pointed at Xiao Chen and smiled in satisfaction. What do you mean by not seeking death? This is seeking death. At the same time, Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, Get ready. If this divine tribulation does not kill him, attack together. We must bury him here today. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Xingju and Xie Zishuan, the descendants of the two primes. As the few spoke, the divine halberd in Tianyushi's hand above the deity race warship glowed increasingly resplendent. For a time, thunderclouds gathered above his head, and the shadow of a deity was faintly discernible between the thunderclouds in the sky. A brilliant divine might descended, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Tianyushi's long hair fluttered wildly as his aura soared. Facing the approaching Xiaoqin, Tianyushi narrowed his eyes and brandished the divine halberd. The world-exterminating divine tribulation looked like it was about to descend. On the warship's bow, Di Wuk's group immediately felt incredibly nervous and expectant. However, just at this moment, the seemingly insignificant Xiaoqin, who was 10 kilometers away, suddenly soared into the air. All of a sudden, it expanded out of nowhere. Before the group of people could react to what was going on, a shadow loomed over Daoist Dao's head. When Daoist Dao raised his head, it was an enormous hand. What's going on? The 1,000-odd people on the deck all panicked, not understanding what was going on. Whoosh! In the next moment, that colossal hand turned into a palm saber and chopped down from the sky. Without any resistance, this palm strike chopped off the entire warship's bow. The huge mountain looked like it had been chopped off by someone. A loud rumble rang out, accompanied by countless people's panicked, miserable screams. Saber chi immediately spread out, and the scene turned chaotic. Countless people tumbled in the air. Some of the deity Dao Union cultivators who happened to be struck by the palm saber ended up in an even more miserable state. They were chopped into meat paste on the spot, unable to even make a sound. The remaining huge deity race warship shook endlessly. The formations in it shattered, giving off loud noises as it swelled up. The 1,000-odd pillars of light that extended out instantly shattered. Tianyu Shi, who was about to bring out the world-exterminating divine tribulation, was the most miserable. His formations broke, and the divine tribulation rebounded, blasting him into the air and causing him to vomit blood. The divine halberd fell from his hand, and his complexion paled. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the next moment, an even greater problem arrived. A colossal foot kicked out from the air. Most of the remaining huge deity race warship immediately exploded, kicking up dust and debris into the air. The deity Dao Union cultivators on the warship panicked and jumped off the warship. Dust filled the sky, and explosions rang out endlessly. All sorts of debris and the corpses of cultivators flew everywhere, spreading for more than 50 kilometers. All sorts of flames ignited each other, looking incredibly dazzling. The intense explosions startled the group of people charging towards the surging pillar of flame. When they turned their heads and saw the scene of the huge deity race warship exploding, they were all stunned. This was done by the Blue Dragon King? Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiaoqin said that he could do it, and indeed he did it. And Juanxi rejoiced in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "What a great Xiaoqian. Indeed he did it. Everyone, let's not lag behind. Let's open a path for the vice sect master and the others." After a momentary daze, everyone's morale soared, their hot-bloodedness surging. Only Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun looked at each other in silence, feeling bitter in their hearts. Dermic World did not last for long. 3 seconds later, Xiaoqin recovered his human form. As he stood high in the clouds, he looked at the deity Dao Union's people, who were in a mess. He did not show much emotion on his face. The instant Xiaoqin executed Dermic World, he vaguely heard the intense howling of wind and fire. He even saw illusions of wind and fire attacking him. This was very dangerous. With just one more step, the great tribulation of wind and fire would descend from the sky. However, at this moment, Xiaoqin could not care too much. More than 100 minor heavenly Emperor Wu of the Haotian sect were still trapped in the surging pillar of flame. He could not just leave them to die. Have you found the divine daughter? Quickly, find the divine daughter. Di Wuk shouted amid the thick smoke and dust. When he was sent flying by Xiao Chen's palm saber strike, he happened to see the divine daughter suffering from the rebound of the lightning tribulation. When he landed, he happened to see the divine daughter suffering the rebound of the lightning tribulation, vomiting blood and flying back. However, the current situation was chaotic. Xiao Chen's saber intent, the shock waves of the divine might ritual array, and the explosion of the huge warship all mixed together. Everyone could not deal with them in time. Chapter 1372. There were not many warships at the back of the Deity Dao Union's fleet, but all of them were Emperor-grade warships. This was the Deity Dao Union's true main force, more than 30 Emperor-grade warships. Under normal circumstances, no race faction could gather so many Emperor-grade warships. Only when the Ghost race, the Corpse race, the Deity race, and the three Holy Masters worked together would they be able to do so. Compared to the fleet of warships at the front, this was the true force of the Deity Dao Union's attack on the Haotian sect. Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor were also gathered on the flagship in the middle. At this moment, a water screen appeared in front of the three primes on the flagship in the center. The image in the water screen stopped at the scene of Xiao Chen executing Dermic World and chopping down the huge warship with one-hand saber strike. The three primes appeared somewhat shocked, especially Emperor Forsaken. Most of the people on that huge deity race warship were deity race cultivators. When the huge warship was destroyed, the deity race suffered the greatest losses. Even the divine daughter's fate was unknown. However, Emperor Forsaken did not care about this. The deity race was a large clan and did not care about an emperor-grade warship. They could even afford to lose a divine daughter, as long as it was not the divine son. What Emperor Forsaken cared about was this small car that suddenly appeared and disrupted his plans. The previously inactive ant seemed to have turned into a variable. This person seemed to be ending this decisive battle that was about to start in advance. As long as Xiao Chen rescued the Haotian sect's Emperor Wu from the surging pillar of fire, there would be no need for this decisive battle. The development of the situation seemed to be heading in this direction. He seems to be executing a major magic skill. Furthermore, he is already very familiar with it. Where did he get this magic skill from? Even some of the Penglai Sea's Dao venerates do not have such a magic skill, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said softly with a frown. As primes, they were very knowledgeable. Naturally, they could make out Xiao Chen's magic skill with one glance. As primes, they were very knowledgeable. Naturally, they could tell what Xiao Chen's magic skill was with one glance. Furthermore, these three supremes were friends with the Dao masters of the Penglai Sea and had seen many divine powers. From their point of view, Xiao Chen's divine sense was already very powerful, even more powerful than the great divine sense of those Dao masters. In reality, it was not just slightly stronger. As a Buddha, the Mahasvara Buddha had been a peak major character during the immortal epic. Although Xiao Chen was being humble, the major magic skill that he passed on to Xiao Chen was a peak magic skill, even during the immortal epic. The immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea only managed to gain some understanding of immortal cultivation after the immortal epic shattered. In the end, there wasn't a complete inheritance. How could it compare to a genuine top-notch divine ability by relying on the remnant copies of the predecessors and their own supplementation? The heaven-punishing corpse god's eyes flashed. That's not the point. The point is, how can this guy cultivate both immortal and martial arts? Although there were not many immortal cultivators in the Kunlun realm, there were still some. However, no one had ever heard of cultivating immortal Dao and martial Dao at the same time. This was a taboo. Those who tried would undoubtedly die. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, "I know a little about this." When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken heard that, they were stunned. Then, they immediately looked at Emperor Forsaken. Emperor Forsaken muttered, "I do not know much. If we want to truly unravel this mystery, we still have to go to the savage battlefield's Blue Dragon Palace and investigate it." The moment Emperor Forsaken said that, the two primes stopped asking. It seemed like the Blue Dragon Palace had left behind some bad memories for the two primes. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Chidian, Just look at it. What should we do now? If there are no surprises, he should be able to come out of the group of people in the surging pillar of flame. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor brought the topic back to the battlefield before them. The heaven-punishing corpse god said, "It looks like we still have to end things without any problems. We have to follow the old plan and slowly grind him down." Emperor Forsaken remained silent. After a while, he said, "There is no turning back. If we give up halfway this time, it will have a negative impact on the deity Dao Union's luck. Now, even if we have to pay a higher price, we have to fight even if we do not want to." Emperor Forsaken's words revealed a determination to not give up. The heaven-punishing corpse god smiled and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking. I said from the start that we should give it a good beating and directly flatten the Haotian sect. However, you all did not listen." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor thought more and felt somewhat worried. However, it was as Emperor Forsaken said, there was no turning back. "Let's fight then. I'll go and block the Fox King." Back in Haotian City, Xiaochun did not know that the powerhouses of the deity Dao Union were already determined to fight to the end. Whether he could save the many Emperor Wu in the surging pillar of flame or not, this battle was unavoidable. Xiaochun did not overthink. While the cultivators on the huge deity race warship were in chaos, unable to take care of themselves, executing the fish dragon step, Xiaochun turned into a dragon and flew towards Enjuanshi's group. Enjuanshi's group was already fighting with the many deities surrounding the surging pillar of flame. Their morale was high, and they wanted to open a path. However, there were simply too many deity race deities. It was not possible to open a path quickly. The longer the battle dragged on, the more serious the casualties would be. Xiaochun observed for a while. The most troublesome one blocking Enjuanshi's group was the deity race's third heaven Emperor Wu. The other deities were still manageable. Only the fake Emperor Wu could not block the combined attacks of this group of deity race's third heaven Emperor Wu. When the fighting spirit of this group of people was completely stimulated, they gathered together and became like an unstoppable flood. Enjuanshi, Shui Lingling, and Bai stood at the very front of this flood. However, the deity race's third heaven Emperor Wu blocked their way. If this dragged on for a while, reinforcements from other places would arrive. After they were surrounded, they would be surrounded and surrounded. Xiaochun could not care so much anymore. He narrowed his eyes and locked on to that deity race Emperor Wu. Xiaochun's long hair fluttered without any wind. As it fluttered, it gave off a graceful saber hum in the surroundings. Flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. The light disappeared for 1 kilometer around him. Xiaochun used his body as a saber, controlling the air with the saber as he chopped down at that deity race Emperor Wu. In the next moment, an incredibly resplendent saber light suddenly appeared before deity race Emperor Wu, who was locked in an intense battle with Enjuanshi's group. This saber light appeared very suddenly, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. There was no trace of it at all. Whoosh! Amid the resplendent saber light, a light that was even brighter and more piercing than this saber light shot out. That light was astonishingly fast. This deity race Emperor Wu vaguely seemed to hear the sound of a treasured saber being unsheathed. Keng-chang! The saber struck deity race Emperor Wu's chest. Cracks appeared in his emperor's body, and he went flying back. Big brother Xiaochun. The Blue Dragon King is back. Immediately, everyone's morale soared. No one expected Xiaochun to deal with the huge deity race warship so quickly and rush back. Given that every second mattered, Xiaochun could not say much. The huge deity race warship will not be able to care about us for now. I'll lead everyone out first. With Xiaochun leading the way, this flood attacked even more ferociously. In merely 15 minutes, a hole appeared in the impenetrable encirclement. When Xiaochun arrived before the surging pillar of flame, he waved his hand, and everyone immediately stopped. "What's wrong?" Enjuanshi, who was at the side, asked. Xiaochun pointed to the front and said, "They sense this opening and are already rushing over." Boom! Right after Xiaochun spoke, the flaming wall in front exploded. Fang Baiyu's group walked out in a sorry state. This group of several hundred people was all injured. Their complexions were pale and fatigued. Several of them were covered in wounds and extremely weak. They did not have the air of Emperor Wu at all. Instead, they looked like a group of refugees at the end of their rope. Just this scene alone showed how much damage this group suffered from the sudden attack of 1,000 respected deities. What kind of hardship did they experience in breaking out of the encirclement? If Xiao Chen and the others had not come, they would have been surrounded and killed. Although the surging pillar of flame could block some attacks, the deity race's mental energy martial techniques were not. How come it's you? Did the sect master and the others not come? When Fang Baiyu and the other two martial emperors saw Xiao Chen waiting for them, they revealed extremely shocked expressions. They had not expected that the one who opened a gap for them would be the previously dissatisfied Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you are right. This time we were wrong. The three thought back to when Xiao Chen said that they should be prepared to retreat at any time. Now that they saw Xiao Chen again, the three felt somewhat guilty. Chapter 1373. Little brother Xiao Chen, I really misunderstood you last time. The vice sect master, Fang Baiyu, stepped forward, feeling deeply ashamed. Xiao Chen had a pure heart, speaking his mind bluntly. However, because Fang Baiyu felt uncomfortable, he misunderstood Xiao Chen instead, not even giving him a chance to speak. However, now that a great disaster was upon them, and Xiao Chen was the first to lead a team to save them, he did not care about the grievances he suffered earlier. Vice Sect Master, you are too serious. The most important thing now is to retreat. Xiao Chen smiled. He did not care about the earlier matter in the first place. Why would he care about it now? The fiend race greater heavenly martial emperor, Jiang Chuan, said, Little brother Xiao Chen, come with us. As long as our group retreats to the 6th layer of formations, the situation of the battle will calm down. As long as they activated the 6th layer of formations, they would be prepared and defend with all their might. The deity Dao Union would not be able to break through quickly. This was because the closer they got to Haotian City, the stronger the defenses of the formations would be. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't go with you. Someone has to stay behind and bring up the rear. Otherwise, if the deity Dao Union continues to chase us, we will suffer heavy casualties. Fang Baiyu and the other two greater heavenly martial emperors turned their heads to look. The hundreds of respected deities surrounding the surging pillar of fire were slowly gathering. Farther away, Di Wuk was currently sorting out the chaotic situation on the huge deity race warship. Once the two sides gathered, they would be a huge force. If they truly gave chase, at least half of the 200-odd people here would not be able to return. The expressions of surviving a calamity on the three's faces faded. They knew that this was just the beginning. Whether they could escape this group of respected deities, as well as the pursuit of Di Wuk and the other deity Dao Union experts, was still unknown. Xiao Chen was right. Someone did need to bring up the rear. However, this person could not be Xiao Chen. Fang Baiyu and the other two exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions. Fang Baiyu said, That's right. There is indeed a need to bring up the rear. However, the three of us will be responsible for bringing up the rear. Xiao Chen, you will be responsible for bringing them to the rear. Xiao Chen still shook his head and said softly, That won't do. Di Wuk's killing intent towards me has reached the pinnacle. Even if you want to stop him, he won't fight you. If I bring them along, I'll be harming them instead. What did you do? Emo Chen asked curiously. Xiao Chen recalled the scene of the divine daughter suffering the backlash of the lightning tribulation. He said softly, Perhaps I was careless and killed the divine daughter, Han Yushi. Although his words were light, the ripples it created were no less than a depth charge. Ah! Everyone who heard this was startled. Who in the Kunlun realm did not know about the relationship between Di Wuk and Tian Yushi? If Xiao Chen really killed Tian Yushi, Di Wuk would definitely go crazy. Fang Baiyu and the other two greater heavenly martial emperors did not know what to say, unable to rebut. Xiao Chen said softly, All of you let's go. I was planning to bring up the rear in the first place. Nothing deviated from my plan. However, his plan had deviated slightly. He had not thought of killing the divine daughter. However, that did not matter. Di Wuk wanted to compete with him for the position of luck. The two sides were already like fire and water, mortal enemies. In the heavenly starry ocean, the divine daughter had provoked the 5 poison sex elders to kill Xiaochen. Today, she wanted to use the world-exterminating lightning tribulation to kill Xiaochen. Even if Tianyushi really died, Xiaochen's mental state would not change much. Everyone served their own masters and followed their fates. On the path of cultivation, life and death were the most common thing. At this moment, every second mattered. The earlier they left, the greater their chances of survival. Naturally, Fang Baiyu understood this principle. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Come back alive. This time, the 3 of us owe you too much." Without saying anything more, the group quickly left, heading for Haotian City at lightning speed. Mo Chen, Yu Bingyun, and the other girls turned their heads back 3 times with every step, watching Xiao Chen's lone figure. They wanted to stay several times, but they knew Xiao Chen's temper. If they stayed, Xiao Chen would definitely persuade them to leave. At this moment, the love between men and women seemed somewhat extravagant. They could only pray in their hearts that Xiao Chen could return safely. Suddenly, yellow sand filled the air in front. Beams of divine light soared into the clouds amid the dense yellow sand, turning into a surging battle hunger that spread in the sky. It turned into a torrential battle will that filled the sky, manifesting many mysterious phenomena that surged along with the clouds. When Xiao Chen looked up, the many mysterious phenomena materialized the most ancient war banners of the deity race. The war banners contained glory, faith, and boundless killing intent. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he understood. He finally understood why Meteor Trail City lost so quickly. One or a few gods on their own wouldn't be much of a threat, but when they regrouped and combined together, however, when they merged, the power that they could erupt with would be something that even sovereign martial emperors would not dare to clash with. The deities were very strong. However, Xiao Chen did not fear them. Xiao Chen slowly stretched out his right hand, and a Buddhist lamp slowly appeared in his palm. The Saraira hovered above the Buddhist lamp. The Saraira gave off a bright light, and the image of the Mahasvara Buddha chanted scriptures amid the light. With the support of this Saraira, the wondrous effects of the Buddhist lamp immediately magnified significantly. The heavenly snow divine flame nourished in it had already advanced from rank 1 to rank 2, reaching a level where it could kill a peak 6th heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and sucked in the heavenly snow divine flame, sending it to the heart of an emperor in his dantian. After that, he put away the Buddhist lamp and Saraira. Then, he took out a flask of wine and sat down cross-legged. As he looked at the flying yellow sand in front, he started drinking alone. Amid the flying yellow sand, Xiao Chen's vision passed through the countless deity race deities and arrived at the very center. Di Wuk carried the faintly discernible Tianyushi, who was on the verge of death. His face filled with grief and self-blame. Faint tears flickered in his eyes. The guilt in Di Wuk's heart could not be described with words. Earlier, he had acted on his own. Earlier, he had been stubborn and did not want to let go of this rare opportunity to kill Xiao Chen. However, he was extremely smart and should have thought of it long ago. Since Xiao Chen charged over, he naturally had a trump card. He could only blame himself for being overconfident. There were many experts on the deity race's worship, so he did not fear that Xiao Chen could do anything. However, when Xiao Chen truly revealed his trump card, everything was over. Before Xiao Chen, who used his dermic incarnation to execute a martial technique, the huge deity race worship crumbled at the first blow. The divine might formation broke, and the lightning tribulation rebounded. The world-exterminating lightning tribulation, which should have struck Xiao Chen, rebounded and injured Tianyushi. Wuk, don't cry. You are the divine son. In the future, you will be the bearer of the luck of the entire Kunlun realm. How can you cry? Wuk, don't cry. You are the deity son. In the future, you will be the Kunlun realm's luck son. How can you cry? Tianyushi looked at Di Wuk's face and stretched out her hand as if she wanted to wipe away the tears in Di Wuk's eyes, not letting them fall. She stretched out a hand towards Di Wuk's face as if she wanted to wipe away the tears in his eyes, not letting them fall. However, when Tianyushi extended her hand halfway, she suddenly fell back down weakly, like a flower withering and losing its color. Di Wuk's heart sank. He quickly pulled Tianyushi's hand and brought it to his face. He cried out hoarsely, "I won't cry. I won't cry. Tianyushi, wake up. Wake up." The surroundings fell silent. No one spoke. Everyone could sense the sorrow and pain in Di-Wuk's words. "Tianyushi, look at me. I'm not crying. I'm not crying." However, that peerlessly pure and holy face had already lost all signs of life. No matter how much Di-Wuk screamed, he could not wake up. The world-exterminating lightning tribulation was a consummate technique that could instantly kill a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. How could Tianyushi endure the might of the rebound? Di-Wuk's eyes were misty, and tears were already streaming down his face. However, he kept shouting, "I'm not crying. I'm not crying. Xiaochen, Di-Wuk will never be able to live under the same sky as you. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart." Xiaochen, who was drinking wine, heard a hoarse roar filled with killing intent and pain coming from the yellow sand filling the air. Then, the sky and earth shook, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Heavy footsteps rang out from the yellow sand. Step by step, the rumbling sound got closer to Xiaochen. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly as he guessed something. Tianyushi was probably really dead. He stood up and poured the half-empty bottle of wine on the ground. Xiaochen muttered, "You protected him for life. This promise is worth it. Although our paths are different, I'll still give you half a bottle of wine. Have a safe journey." But Xiaochen let go, and the bottle made of fine jade shattered all over the ground. It was like the goddess Tianyushi had passed away. Chapter 1374. As the yellow sand approached, the war banners formed by the surging mysterious phenomena in the sky fluttered noisily in the face of the strong wind. The wind and sand made it hard to open one's eyes. When the momentum arrived, it was like a ferocious beast opening its huge maw, wanting to swallow up Xiaochen in one gulp. Xiaochen, who was standing upright, faced the boundless yellow sand. He looked incredibly faint, even more wobbly than a small boat in the eye of the storm. It looked like in the next moment, the formation of hundreds of deities would blow him away. Dang! A dull sound rang out, and the bronze sword box on Xiaochen's back landed by Xiaochen's feet. Xiaochen held the sword box with one hand, and a mysterious phenomenon materialized behind him. Winds blew, clouds churned, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and berserk dragons roared. Finally, all the mysterious phenomena turned into a saber that pierced through the sky. As the dull sound of the sword box reverberated endlessly, it burst out with a dazzling saber light and a saber wind. As the saber light flew over, it drove a boundless aura and blew away all the yellow sand in front of Xiaochen. This aura revealed the 800-odd deities, as well as Di-Wuk and the others. The 800-odd deities gave off a bright light that connected with each other. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the frequency at which these deities flickered was exactly the same. It was like they had already merged into one. As the light flickered, the 800-odd deity race war banners in the sky fluttered endlessly, flickering with golden light. Di-Wuk stood behind these 800-odd deities with a cold expression. Together with Xiao Hoju, Xie Zishuan, Xingju, and the other deity Dao Yunyan's Emperor Wu, they looked at Xiaochen coldly, their eyes devoid of any emotion. "Xiaochen, you are really bold. To think that you dare to bring up the rear alone. However, this is good as well. It saves me the trouble of searching for you. After I kill you, I will kill everyone you care about one by one." Di-Wuk said coldly and aloof as he shook his head at Xiaochen. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the 800 gods. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's see if you have what it takes to kill me. If you really wanted to run, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. But since you overestimated yourself and came to cover our retreat, it would be hard for me not to kill you." Di-Wuk's words were extremely cold. The 800 gods immediately took action. They soared into the sky and prepared to gather together. With a combined attack, they killed Xiaochen directly. Back then, this attack of theirs had directly broken through the defensive array formation of Meteor Trail City. Xiaoju and the others looked at Xiaochen with mixed feelings. His courage was praiseworthy. He blocked them single-handedly, giving Fang Baiyu's group a chance at survival. He had also prevented the great decisive battle from breaking out prematurely. However, he had placed himself in a desperate situation. If it were them, no one would have had the courage to do so. In their eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. Even if he could block the combined attack of these 800 gods, he would not be able to dodge. If their group followed up, Diwuk would not even need to make a move. He could just watch Xiao Chen die in front of him. If Xiao Chen had not killed Tian Yuxi, Diwuk would not have lost his rationality and used 800 gods to deal with Xiao Chen alone. Given Xiao Chen's strength, he could move about freely with the deities scattered. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Xiao Chen would die today. Whoosh! The temperatures suddenly plummeted, and snowflakes drifted down from the sky. What's going on? Diwuk was the first to feel that something was wrong. He stretched out his hand, and a snowflake melted in his hand. However, it did not scatter. After it melted, it turned into a burning flame. Diwuk's expression changed slightly as he quickly looked up. He saw Xiao Chen's head of white hair fluttering in the wind. His entire body seemed to be bathed in a layer of frost. Xiao Chen raised his right hand and gently pushed forward. A flash of cold light appeared in his palm, looking like pale white lightning. It dazzled everyone. In the next moment, the 800 deities that were about to gather were covered in a strange white flame. Not only was the flame bone-chilling, but it also continuously swallowed the primordial energy in these deities, causing their strength to plummet. Bang! The many deities fell from the sky, in so much pain that they wished they were dead. This sudden change in the situation caused the divine light on the deities and the formation banners in the sky to shatter and scatter on the spot. How cold! How cold! What kind of flame is this? I can't get rid of it. The many deities endured the intense pain and sat down cross-legged, trying to expel the heavenly snow divine flame. However, they discovered that the flame was very gentle. The ice and snow melted into their flesh, nearly entering their bones. They could not expel it quickly. Originally, the heavenly snow divine flame was a primal chaos level flame. When it rose to rank 2, it could instantly severely injure the 6th heaven Emperor Wu. Facing a deity alone, the deity would not even be able to resist before getting burned into ice shards. However, when the deities were scattered among the 800 deities, its might was undoubtedly reduced significantly. This was the only result. This, Emperor Wu, who was beside Diwuk, was greatly startled, showing extremely flustered expressions. They had not expected that Xiao Chen alone could defeat the 800 deities that they relied on the most. This is the legendary primal chaos level divine flame. A ghost race old man said after some thought. He found it hard to believe that such a legendary flame would appear in Xiao Chen's hand. It was not because the 800 deities were too weak. Instead, it was because the flame in Xiao Chen's hand was too strange and strong. As Xiao Chen watched the 800 deities recuperate on the ground, he shook his head slightly, clearly not particularly satisfied. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that he could burn at least half of these 800 false emperors to death. Unexpectedly, not a single one died. It looked like the might of a rank 2 divine flame was still too weak after being scattered. However, it was already sufficient. Without these 800 deities, they were much more confident of blocking Diwuk's group. Diwuk's group had more than 100 people. There were 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu, and the rest were minor heavenly Emperor Wu. There were also heaven-defying geniuses like Diwuk. Let's see how many trump cards you have. Diwuk's expression did not change, as if he did not care about the 800 deities' lives at all. The deity races Lung Ziyang, the phoenix's passion palaces Su Qianxing, and the ghost races and corpse races greater heavenly Emperor Wu slowly walked out. End the battle quickly. Do not show any mercy, Diwuk said indifferently. Whoosh! The 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu's figures flashed, and they spread out, surrounding Xiao Chen from 4 directions. Their respective emperors' might spread out, and a formless aura rushed into the sky. 4 different mysterious phenomena materialized. The image of a deity appeared above Lung Xingyang's head, covering the sky for 50 kilometers around. Above Su Qianxing was a huge flaming vermilion bird flapping its wings. Flames surged, and heat waves assaulted everyone, dyeing half the sky red. The mysterious phenomena materialized by the ghost race and corpse race old men were even more frightening. Black clouds filled the sky, spirits gathered, and death chi rushed into the sky. 4 auras intertwined with one another, causing the sky within 500 kilometers to turn restless. It was as if the sky had been split apart. Numerous cracks appeared in the sky, as if a huge spider web had been laid over it. When Mo Chen and the others, who were retreating, saw the mysterious phenomena above them, they were greatly startled. When they looked back, they saw 4 indistinct figures standing in the air, firmly surrounding Xiao Chen. They completely buried Xiao Chen's mysterious phenomena, preventing him from raising his head. It's over. The deity Dao Union's 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu are preparing to attack Xiao Chen at the same time. And Juanxi exclaimed worriedly, "Vice Sect Master, let's charge back." Some people felt dissatisfied in their hearts. They simply could not bear for Xiao Chen to cover the retreat alone, facing such danger alone. Indeed. Vice Sect Master, let's charge back and fight it out with these bastards of the deity Dao Union. At worst, we will just die. Let's charge back, Vice Sect Master. The crowd was agitated. Everyone looked at Fang Baiyu, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit and rage. Fang Baiyu felt conflicted in his heart, showing a complicated expression. After a while, he said, "Let's go. Don't look back. The Blue Dragon King is covering the retreat and saving our lives. He wants us to activate the 6th layer of formations and not let the decisive battle start now. He is not sending us to our deaths. Without the mountain and river great formation, we have no chance of victory if we fight now." Clang. Right after Fang Baiyu spoke, the 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu suppressed Xiao Chen. Suddenly, an earth-shaking saber hum erupted. Closely following that, a saber light soared into the clouds and scattered the mysterious phenomena in the surroundings. This saber hum affected the wind shadow sword on Yu Bingyun's back, causing it to tremble endlessly. Her face lit up in joy as she said, "The cloud moon saber merged with the lunar shadow saber. This is a brand new transcendent divine weapon. Young Master Xiao only needs to bring out 30% of its might to block these 4. Chapter 1375. What a strong saber light. The saber light was piercing, forcing Fang Baiyu to squint. However, he felt doubtful about Yu Bingyun's words. Was this really a transcendent divine weapon? A transcendent divine weapon was not something that could be forged so easily. Based on this might, it seemed somewhat lacking. However, the matter at hand was urgent. This was not the time to consider this. Fang Baiyu calmed himself down and said, "It looks like the Blue Dragon King has no problem protecting himself. Let's retreat first and not let down the Blue Dragon King's efforts. Let's go." When everyone saw this saber light soaring into the sky, they relaxed slightly. Then they perked up and rushed back. In the sky above Haotian City's city gates, the 3 holy masters, who were leading the many greater heavenly Emperor Wu to fight Ying Zongtian and the others, were attracted by this saber light as well. What is this? It seems like the holy might of a divine weapon. However, it is much stronger than that of an ordinary divine weapon. Could it be a transcendent divine weapon? That's not right. It is still weaker than the divine might of a transcendent divine weapon. With the help of the holy beast totems, the 3 holy masters' strength soared. They even held the upper hand. When the 3 holy masters saw this scene, they were somewhat surprised. This was because the deity Dao Union did not have such a divine weapon. Ying Zongtian looked into the distance. After he saw it clearly, he could not help laughing loudly. What a variable! 3 holy lords, let's go. If you do not, when the worldly mountain river great sun formation reactivates, you will be within the range of the formation. Even if you want to leave, you will not be able to. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord and the others quickly sent out a strand of perception. In the end, they discovered that Fang Baiyu's group was rushing towards the 6th layer of formations. Once these people on the level of Emperor Wu returned to the various nodes of the formations, their group would suffer great losses. The 3 holy masters looked further away. The deity Dao Union's army, which was supposed to be chasing after this group of people, focused all their attention on Xiao Qin. Is this Diwa crazy? Why is he still pestering Xiao Qin at this time? The vermilion bird Holy Lord cursed angrily. He looked at Ing Zongtian and said, "You want us to leave? Ing Zongtian, you better show us what you've got." After he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged toward Ing Zongtian. Accompanying him was a vermilion bird sacred beast that was covered in flames. That's right, it was a genuine vermilion bird, transformed from a holy beast totem. This was the trump card that the three holy masters used to establish their sect. At this moment, in order to prevent Ing Zongtian from having the slightest chance to make a breakthrough, the three holy lord had to use it. Ing Zongtian snorted coldly and said, "Stubborn." The great battle continued. The sky had long since been torn apart, and even the barrier of the sky had been broken. Vaguely, one could see the aftershocks of the starry heaven storm occasionally bringing down countless meteors from the stars in the universe. The Haotian sect was no longer a stage for this group of people. If they continued fighting, they would have to enter the starry heavens. In Meteor Trail City, the instant the bronze sword box opened, Xiao Qin used that flash of saber light to charge out of the encirclement of the four greater heavenly Emperor Wu cultivators. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the brand new lunar shadow saber. He felt a surging, boundless energy. Compared to before, the might of the lunar shadow saber was at least 10 times stronger. It was so strong that Xiao Qin found it hard to grasp. Ao Jiao, has it reached the level of a transcendent divine weapon? Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, said somewhat embarrassedly, "The quality and might of this saber have indeed reached the level of a transcendent divine weapon. However, my strength as an item spirit has not increased yet. It is not a true transcendent divine weapon yet. It's fine. It is enough to deal with these four people." Xiao Qin stood in the air, facing Leng Jingyang, Su Qianxing, and the others from a distance. Normally, it would be somewhat taxing for Xiao Qin to face a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. This was especially so when he had already used Dermic World and the heavenly snow divine flame. However, now that he had the divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Qin was confident of fighting these four. To Xiao Qin, not having a saber in his hand and having a saber in his hand were two completely different situations. Leng Jingyang and the others looked at the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Qin's hand at the same time. Their expressions turned exceptionally grave. "With a divine weapon, you think you can block the four of us?" Su Qianxing shouted coldly and took the lead to charge over. A sword appeared in his hand. A flame danced on the sword. As it trembled, it gave off the cry of a phoenix. As Su Qianxing swung his sword, a scarlet fiery light dyed half the sky red. The flames for thousands of kilometers in the sky condensed into feathers, looking like the wings of the vermilion bird. As Su Qianxing swung his sword, it covered the sky. The thousands of kilometers of wings in the sky flapped ferociously, kicking up a strong wind and sending down an overwhelming heat wave. Its aura was incredibly shocking. How horrifying! This startled Xiao Qin. This was the peak strike of an older generation greater heavenly Emperor Wu. This sword strike shook the entire space. Without much time to think, Xiao Qin flew back into the air. His long sleeves and long hair fluttered in the wind. Every time he spun around, a saber light would shoot out from Xiao Qin's body. Saber hums resounded endlessly in the air. Instantly, the sky filled with flickering saber images. It was unknown how many thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of saber lights shot out. Xiao Qin used his flawless saber Dao to bring out instant of glory to its limits. Xiao Qin wanted to draw out the most glorious painting since he made his Dao. This painting did not have beautiful mountains and rivers, 10,000 dragons soaring, 500 kilometers of ice, or 50 kilometers of peach blossoms. There was only a saber, just one saber. After spinning 100 times, when the thousands of kilometers of vermilion bird wings were about to sweep over, Xiao Qin drew his saber. Xiao Qin drew his saber, and in an instant, countless saber images merged together. A vast painting appeared in the sky. There was nothing on that painting except a treasure saber pointing angrily at the sky. However, It depicted the glory of the world, the vicissitudes of life. Space condensed, and the sword in Su Qianxing's hand happened to block the tip of the treasure saber in the painting. The thousands of kilometers of wings in the sky stopped as well. "Break!" Xiaoqun shouted, and the painting shattered. The entire space crumbled, turning into countless shards. However, the saber in the painting leaped out and knocked Su Qianxing back. The flaming wings in the sky and the might of the holy beast scattered as well. "Pu Si. Su Qianxing vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was in disbelief. His peak strike actually got blocked by Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun thought to himself, "I got lucky. If not for the might of the divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, no matter how glorious that saber strike was, it would not have been able to block Su Qianxing's peak sword strike. Attack together." The divine weapon in his hand is already infinitely close to a transcendent divine weapon. Do not be careless. 100 thoughts flashed in the deity race martial Emperor Leng Xingyang's mind. Then he called out to the two old men from the ghost race and corpse race and charged over at the same time. They were no longer as careless as Su Qianxing. They carefully dodged the sharpness of the divine weapon and launched all sorts of attacks at Xiaoqun. After resting for a while, Su Qianxing charged into the battle. Immediately, four greater heavenly Emperor Wu attacked at the same time, fighting in earth-shattering battle with Xiaoqun. After 100 moves, the entire meteor trail city turned into rubble, a barren land. When Di Wux's group saw this scene, they were incredibly shocked. The four greater heavenly Emperor Wu attacked at the same time. However, even after 100 moves, although they held the upper hand, they still could not take down Xiaoqun. Is the saber in his hand a divine weapon or a transcendent divine weapon? Xiaoqun had already drawn his saber. Even though he was far away, the might of a divine weapon that he radiated made Xiao Hoju and the others cry out in shock. They were greatly shocked by Xiaoqun's endless trump cards. Dermic World and Heavenly Snow Divine Flame could allow one to move unhindered. However, Xiaoqun had several of them. Divine Sun, should we make a move and help? A ghost race martial emperor suggested, sensing that the situation was not good. Di Wuk looked at Xiaoqun, who was in the middle of a chaotic battle. His expression flickered as he clenched his right hand tightly. His body trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. "Brother Wuk, what's wrong?" Xingju asked worriedly when he sensed that something was wrong with Di Wuk. The divine daughter's death was a huge blow to Di Wuk. Xingju's worry was not without reason. Damn it. But since I, Di Wuk, made my debut, no one has been able to defeat me. I am resplendent and blessed by great luck. But this darn heavens let you, Xiaoqun, appear. I refuse to accept this. Di Wuk, who had been suppressing himself for a long time, burst out with dissatisfaction when he saw that four greater heavenly Emperor Wu could not kill Xiaoqun. I refuse to accept this. I, Di Wuk, refuse to accept this. Di Wuk shouted at the sky, and a boundlessly horrifying aura burst out of his body, releasing a dazzling light. Xingju and the others quickly moved away, lest they get injured by Di Wuk's aura. He is... One of the older generation Emperor Wu said with some horror, seeming to have guessed something. Right after Xiaoqun spoke, a simple and mysterious door suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through space. A boundless multicolored light descended from the sky, hovering in midair. Emperor's door. Di Wuk is crazy. He does not have sufficient accumulations. To think that he wants to forcefully undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire. The deity Dao Union's group was startled into a fluster. At this moment, no matter who it was, all of them wanted to run as far as they could. Chapter 1376. The deity Dao Union's group soared into the air and fled far away. However, before they could get far, that emperor's door completely stabilized and hovered in midair. Buzz! The entire ground of Meteor Trail City caved in and cracked. Even the lava in the depths of the ground spewed out. It was like a heavy strike. All the people flying in the air felt like they got hammered down. They vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. After they got up, they did not even look back, continuing to flee quickly. The sudden appearance of the Emperor's door also knocked down the 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu emperors, who were fighting Xiao Chen. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. Just as he was about to land, he pushed the tip of his saber against the ground and flipped over to stabilize himself. Xiao Chen looked at Di Wuk, whose long hair and clothes fluttered, gathering all the auras in the surroundings. This was simply too surprising. To think that Di Wuk wanted to forcefully clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. The risks of forcefully clearing the tribulation were unpredictable. This was something that Xiao Chen had been avoiding. The great tribulation of wind and fire already had a slim chance of survival. Forcefully clearing it was no different from suicide. It was impossible for Di Wuk not to understand this simple principle. Furthermore, his accumulations were still far from sufficient. Normally, he would need at least a year before he could clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. While Xiao Chen was surprised, the 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu emperors were even more surprised. Divine Son, what's going on? The deity race greater heavenly martial Emperor Lengjiang looked at Di Wuk in a daze. Is it because the divine daughter's death dealt a huge blow to him, so he seeks death as well? Brother Leng, what should we do now? Su Qianxing asked. The 2 elders from the ghost race and the corpse race also looked at Lengjiang. They were confused by this sudden turn of events. Leng Xingyang muttered to himself for a while. Then, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "The plan remains the same. Continue to kill Xiao Chen. This fellow destroyed the Divine Son. We absolutely cannot let him live." Obviously, he believed that the chances of Di Wuk successfully overcoming the tribulation were almost zero. They had already given up completely, placing all the blame on Xiao Chen. That is exactly what I was thinking. This brat clearly lacks stamina. Before advancing to Martial Emperor, he will not be able to bring out much of the divine weapon's might. The 4 great emperors quickly finished their discussion and surrounded Xiao Chen again. Fang Baiyu's group had already successfully entered the 6th ring of the formation. At this moment, Xiao Chen already had thoughts of retreating. However, the 4 martial monarchs were determined not to let him go. Xiao Chen wasn't in a hurry. This accident was beneficial to him, and it wouldn't take long. Emperor Forsaken would definitely not give up on Di Wuk. It wouldn't be long before everyone returned to protect Di Wuk. In the sky above Haotian City, Ying Zongtian and the 3 holy masters, who were fighting, immediately sensed the arrival of the Emperor's door. At first, Ying Zongtian thought that it was Xiao Chen undergoing his tribulation, so his expression turned extremely grave. When Ying Zongtian saw that it was Di Wuk undergoing his tribulation, his expression relaxed slightly. At the same time, he felt some doubt in his heart. What kind of blow did this Di Wuk suffer? Why did he forcefully undergo his tribulation for no reason? Oh no! This fellow Di Wuk is crazy! The White Tiger Holy Lord cursed in anger. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord glanced at the worldly mountain river Great Sun formation below, which was about to reactivate, and Di Wuk suddenly went crazy. He immediately made a decision and said, "Retreat." The greater heavenly Emperor Wu of the deity Dao Union's group immediately withdrew, not lingering. The greater heavenly Emperor Wu of the Haotian sect's group immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure of the 3 holy masters, who brought out their holy beast totems, was simply too great. The Peacock King and the others quickly gathered around Ying Zongtian. As they looked at the Emperor's door in the distance, their faces filled with shock. "Brother Haotian, do you think this Di Wuk has really gone crazy?" the Peacock King asked Ying Zongtian. Forcefully undergoing his tribulation was something that this group of older generation Emperor Wu did not even dare to think about. Ying Zongtian's gaze pierced through the boundless distance and clearly sized up Di Wuk. Looking into his eyes, he said, "Di Wuk is also an outstanding genius. This move of his looks certain to die. However, if there is a 1 in a billion chance that he actually runs into it, it will not be good." Brother Haotian means to say that he is trying to advance to Martial Emperor before Xiao Chen, putting himself in a perilous situation and making one last attempt. Ying Zongtian nodded and said, "However, the chances are slim. Even if the chances are slim, there is still a chance. We should completely eliminate this chance." Everyone here was a powerhouse of a region. They were very decisive in killing. Many of them expressed the same thoughts. If Di Wuk really succeeded in his tribulation, he might be able to defy the heavens and change his fate, directly becoming the bearer of luck. The deity Dao Yunyan's side would obtain the favor of the heavenly Dao. To them, this would be a devastating blow. A light flickered in Ying Zongtian's eyes. He looked even further and thought even deeper. Then he shook his head and said, "There's no need. Since he wants to risk it, I will give him this chance. Come, let's go and take a look first." Behind the deity Dao Yunyan, Emperor Forsaken and the heaven-punishing corpse god, who were preparing for the final battle, were both stunned when they saw the scene on the water screen. Winds blew and clouds churned above the water screen. An emperor's door stood upright in the air. This emperor's door gave off a supreme might, mysterious and filled with temptation. Emperor Forsaken was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up with a whoosh. At this moment, some ripples appeared in his calm heart. Emperor Forsaken frowned heavily, his expression turning grave. After a long time, he sighed softly, "Wuk, why do this to yourself? Once the Haotian sect is destroyed, your path will be smooth sailing." "Qitian, what are your plans now?" the heaven-punishing corpse god asked as he looked at Emperor Forsaken. This unexpected turn of events had indeed surpassed the two's expectations. A grave look flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. He said, "Protect Di Wuk with all your might as he undergoes his tribulation. Don't let anyone disturb Wuk." The heaven-punishing corpse god's lips curled up as he said, "Is there a need for that? No one in history has ever survived a forceful tribulation. From the desolate antiquity era to the ancient era to the present era, all of them died without exception. Even if they managed to survive, they would be half dead, crippled for the rest of their lives." When Emperor Forsaken heard this, he raged, "Xing Tian, don't anger me. What he said is the truth." Just at this moment, another voice rang out. It was the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who had been sniping at the Fox King, rushing back because of Di Wuk's matter. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor continued, "Qitian, the Emperor's door has already descended. Soon, his Emperor's road will descend. You can no longer change this. You should also understand that the Divine Daughter will be his heart tribulation. The path he walks is a path of certain death." The heaven-punishing corpse god thought for a while before saying, "There is no need to go through so much trouble for a sacrificial pawn. I think the deity Dao Yunyan should be disbanded." The heaven-punishing corpse god's words were out of helplessness. Since ancient times, no one had succeeded in forcefully clearing their tribulation. Furthermore, Di Wuk was now completely crazy. Just at this moment, the scene on the water screen changed again. The clouds in the surroundings of the Emperor's door gave off a bright light. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, they changed into 9 colors before stopping. A staircase made of 9 colored glass extended from the bottom of the Emperor's door all the way down. There were a total of 9,000 steps, giving off a dreamy light like an immortal's road. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor both showed stunned expressions at the same time. They did not dare to believe what they saw. A 9-colored Emperor's Road. This was an existence of a higher grade than a golden Emperor's Road. This was a mysterious phenomenon that only appeared when a supreme powerhouse underwent a tribulation during the peak of the martial epoch. It is a 9-colored Emperor's Road. 9 is the limit of numbers. 9 is venerated. 9 is king. This is the true Emperor's Road for kings. Emperor Forsaken reared his head back and laughed. Di Wuk had put his life on the line, forcefully clearing his tribulation. However, in the end he managed to obtain an Emperor's Road for himself. Chapter 1377. The heaven-punishing corpse god said, "Qitian, back then, you walked the Golden Emperor's Road, right?" Emperor Forsaken nodded and said, "Yes. Back then I had many competitors. However, after I finished walking the Golden Emperor's Road, no one in the deity race dared to challenge the position of deity emperor." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor muttered, "The Golden Emperor's Road can make one a prime? Could it be that the 9-colored Emperor's Road can surpass prime?" Everything is possible. The existences above prime in history have always been a mystery. This has always been a mystery. Quite a few powerful senior existences have completely disappeared from the traces of history. It is very likely that they surpassed supreme beings, leaving this land of exile. Emperor Forsaken looked at the two and asked, "Is a powerful genius that can summon a 9-colored emperor's road worth another bet?" The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor exchanged glances and said, "Let's bet. I'm willing to protect Diwuk." "I'm willing as well." The appearance of the 9-colored emperor's road changed the minds of the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor. The reason was very simple. It was for that faintly discernible opportunity. If Diwuk really cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire, he might surpass Prime. To them, this was an unavoidable temptation. "What is that?" Suddenly, the heaven-punishing corpse god pointed at the water screen in front of him, showing a flustered expression. Suddenly, large patches of red clouds gathered in the sky opposite Diwuk on the water screen. The clouds were scarlet like blood, looking very startling. They looked like pools of blood hanging high in the sky. Such a scene was incredible, unheard of, and unseen before. The instant Diwuk's 9-colored emperor's road landed in Meteor Trail City, Shaochen, who was fighting with the 4 greater martial emperors, felt that something was wrong. The energy that Shaochen had been deliberately controlling completely went out of control. In an instant, all of it burst forth. 100 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands of dragon vital qi, and the magic energy in Shaochen's sea of consciousness burned. The peak will of thunder flickered with light. The saber intent all over Shaochen's body burst forth. A strong wind howled. The sky and the ground were filled with Shaochen's sharp saber intent. Countless rare phenomena burst out from his body, including a blue dragon, lightning, frenzied saber, and so on. The 4 martial monarchs who had the upper hand and were suppressing him were shocked. Startled by this phenomenon, the 2 of them retreated at the same time to avoid it. "There's something wrong with this kid," Leng Jingyang said with a serious expression. Su Qianxing had a strange expression on his face. He felt a drop of rain falling on his forehead. He reached out and touched it, only to discover that it was a drop of blood. Raising his head, he saw that the clouds in the sky were as thick as ink and as red as blood. It was as if an endless sea of blood had appeared in the vast sky. What? The blood rain poured down, instantly drenching the clothes of the 4. The oppressive atmosphere deterred the 4 from remaining. They retreated frantically, retreating 50 kilometers. Only when they were above Diwuk's side did the blood rain stop. Amid the blood rain, Shaochen's white robes became covered in blood. As Shaochen looked at the dense blood clouds in the sky, he entered a daze, feeling somewhat confused. "This is my great tribulation of wind and fire?" The instant Diwuk's 9-colored emperor's road descended, Shaochen felt that something was wrong. Then it turned out to be so. The suppressed energy completely erupted. The great tribulation of wind and fire, which could descend at any moment, was completely drawn out. Diwuk's 9-colored emperor's road had completely lured them out. However, Shaochen had not expected that the mysterious phenomenon triggered by his great tribulation of wind and fire would cover 500,000 kilometers, blood clouds covering the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, this scene attracted the attention of Yingzongtian, the Fox King, the other primes, and the sovereign martial emperors. They stopped and looked into the distance, feeling confused. They had never seen or heard of such a mysterious phenomenon before. Since ancient times, there had never been any records of a person's tribulation triggering 500,000 kilometers of blood clouds. On the other side, the 3 primes of the deity Dao Union were also startled by this mysterious phenomenon, no longer able to sit still. They brought all the factions of the deity Dao Union from extremely far away and quickly rushed over. Firstly, they feared that Yingzongtian and the others would disrupt the Divine Sun's tribulation. Secondly, they wanted to see the movements of the blood clouds above Shaochen's head. Immediately, all the sovereign martial emperors and hidden experts of the deity Dao Union moved out. Behind Diwuk was a faction even vaster than the sea. When Yingzongtian's side saw this, they felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the deity Dao Union was still hiding so much strength. The Fox King, you are very knowledgeable. What is going on with Xiaochen? Ying Zongtian could not get an answer from such a situation. Feeling helpless, he could only ask the Fox King, who was beside him. The other party was a fiend race prime, someone who became famous 1,000 years before Ying Zongtian. He definitely knew a lot more. Who knew? The Fox King shook his head and said, I have never seen or heard of such a mysterious phenomenon during a tribulation. In the ancient records, a 9-colored emperor's road is already the highest level. Ying Zongtian felt a trace of worry. He said sullenly, we can't care so much now. Focus on defense. We will protect Xiaochen. We absolutely cannot let the deity Dao Union's people interfere with Xiaochen's tribulation. Half of the sky of Meteor Trail City, which spanned millions of kilometers, was now filled with 9-colored light. Colorful clouds floated in the sky for millions of kilometers, glistening with divine light. On the other hand, blood clouds covered the sky, thick like ink, and heavy rain poured down. The 3 primes on the deity Dao Union's side looked at the blood cloud above Xiaochen's head, speechless. Naturally, Di Wuk also saw the phenomenon that Xiaochen created. The two of them stood facing each other, separated by millions of kilometers. However, Di Wuk had no time to think too much, as he had to continue on his emperor's road. Just as everyone was captivated by Xiaochen's mysterious phenomenon, Di Wuk's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a loud shout, he leapt onto the colorful road of Emperor and began to walk upwards. Di Wuk had just ascended the Emperor's road when a strong wind turned into many icy whips. The whips quickly lashed at him. Put, put. Everywhere the whips passed, space froze. After one step, when Di Wuk reappeared, he had 10 wounds on his body. This was especially so for the bloody wound on his face. It contained a cold energy, and his blood was tinged with purple. It was so painful that Di Wuk's lips twitched continuously. Such a scene made Emperor Forsaken and the other 2 primes suck in a deep breath. The difficulty of the 9-colored Emperor's road was even more difficult than they had imagined. This was just the first step, and Xiaochen was already so injured. In that case, how were he going to complete the remaining 8,000-odd steps? Brother Qitian, now is not the time to worry about that. Look, that brat's emperor's door is about to descend as well, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said as he pointed into the distance. Emperor Forsaken squinted and saw a whirlpool in the 500 kilometers of blood clouds. It looked like the emperor's door was about to descend from the end of the whirlpool. We absolutely cannot let him clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. Such a mysterious phenomenon is unheard of. If he really clears it, no one will be able to stop him. Emperor Forsaken enunciated every word, each one filled with boundless murderous intent. The 3 holy masters, Holy Lord, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God all felt this intense murderous intent. He deserves to die. If he clears it, he will definitely become the 2nd Qing Emperor. Even if we use up all our resources, we have to bury him on the Emperor's road. Soon, all the upper echelon of the deity Dao Union reached a consensus. They absolutely could not let Xiaochen clear his tribulation. Amid the blood rain, Xiaochen entered deep thought as he looked at the scarlet whirlpool descending from the sky. He stretched out his hand, and a jade strip appeared in his palm. This jade strip was used to gather the various holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean. Originally, it was meant to be used on the Haoyan sect. Unexpectedly, it ended up being used on Xiaochen. Never mind. Let me see what exactly my emperor's road is like, Xiaochen said coldly. Then, the jade strip in his hand shattered into pieces. Instantly, the many martial emperors in the distant heavenly starry ocean all received the notification. Boom! Just as Xiaochen crushed the jade strip, the emperor's door slowly descended from the whirlpool. A significant amount of blood leaked out of the cracks in the simple and unadorned emperor's door. After a while, a scarlet staircase appeared in front of the door. Then it extended all the way until it reached Xiaochen. There were a total of 10,000 steps. Xiaochen raised his head and looked. What appeared before him was clearly a path of blood. Chapter 1378. In the oceanic world, within the Black Sea, the 18 great bandits gathered together. Shao Chun looked in the direction of the Kunlun continent. There was a patch of red clouds there. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, he could clearly see the eye-catching color. That wisp of blood cloud was horrifying, and the shock it brought to everyone had already surpassed the distance of space. At this moment, it was not just them. Every Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm felt fear in their hearts. Like the 18 great bandits of the Black Sea, they stood on high ground and gazed into the distance. Blood Shark King, what's going on with these blood clouds? I can actually feel the stench of blood rain and wind from so far away. How strange. It's not like we've never seen blood clouds before. However, compared to this one, it feels completely different. Even with our cultivation bases, we're still affected. Perhaps it's an ominous sign. Blood clouds cover the sky, indicating that a disaster is about to descend. This was something that even a prime could not explain, so naturally, the 18 great bandits of the Black Sea could not. The Blood Shark monarch pondered for a long time before saying, I can't say for sure. This is unheard of, so it's really hard to explain. Should we go and take a look? Based on the direction, it seems to be in the Tianwu domain. Who knows, it might be related to the Blue Dragon King, someone said excitedly as his eyes lit up when he thought of something. Bang! At that moment, a jade slip flew out from the Blood Shark monarch's chest and exploded. Blood Shark monarch said leisurely, It seems that I have to go. The Blue Dragon King is in trouble. Everyone, are you willing to join me? What are you talking about, Blood Shark King? You're not the only one who agreed to the Blue Dragon King. That's right. The Blue Dragon King is extremely graceful and loyal. Helping him today is the same as helping ourselves. How can we not go? Why not? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The 18 great bandits of the Black Ocean did not hesitate at all. This group of people had always been passionate people. Most of the time, when they agreed to do something for someone as long as they saw eye to eye, it would be fine. Unlike some people of the righteous path who were overcautious and indecisive, calculating again and again, planning again and again before making the final decision. At the same time, the others who had an agreement with Shao Chun also received the news. The cyclic astral lord revealed a smile on his face as he looked at the jade strip before him shattering. He said indifferently, You are finally here. It looks like you have something to do with these 500,000 kilometers of blood clouds. Tell the holy Sun Chu Yang to come out of closed-door cultivation. I'll bring him to witness the grand scene that the Kunlun realm rarely sees in 10,000 years. Similar scenes took place on the Myriad Fiend Island, the Five Poison Sect, the Heavenly Province Academy, the Yin-Yang Utopia, and the other sacred grounds. Suddenly, the great emperors all came out, and the entire oceanic world was affected by this aura. Tsunamis rose to the sky, and the waves did not stop. Even the ordinary people felt that something was wrong. It was as if something big had happened. As for the Kunlun continent, even ordinary people could see the strange scarlet clouds. This startled the surroundings. Several cultivators could not suppress their curiosity and rushed over to the scarlet clouds. 9 colored 1,000 steps and blood cloud 10,000 steps. The tribulations of the two affected the hearts of all the experts of the Kunlun immortal realm. Several of the hidden Emperor Wu felt unsettled by this mysterious phenomenon and had to come out of closed-door cultivation in advance. When they saw the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds clashing with the 9-colored tribulation clouds, their expressions changed drastically. Then, they rushed towards Meteor Trail City. Mo Chen and the others, who had already retreated to the 6th layer of formations, could no longer sit still when they saw such a strange change. They all rushed out. In Meteor Trail City, the heaven-punishing corpse god looked at the descending Scarlet Emperor's road and muttered, That brat seems to have crushed the convening token earlier. That group of Holy Lord and Primes of the oceanic world should be making a move now. Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I made preparations long ago. It would be fine if they do not come. However, if they do, I will make sure that they never return. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt startled. They wondered what trump cards Emperor Forsaken had. To think that he was so confident. Were the accumulations of the deity race that horrifying? Emperor Forsaken, how about we have a gentleman's agreement? Let these two juniors undergo their tribulations on their own. As seniors, we will not make a move. Ying Zongtian and the Fox King, the two primes, soared into the air and happened to stand guard above Shao Chen's emperor's door. Then they looked at Emperor Forsaken in the distance. Emperor Forsaken smiled and retorted, "A gentleman's agreement? Ying Zongtian, you are too hypocritical. If not for Shao Chen undergoing his tribulation as well, would you have made this agreement with me?" When Ying Zongtian heard that, he could not help feeling disappointed. He opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. The Fox King frowned and said, "Chicken, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a vile person." Before Shao Chen underwent his tribulation, old brother Ying already restrained his fellow cultivators from interfering with Di Wux's tribulation. It does not matter who is the vile person and who is the gentleman. Whoever is stronger is the king. Just like now, it is the two of you begging me, not me begging you. Emperor Forsaken remained unmoved. He smiled coldly with disdain in his eyes. Ying Zongtian looked worriedly at Shao Chen's blood-red emperor's road. He said sincerely, "Brother Chiyan, now is not the time to show off. You should know that if we are not careful, the two most promising outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm will end up dying." Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and said, "You are too naive. You are not a threat to me. No matter what, the deity Dao Union absolutely will not let Shao Chen succeed in his tribulation today. Big brother Ying, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. If he wants to fight it out, let's fight it out with him. This old man cannot take this lying down. He is too much of a bully. Big brother Ying, there is no need to beg him. That's right. We will stand guard here today. Let's see who dares to interfere with the Blue Dragon King's tribulation." The various greater heavenly martial emperors and sovereign martial emperors soared into the sky, enraged at Emperor Forsaken's despicable attitude. "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If not for the fact that I do not want to expose my trump cards, I can destroy your Haotian sect with a wave of my hand. Do you really think that you can fight against the deity Dao Union?" Emperor Forsaken snorted coldly, his expression turning completely cold. Right after Emperor Forsaken spoke, the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor led the group of greater heavenly martial emperors to charge at Ying Zongtian and the others. The three holy masters each stood on one side, controlling their holy beast totems to protect Di Wuk. An intense battle immediately unfolded under the blood clouds. Primes against primes, Sovereign Emperor Wu against Sovereign Emperor Wu, and Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu against Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Immediately, the already intense blood rain became even more intense. The entire world trembled. The ground cracked, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The blood clouds shattered, forming many horrifying scarlet tornadoes howling everywhere. The number of greater heavenly martial emperors the Haotian sect had did not hold an advantage over the allied army of the deity Dao Union's four races. Many of the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu stared coldly at Shao Chen, who had yet to step onto his emperor's road, preparing to make a move at any moment. As Shao Chen watched the bitter battle in the sky, he vaguely understood why his emperor's road was scarlet. Shao Chen's right hand, which held his saber, trembled slightly. His left hand clenched into a fist. Shao Chen's fingernails dug into his flesh, and blood seeped out, turning the place incredibly scarlet. He temporarily buried some rage in the depths of his heart. Shao Chen took a deep breath and gently pushed off with his feet, leaping onto his emperor's road. A strong wind blew. The martial emperor, who had been waiting for a long time, instantly made his move. Immediately, many ghostly figures, skeletons, and demonic seals appeared in the wind. They were faintly discernible and contained killing intent. These greater heavenly martial emperors did not dare to get too close to the emperor's road. They could only attack from afar. However, this was enough to threaten Shao Chen. Shao Chen narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages as he quickly swung his saber. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Miserable cries rang out by Shao Chen's ears. It was like the ghostly figures in the wind were real. The 300 afterimages merged. The instant Xiao Chen stepped onto the Emperor's road, a scarlet skull appeared on the distant Emperor's road and charged at him. The scarlet skull had empty eyes, leaping flames, and leaping scarlet eyes. With just one look, it triggered all the fear in one's heart. This was especially so for the 10,000 scarlet steps. As the skull slowly approached, it magnified the fear in one's heart. This was a test of Xiao Chen's will. If his will was not firm, he would not even be qualified to step on this road. Whoosh! The scarlet skull grew increasingly larger. As it got closer, it pierced through Xiao Chen's body like the wind. All sorts of fear immediately magnified in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen's body wobbled at the edge of the Emperor's road, looking like he would fall at any moment. No!